Chapter 1. A resounding slap from fate. Zhi Tingxiao, a young man with no connection to the renowned general from the later Southern Han dynasty, nor any acquaintance with Pan Mei or the Yang family generals, was a distinguished expert in milk tea appraisal within his locality, a national-level performer of the wooden fish, and a lifelong beneficiary of the 996 work system. After 3 consecutive days of relentless toil, he met his demise at the tender age of 23, departing this world with a smile. Meanwhile, in a certain apartment in the beautiful city of New York, Zhi Tingxiao clutched the blanket tightly around him, resembling a forsaken victim abandoned at the scene of a crime, his vacant eyes fixated on a 50 by 70 centimeters poster adorning the wall in front of his bed. The poster featured a man sporting a healthy smile, clad in a form-fitting outfit emblazoned with the stars and stripes, his pectorals so pronounced they could easily crush the crown of his head. Beneath the image, a caption read, "In memory of the eternal hero, Captain America." If this were not enough to convey the gravity of the situation, the television beneath the poster was broadcasting a live hearing featuring the eloquent Tony Stark, an event that spoke volumes. Marvel a harmonious universe where the Earth is frequently subjected to cataclysmic events and cosmic explosions. Thoughts raced through Zhi Tingxiao's mind. The sacrifice of a certain oversized creature could trigger a major incident, the notion that a brawl would not save the Earth, but rather a dance-off could rescue the galaxy, and countless other absurdities. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Zhi Tingxiao turned his gaze to the fruit knife on the desk beside his bed, accompanied by a powerful rodent repellent, a toilet cleaner, and a ticket to the observation deck of the Empire State Building. He pondered the most impactful pose to strike in death, one that would eloquently express his defiance against the cruel hand of fate. Yet, recalling that he had only just died half an hour prior and was abruptly transported to the survival-challenging realm of Marvel, he questioned where he might end up if he were to perish once more. Would it be upon the bed of dark side, or perhaps at the bottom of Sadako's well? Thus, he resolved that dying was not an option should he be sent to a realm even more troublesome than this one. The consequences would surely outweigh the benefits. However, the thought of Thanos' emotionless visage sent a chill through him as he sensed the stark absence of warmth in this world. After all, in his previous life, even mundane errands like grocery shopping were fraught with rising prices, and every game of mahjong was inevitably marred by his own blunders. With a 50 chance of being affected by Thanos' snap, it felt ludicrous that he could escape unscathed. This line of reasoning left Zhi Tingxiao speechless. Living was difficult, and dying seemed even more arduous. The plight of an ordinary person was undeniably burdensome. To alleviate his dismal mood, he glanced into a small mirror resting on the desk, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Reflected back was a handsome visage, left side reminiscent of a martial artist, right side echoing a pop star, distant views akin to a rising dawn, and close-up appearances resembling a wealthy elite, all encapsulated in one strikingly handsome countenance. With this face, even indulging in snacks in a restroom would allow him to devour 3 generous bowls without hesitation. Having once been a struggling individual reliant on his looks, Zhi Tingxiao found himself immensely satisfied with his current charming appearance, which radiated a captivating aura that, in an instant, he discovered the motivation to continue living. Otherwise, the mere presence of this visage would be a significant loss to humanity. After indulging in self-admiration for a considerable time, Zhi Tingxiao, satisfied with his handsome reflection, finally averted his gaze from the mirror, descended from his bed, and tidied himself up in preparation for school. In this world, Zhi Tingxiao retained his name, but he now found himself as an 11th grade student at a high school in Midtown Manhattan, New York, akin to the second year of high school in his home country. Through the memories of the original body, Zhi Tingxiao learned that his parents had left him an apartment building to manage for his sustenance before returning to their homeland, to enjoy their life together, thereby severing most ties with him. Upon perusing these memories, Zhi Tingxiao was left speechless. With such a mindset, such nonchalance, and the audacity to find even a brief phone call home bothersome after half a year, it was astonishing. Were it not for the property deed of the apartment building in his possession, Zhi Tingxiao might have suspected that he was merely a byproduct of the neighbor's misguided generosity. After a hasty arrangement of his belongings, Zhi Tingxiao set off to school. Midtown High was not far from his apartment. A bicycle ride would take him there in a mere 10 minutes or so. As he exited his home and pedaled along the streets of Gramercy in New York, he observed the diverse array of people around him. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air that greeted him, he found no sweetness in it, only the acrid stench of exhaust fumes. How infuriating! That seemingly charming American woman had deceived me. Nonetheless, as someone who had scarcely ventured beyond his province, Zhi Tingxiao was filled with curiosity about this foreign land he had never encountered before, even if his emotional ties to the country were less than favorable. Aha. Look over there. He seems rather amusing. Ha ha. Ugh. What bad luck. It's just a yellow-skinned one. They look like moles that can't dig. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhi Tingxiao turned his gaze towards the source of the voices, and unsurprisingly, he encountered a group of individuals clad in disreputable attire. Their demeanor unmistakably indicative of societal drifters, who were mocking him on the sidewalk in the guise of rappers. As he halted his bicycle and observed their smug expressions, alongside a few hurriedly departing yellow faces, Zhi Tingxiao felt a tumult of anger and helplessness. It was infuriating that Asians, who had long been regarded as model citizens in this land, faced treatment inferior to that of certain racially charged zealots. The helplessness stemmed from the lack of unity within the Asian community, which, rather than being a bastion of solidarity, resembled a scattered assembly of individuals. As he stood there, exuding an air of imperious but powerless against you, the mockery from the group intensified to a robust black man, adorned with dreadlocks and clad only in a black tank top, made an obscene gesture in Zhi Tingxiao's direction, prompting uproarious laughter from his companions. Zhi Tingxiao shook his head with a smile, discarded his bicycle, drew a collapsible baton from his pocket, and with a swift flick, charged at the group of black men, shouting furiously, "They'll be damned. Do you really think I can't understand English? Do you truly believe I'm afraid of you? To hell with you all." The group of jovial African Americans, previously engaged in light-hearted banter, suddenly found themselves bewildered. In their perception, those of Asian descent were perpetually perceived as weak and easily intimidated. A mere display of muscle or a few grimaces would send them cowering in fear, submissively enduring any blows or insults. Yet what was this? Why was there resistance? Had the rules been cast aside? Before they could ponder these questions, the baton wielded by Zhi Tingxiao struck one of them squarely in the face, causing a spray of crimson blood to erupt forth. Ah, damn it. My nose. My nose. The African-American, struck in the nose, let out a blood-curdling wail, jolting his companions into action. They charged forward with menacing expressions, and one, sporting dreadlocks, even brandished a switchblade. Foul creature. You dare to lay hands on me. You stinking yellow-skinned fiend. Scoundrel. Perish. Damn it, taste my fists. Zhazong. Despite Zhi Tingxiao's possession of a lengthy weapon, his lack of combat experience, having lived in a peaceful region, rendered him less formidable than the seasoned individuals who had faced gunfights daily in America. Thus, after initially taking advantage of surprise to injure one, he soon found himself overpowered and pinned to the ground by the towering figures of his assailants. Massive fists the size of clay pots rained down upon his face, abdomen, and back. The baton, lost in the chaos, left him empty-handed, desperately shielding his head. Just as his vision began to blur and consciousness slipped away, a sudden voice resonated in his mind. Bloodbath program activated, loading activation complete. At that moment, Zhi Tingxiao, surrounded by formidable figures, could think of only one phrase. Golden Thigh, come forth. Chapter 2. Arrival of the Golden Thigh character. Zhi Tingxiao race. Human level, 0 physique, 2 agility, 2 spirit. For experience, 0 50 points, 0 skill cards, none item cards, none character cards. None gazing at his attribute interface, which appeared cleaner than a dog-esque lick. Zhi Tingxiao felt that the pain coursing through his body had become somewhat trivial. What kind of absurd statistics are these? Even the most notorious gaming company doesn't go this far. Is this some sort of novice simulator? Where has the beginner's village gone? Has it been deemed an illegal structure by the construction bureau? Or was it shut down because the village chief was caught engaging in shady dealings? For heaven's sake. What is an elderly person like you doing trying to find employment again? As Zhi Tingxiao lay on the ground, clutching his head and curling up while enduring a beating and grumbling, a notification appeared. Dangerous environment detected. A novice gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? Instantly, Zhi Tingxiao felt a surge of vitality, as if his strength had increased. With a vigorous thrust of his legs, he broke free from the grip of the short, dark figure restraining him, and delivered a powerful kick to the figure's face, sending him flying 2 meters away. The dark figure shook his head, which throbbed from the impact of the kick, and absent-mindedly wiped the footprint off his face, only to find his hand smeared with blood. This made his already menacing expression even more ferocious. Enraged, he picked up the baton that Zhi Tingxiao had dropped and swung it wildly, letting out a primal scream as he aimed for Zhi Tingxiao's legs. Drop your weapon. Raise your hands. At that moment, a piercing siren abruptly blared, followed by a booming warning voice. Both the enraged assailant and the short figure preparing to charge were startled. They recognized that sound all too well. Panic washed over them as they glanced around, yet they saw no police car in sight. Damn it! Have those middle-class lackeys risen so early to hunt? Enough talk. Let us get out of here. I don't want to face Gilroy at the station. That guy is nothing short of a nightmare. Count yourself lucky. If we see you again, you're as good as dead. Don't let us catch you again. After delivering their threats, the group of dark figures hastily retreated. They had snuck in to procure some weeds, marijuana, and if caught by the police, they would likely find themselves behind bars for months. Once the group had fled, a handsome young white man with a slightly frail build, dressed in casual attire and carrying a backpack, emerged from the shadows. His expression was timid, and his phone continued to blare the police sirens and warnings. The young man rushed to Zhi Tingxiao's side, helping him up from the concrete ground and exclaiming, Zhi, wake up. Are you all right? Zhi Tingxiao lowered his arms from his head, instinctively responding when he heard someone calling him. Lalume? Huh. Realizing his momentary lapse, Zhi Tingxiao's lips twitched, and he replied, I meant to say I'm fine. Thank you. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I would have been flattened even if I recovered. Oh, by the way, did you just call me classmate? Do we know each other? As he spoke, Zhi Tingxiao, enduring pain throughout his body, supported himself with one hand on his waist and the other clutching his stomach, resembling someone suffering from kidney deficiency. Struggled to rise from the ground. It was indeed disheartening. He had been pinned to the ground and beaten for nearly 5 minutes. Yet no one had come forward to offer assistance. Were it not for the presence of this seemingly delicate and timid figure before him, he might have found himself in serious trouble or worse. The white youth observed the disheveled Zhi Tingxiao, whose face was a tapestry of bruises, gasping for breath after every few steps. He kept his grip firm, afraid that if he let go, Zhi Tingxiao would collapse again. When Zhi Tingxiao inquired about him, he replied, I also attend Zhongqing High School, and we are in the same grade. My name is Peter Parker. We've spoken before, do you remember? After a moment, he added, well, I suppose you wouldn't recall, as I asked Mark the same thing last time, and he described Peter Parker as a voluptuous woman. I swear, I've never dressed as a woman. Well, maybe once, but that was for a reason. Zhi Tingxiao, clutching his waist, paid no mind to the chatter that followed, only remembering the name Peter Parker. Given the slim chance of sharing a name, it was likely he was the same Peter Parker, a notorious chatterbox at Zhongqing High School. Peter Parker continued to ramble on, but upon noticing Zhi Tingxiao's silence, he looked up to find Zhi Tingxiao regarding him with a look of pity, as if lamenting his youth. Peter Parker, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, weakly remarked, Zhi, is there some deeper meaning behind the way you're looking at me, like a doctor examining a terminal cancer patient? Why are you standing so far away? I assure you, I used deodorant before I left the house. Zhi Tingxiao remained silent, maintaining a distance of 2 meters from Peter Parker, fearful that his fragile constitution might be contagious. He recalled the cinematic version of Spider-Man. His parents died when he was young. His uncle perished shortly after he gained his superpowers. A visit to a teacher's home resulted in chaos, with Dr. Octopus. And every romantic interest faced tragic ends, like Gwen Stacy. Even his recently acquainted godfather, Iron Man, vanished after a snap of the fingers. With such illustrious predecessors having met untimely fates, Zhi Tingxiao had no courage to test the resilience of his own fate. The last thing he wanted was an extravagant funeral due to a miscalculation. Forgetting the pain coursing through his body, Zhi Tingxiao moved to the roadside, lifted his bicycle, and mounted it. With a pained yet sympathetic expression, he said, Thank you for today, Parker. Were it not for your help, I would have been flattened. Even if I recovered, rest assured, I will repay your kindness. Additionally, the road ahead is long, filled with unknown challenges and difficulties. We must always be prepared to face any potential crises and challenges. I believe in you. Keep it up. Let us go. With that, he pedaled away, leaving Peter Parker in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. On the road, Zhi Tingxiao found little joy in admiring the scenery. The interruption caused by Peter Parker left him with an unsettling feeling, as if he had forgotten something significant, something that could impact his happiness in the latter half of his life. Suddenly, he exclaimed in frustration. Without regard for the bustling traffic around him, he promptly opened the interface and was greeted by a conspicuous gift package icon. He immediately chose to open it. Upon activating the novice gift package, he received Skill Card X2, Item Card X2, Character Card X1 Skill Card, Mogeo Scriptures, Yang, originating from Purple Fort Autumn Chill. This skill allows one to feel an extraordinary power within after channeling energy. Internal skill effect. There is a certain probability of triggering soul capture and true suchness during attacks. Soul capture. The opponent will be unable to withstand our assault, absorbing their vital energy upon hitting them, while also alleviating our internal injuries. True suchness. This reduces the likelihood of sustaining internal injuries. Skill card. Drunken Fist, Yang, also from Purple Fort Autumn Chill. This technique, originally a folk martial art, has been refined through generations of masters into a formidable combat skill. The drunken fist mimics the movements of an inebriated person, exhibiting a chaotic yet orderly footwork, and employing techniques that appear intoxicated, utilizing falls, lunges, flips, and rolls. Item card. Purple Heart Mysterious Dragon Pill from Purple Fort Autumn Chill. This item increases the user's internal strength for 5 years. Note, the prerequisite is that the user possesses a method for generating internal energy. Item card. Steve's Backpack from Minecraft. It contains 36 slots, each capable of holding 278 identical items, allowing a total capacity of 700,000 tons. Character card. Soldier 76 from Overwatch, originally named Jack Morrison. He is equipped with a heavy pulse rifle and possesses formidable combat skills, proficient in numerous fighting techniques. As Zhi Tingxiao surveyed the array of both serious and whimsical gaming items, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain whether to deem his luck fortunate or unfortunate. The situation brimmed with potential ridicule, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. Nevertheless, despite the absurdity, he felt a sense of satisfaction with this basic gift package, as these items appeared to be somewhat useful. After all, they provided him with a semblance of self-defense, which was undoubtedly a great comfort while situated in the heart of the Marvel Universe, New York. Chapter 3. Could it be any more kitsch? Midtown High School. Midtown High School is a public secondary institution in New York, sprawling in size with comprehensive facilities, renowned for its strict management and rigorous academic standards. It attracts many affluent families eager to enroll their children, thanks to the principal's exceptional political acumen and impressive graduation rates. This high school has produced notable alumni such as Spider-Man Peter Parker, Agent Venom Eugene Thompson, and the illustrious Jewel Jessica Jones. Riding his bike, Zhi Tingxiao finally arrived at school, albeit in a rather disheveled state, garnering nearly universal attention along the way. Look. He certainly appears to be in distress. Has he been beaten up? Evidently. How delightful this is. After all, he is Asian. Ignoring the incessant chatter around him, Zhi Tingxiao approached his locker, tearing down the sticky notes plastered on the door, filled with either insults or declarations of affection, and discarded them into the trash bin. However, just as he was about to open his locker, a large hand emerged from behind, slamming down on the door with a resounding thud. Zhi Tingxiao rolled his eyes, instinctively knowing that a ludicrous scene was about to unfold, betting that this furry hand resting on his locker belonged to none other than Eugene Thompson, known as Lightning, a forward for the Midtown High basketball team, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches with a rugged appearance and a striking mane of golden hair. Renowned for his athletic prowess, he had reportedly received numerous invitations from prestigious universities. Proud and arrogant, with a simplistic mindset, he often enjoyed tormenting his classmates. This was the automatic information that popped into Zhi Tingxiao's mind upon seeing that face. It seemed that the original owner of this future Venom agent was quite unforgettable. He must have been bullied often. Lightning did not withdraw his hand from the locker, but rather fixed a menacing gaze on Zhi Tingxiao, smirking maliciously. Good morning, Tingxiao Zhi. Your makeup looks lovely today. Did your mother do it for you? With the promise of an amusing spectacle unfolding, a crowd of students began to gather, eager to witness the drama. A few conscientious souls, however, contemplated seeking a teacher to intervene. Relishing the attention, Lightning felt a sense of fulfillment. Indeed, he was born to be the center of attention. This exhilarating feeling was simply addictive. Thus, his gaze towards Zhi Tingxiao grew increasingly teasing and mischievous. Zhi Tingxiao was at a loss for words. Why was this hulking brute regarding him in such a manner, akin to a lecherous figure gazing at a damsel? Had the peculiar customs of the corrupt kingdom found their way to the beautiful nation? Yet it made sense. After all, the ancestors of the beautiful nation were also rather robust in their hair growth, similar to the Anglo-Saxon lineage, so embracing traditional culture was hardly out of place. No way. A true man never backs down. What a jerk. With this thought, Zhi Tingxiao darkened his expression and replied coolly, if you like. I could certainly apply such makeup on you as well, provided you remove your hand from my locker door. Lightning found this rather peculiar. Zhi Tingxiao would never normally dare speak to him in such a manner. Typically, a mere raise of his voice would send this fellow scrambling to comply. Why has he become so audacious today? However, Lightning's limited mental capacity only caused a momentary surprise, and he dismissed it, continuing with a sullen expression, You had better apologize to me, and complete my chemistry assignment before noon today, or I will show you the true power of lightning. Do you hear me? Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao shrugged, entirely disregarding the apology, and casually replied, The assignment? Sure, but I charge a fee. Considering your limited intellect, the assignment set by your chemistry teacher should be quite manageable, at most on a middle school level, so I will charge you $10. However, I am curious, what kind of teacher possesses such confidence in your capabilities to assign you work and hold such high expectations of you? He must be a remarkable teacher. At this, the surrounding students could not contain their laughter, but upon catching a glimpse of Lightning's fierce glare, they swiftly stifled their smiles, though their shaking shoulders revealed the struggle to suppress their mirth. Eventually, Lightning shifted his gaze back to Zhi Tingxiao, retracting his hand from the cabinet door. Seizing Zhi Tingxiao's collar, twisting his neck with a menacing glare, and growling, "You want to die? Say that again." Zhi Tingxiao raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence, and asked, "I recall that cerebellar atrophy doesn't typically lead to hearing impairments, does it?" Lightning refrained from further banter. He was not one for words, but rather for fists. With a powerful swing, he launched a punch aimed directly at Zhi Tingxiao's face. Given the size and strength of his fist, a solid hit would likely send Zhi Tingxiao crashing to the ground, potentially suffering a severe concussion. Naturally, Zhi Tingxiao would not remain passive. He mentally commanded, "Activate skill card, drunken fist." In an instant, a torrent of knowledge and techniques surged through his mind, enveloping his brain and gradually integrating into the depths of his consciousness, making him feel as though he were innately skilled in this martial art. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhi Tingxiao leaned back, skillfully evading Lightning's incoming punch, then, with hands cupped as if holding a wine jar, he concentrated his energy into a punch aimed at Lightning's chest. Bang! With a resounding crack, Lightning staggered backward, the pain in his chest contorting his features, revealing the true force behind Zhi Tingxiao's blow. Seizing the momentum, Zhi Tingxiao pressed the attack, his movements resembling a drunken stagger, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Lightning's body. The bizarre footwork rendered Lightning unable to discern Zhi Tingxiao's striking trajectory, leaving him to absorb the blows passively. Within mere seconds, Lightning's head and torso endured a barrage of over a dozen strikes. As Lightning began to retreat, Zhi Tingxiao retracted his fists and executed a spinning kick that landed squarely on Lightning's chest. Ack! With a sharp cry, Lightning's towering figure was propelled 3 meters back, collapsing upon landing, utterly unconscious and unable to rise and reclaim his dignity. Yet, the surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence, with only the sight of the fallen Lightning, sprawled on the ground like a desiccated fish, and the standing figure of Zhi Tingxiao, who appeared to embody tranquility as he tidied his textbooks by the lockers. Oblivious to the chaos around him, feigning busyness for the first time, the false powerhouse, tall and imposing, muscles bulging, should feel compelled to apologize to the nation for his appearance in women's attire. The true powerhouse, possessing a refined demeanor, gentle and courteous, even when holding a weapon. He radiated an aura of harmlessness. After organizing his books, Zhi Tingxiao casually chose a direction to exit, and the throng of students parted seamlessly, granting him a clear passage as they watched him disappear around the corner of the hallway. Chapter 4. This aesthetic does not suit me. Once Zhi Tingxiao's figure was no longer visible, the crowd erupted with excitement. Did you see that? That was Kung Fu. Absolutely Chinese Kung Fu. It was astonishing. Who is that Asian? I want to learn Kung Fu from him. I wish to become his disciple. They seemed to recall his name as Zhi Tingxiao, a junior, but no one had previously mentioned his prowess in martial arts. It is indeed true that Chinese individuals often conceal their remarkable skills, such as Kung Fu, unless they choose to share them. Unlike some classmates from a certain Western country, who incessantly discuss their meticulous kimchi preparations and the extraordinary flavors, I have never shown interest nor tasted their kimchi. Hey, guys, guess what I discovered? Jack Ching took 983 seconds to defeat the Lightning. My goodness. To think that the current fastest record in the International Boxing Championship is merely 11 seconds. This is utterly unbelievable. Come on, Joseph. That's Kung Fu. Isn't that completely normal? As Zhi Tingxiao turned the corner, he allowed himself a moment to revel in his exhilaration, albeit briefly, for even as he tried to suppress it, his hands trembled with the thrill of the moment. He had not anticipated that the drunken fist, devoid of true energy, could be so formidable. If he were to employ the Mogeo scriptures and consume the Zixinzu analog pill, would he not achieve greatness on the spot? No, he must not become arrogant. Reflecting on classic notions of mortality, such as, after this battle, I shall return home to Mary. There is nothing left to fear. There is only one enemy. Let us all unite. I will certainly return alive. Soldiers can go home for the new year before Christmas. Douglas MacArthur. Zhi Tingxiao found a sense of calmness wash over him, quelling his pride. And he even perceived himself as weak, pitiable, and helpless. The boxed meal was delightful, yet could only be savored once, a feast that satisfies but a single time. He was well aware of this. Suppressing his restless emotions, Zhi Tingxiao prepared to head to class with a light-hearted gait. However, after taking only a few steps, he halted in his tracks. The reason was simple. He had no idea where the classroom was located and possessed no recollection of it. This was utterly absurd. The original figure, with its prominent brows and large eyes, surprisingly turned out to be a fugitive from the academic institution. Left with no alternative, Zhi Tingxiao found himself standing idly in the corridor of the teaching building, gazing at the students hurrying to their classes, hoping to spot a familiar face to guide him. However, time slipped away, and after standing there for over 10 minutes, he had yet to encounter anyone he recognized. It seemed the original persona had rather poor social connections. just as he was declining for the 5th time an invitation from a girl to join her for stargazing and philosophical discussions, and firmly stating that he had no intentions of engaging in any service industry roles in the near future, a melodious voice called out from behind him, "Tingxiao? Well, it really is you. What a rare occurrence. You are even more uncommon than your black and white counterpart at the zoo." Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao turned around to behold a girl with a charming smile. She was strikingly attractive, especially with her large aquamarine eyes that seemed to radiate light. Her long, silvery hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding an aura of both vivacity and competence. Although her figure appeared somewhat flat, Zhi Tingxiao noted how effortlessly she zipped up her jacket, the motion remarkably smooth and devoid of any hindrance. It was evident from her tone that she was quite familiar with the original persona, at least not a stranger. Yet, the original had no recollection of this beautiful girl, which was puzzling. Logically, one would expect to remember someone as stunning as she was. After all, the original even recalled Eugene Thompson. However, as Zhi Tingxiao's gaze drifted to her remarkably flat chest, he suddenly understood the situation. It seemed the original persona was indeed someone who had an eye for aesthetics. Gwen narrowed her large eyes, sensing a malevolent gaze upon her, and remarked fiercely, "I have a feeling someone is slandering me, and it's particularly vicious." Zhi Tingxiao quickly averted his gaze, a slightly awkward smile gracing his face as he replied, "Oh, really? That's impossible, right? Haha, by the way. Who are you? Do we know each other?" Gwen looked at him incredulously, her expression seemingly questioning how he could dare to ask such a thing, her arms crossed defiantly. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she said through gritted teeth, "Well, this is very much your style. Once again, I shall introduce myself. I am Gwen Stacy, your partner for the chemistry lab. If you fail to remember me, I will post all your information on a male-oriented website. I mean it. By the way, shouldn't tea class be starting now? What are you still doing standing here?" she inquired. At her words, Zhi Tingxiao's lips twitched slightly. Was it really necessary to be so harsh? Her question left him feeling somewhat at a loss for words. As he gazed into Gwen's inquisitive eyes, Zhi Tingxiao could only manage a faint smile. With a profound look directed towards the horizon, he remarked, "Here, I seek the path I yearn to traverse. The individuals I long to encounter, in the distant lands I aspire to explore." In simpler terms, he confessed, "I've forgotten how to reach the classroom and wish to wait for a guide dog, one suited for those with normal vision, to lead me there." I would be immensely grateful for her assistance. Although Gwen was tempted to deliver a couple of punches to Zhi Tingxiao, she ultimately decided to escort him to the classroom. For she had no desire to undertake a chemistry experiment meant for two by herself. Not long after following closely behind Gwen, they arrived at the chemistry classroom. At a glance, one could see a plump African-American woman in a lab coat animatedly explaining the experimental content, surrounded by a circle of students who paid her little heed. Some were engrossed in their phones. Others listened to music, the kind that blared audibly, chatted, or slept, phenomena one would typically encounter in a Chinese university. Yet were prevalent here as well. As an early victim of exam-oriented education and a staunch supporter of rote learning, Zhi Tingxiao found it difficult to comprehend these students, who seemed to have retired early and lived without any suspense regarding their futures, fervently adhering to the notion of joyful learning. To Zhi Tingxiao, the concept of joyful learning was essentially nonsense, a pretext to placate those disinclined to study. Human nature is inherently playful and resistant to constraints, and learning, in essence, contradicts this innate disposition. Thus, it is impossible for learning to be joyful, with rare exceptions among certain species. Those who champion joyful learning are generally from the lower echelons of society or a small fraction of the middle class. It is akin to the village fool, Wang Laosan, who, having failed to pursue a primary education, boasts endlessly about the futility of studying. In contrast, children from the upper classes invariably receive the finest education from an early age, filling their days to the brim with every conceivable form of learning. Have you ever encountered them espousing the frivolous theories of joyful learning? The answer is a resounding no. Chapter 5. Returning to collect the dog, Zhi Tingxiao and Gwen stood outside the classroom. Yet the animated lecture being delivered by the African-American woman showed no signs of abating as she failed to glance towards the door. Thus, Zhi Tingxiao stealthily pulled Gwen in through the back entrance. Strangely enough, neither the surrounding students nor Gwen seemed perturbed by this act. It appeared that this was a common occurrence. Once seated, Zhi Tingxiao cast a glance at the content on the blackboard and felt utterly speechless. Was this not material fit for middle school? Having already passed the Gaokao, was he now being relegated back to the novice stage? He promptly adopted a comfortable position and lay down. In contrast, Gwen was exceedingly earnest, occasionally engaging passionately with the instructor, Oliver, creating an atmosphere that was palpably intense. Observing the scene, one could easily mistake it for a genealogy roll call. Bored, Zhi Tingxiao scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot any wild little spiders lurking about. At that moment, Gwen suddenly turned her head, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she inquired of Zhi Ting. Zhi Ting, from Thursday to next Saturday. Osborne Industries will be hosting a science exhibition in New York. There will be numerous cutting-edge technological products and experimental items on display. Would you like to join me to take a look? Upon hearing this, Zhi Ting, who had been leaning on the table, slowly lifted his head and weakly responded, Osborne Industries? A science exhibition? Gwen Stacy? I can't shake off this oddly familiar feeling about this combination. But sure, I have nothing pressing to attend to during that time. So just call me when it's time. Hearing his affirmative response, Gwen felt a mix of joy and exasperation. Why did she find this pairing with the science exhibition so peculiar? And what was with that reluctance in his expression? Did he feel wronged by accompanying her? Zhi Ting, however, paid little heed to Gwen's murmurs, his gaze wandering over the relatively unfamiliar surroundings, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort, despite nearly enduring 3 beatings within just 3 hours. Suddenly, Zhi Ting noticed 3 Caucasian boys, each carrying a travel backpack, silently walking past the doorway of his classroom. Observing their sweaty brows, he surmised that the weight of their bags was likely considerable. This was quite unusual in America due to the educational philosophy that promotes joyful learning. The academic burden on primary and secondary students is not as heavy as that of their counterparts in other countries. Consequently, their backpacks tend to be rather compact, let alone the exaggerated size of travel bags. Furthermore, public school textbooks in the U.S. generally cannot be taken home, and schools provide lockers, meaning students do not need to carry personal belongings around, making these boys with travel bags appear exceedingly suspicious. Although America is quite tolerant of performance art, Zhi Ting couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling. Player has triggered a temporary mission. Would you like to execute it? Startled by the emotionless voice, Zhi Ting was taken aback. He had merely cast a casual glance, and yet he found himself embroiled in something far more serious. Those 3 individuals were certainly up to no good. The weight of their travel bags, along with a faint scent of machine oil lingering in the air as they passed, led Zhi Ting to form a very grim suspicion, one that was distinctly characteristic of America. Gwen, who had been sitting beside Zhi Ting, was startled by his sudden serious demeanor. She poked him on the shoulder and asked, a hint of confusion in her voice, "What's wrong? Why do you look so frightening?" Zhi Ting glanced at her beautiful face, hesitated for a moment, then replied, "Well, if you happen to hear sounds resembling gunfire, you must run outside immediately and get as far away from the school as possible. Once you're sure you're safe, find a place to call the police, understood?" Upon hearing this, Gwen's expression shifted to one reminiscent of a confused husky. She waved her long, pale hand in front of his face and lowered her voice, saying, "Do you even realize what you're saying? This is America. Where would gunfire come from? There are no guns in school." Zhi Tingxiao impatiently pushed her small hand away, then pinched her cheek, saying, "You need not concern yourself with this. After all, I wouldn't harm you. If such a situation arises, simply follow what your father says, understood?" Gwen, taken aback by Zhi Tingxiao's sudden action, felt her heart race and her face flush. She freed herself from his grasp, turned her back to him, and rested her head on the desk, silently acknowledging his words in a barely audible whisper. The 2 boys nearby witnessed Zhi Tingxiao's every move, their teeth clenched in frustration. How could such a magnificent school goddess be so easily claimed by someone of Asian descent? It was nothing short of a tragedy for the ideals of free America. Yet, Zhi Tingxiao paid them no heed, his focus solely on the program interface as he accepted the temporary mission. Mission selected. Mission title: Bloodstained Campus Mission Details. 3 vengeful gunmen have breached the campus, causing a tragic incident. To prevent further catastrophe, it is imperative that you stop them. Note: in the land of the free, a life without gunfire is incomplete. Mission rewards: Skill Card 1, 10 experience points. 10 contribution points. Failure penalty: none. Note: the deceased are paramount. Upon reviewing the mission brief, Zhi Tingxiao deduced the nature of the task at hand. However, his fists clenched and then relaxed, only to tighten once more. The note was rather provocative. It felt as though his long-standing battle with low blood pressure had finally found resolution today. Was this wretched thing finally taking action regarding his mental health? After taking several deep breaths, Zhi Tingxiao shifted his attention away from the mission brief, stood up, and, with a serious demeanor, announced, "Apologies, Ms. Oliver. I just received word from my mother that our dog is having puppies and needs to be cared for, so I must return home to assist. Farewell." Without allowing a moment for further discussion, he bolted out of the room, swiftly disappearing from sight. All eyes turned to Gwen, with even Miss Oliver displaying a mix of curiosity and exasperation as she regarded her. Gwen, overwhelmed by the attention, felt a wave of despair wash over her. What on earth was happening? That insufferable person hadn't said a word to her. How was she supposed to deal with this? "Zhi Tingxiao, you are finished. Completely finished." Meanwhile, Zhi Tingxiao sprinted in the direction he had seen the 3 individuals head toward. If memory served him correctly, that path led to the restroom. Thus, it was highly likely they were assembling firearms there, preparing for something significant. judging by the weight of the 3 travel bags filled with weaponry they carried. This operation was indeed monumental, sufficient for a small-scale skirmish in the Middle East. While he had heard tales of a nation with 300 million people and 600 million firearms, Zhi Tingxiao was still intrigued by how they managed to equip minors with weapons and smuggle them onto school grounds. Are the inhabitants of the beautiful country unaware that adolescent mischief-makers possess an exuberant curiosity, formidable drive, and a burgeoning inclination for destruction, as well as knowledge of the minor protection law? The answer is yes, they are aware. However, the persistent issue of rampant gun violence, coupled with a unique social structure characterized by enduring racial discrimination, escalating class conflicts, and frequent governmental turnover resulting in incoherent policies, renders the eradication of related incidents exceedingly challenging. According to statistics from the Urban Gun Safety Organization of the beautiful country, there were 151 reported shooting incidents in 2019 alone, with 203 of these occurring within school premises, leading to at least 49 fatalities and 128 injuries. Since the organization began its records in 2013, these figures have been on a relentless ascent, with each year setting a new, unattainable peak. Yet, it is too late to voice concerns. 3 armed individuals, each wielding at least 6 firearms, have infiltrated the school. Even disregarding the mission at hand, for the sake of self-preservation, one cannot simply ignore the threat. Who knows how many lives they may take to satiate their desires, and could one be among the unfortunate victims? Chapter 6. Seek a class in the Middle East. As Zhi Tingxiao sprinted towards a location less than 10 meters from the restroom, misfortune arrived as anticipated. Rat-a-tat-tat. A murder. Help. My God. Is there anyone to save me? Please, don't kill me. I swear, I know nothing. Truly. I beg you, spare my life. A cacophony of piercing gunfire erupted from the corridor to Zhi Tingxiao's left, followed by a chorus of heart-wrenching screams, culminating in a chaotic swarm of students and teachers. Faces contorted in terror, some stained with blood. Zhi Tingxiao smacked his forehead in realization that he had arrived too late. Simultaneously, he cursed those 3 reckless fools. Handling firearms with such ease and possessing such strong mental fortitude, why on earth are they still attending school? With such capabilities, wouldn't it be more appealing to seek a class in the Middle East or undertake a summer job with an African warlord? After venting his frustrations, Zhi Tingxiao took a deep breath and began to issue commands in his mind. Program, activate skill card, Mogeo scripture, and utilize item card, purple heart mysterious dragon pill. Confirming command loading complete. Mogeo scripture, Yang. Originating from Zhi Tingxiao. This technique allows one to feel an extraordinary power within after cultivation, offering certain restraint against negative energy beings. Internal skill effects. When attacking, there is a probability of triggering soul absorption and true nature. Soul absorption. The opponent will be utterly incapable of withstanding our attacks. Upon striking the enemy, one will absorb their vital energy for personal use while alleviating internal injuries. True nature. This will reduce the likelihood of sustaining internal injuries. Purple Heart Mysterious Dragon Pill, derived from Zhi Tingxiao. This pill enhances the user's internal strength for 5 years. Note, the prerequisite for use is that the user possesses a technique to generate internal strength. As the dull electronic voice concluded, Zhi Tingxiao felt an inexplicable and powerful energy surge within him. In his mind, an abundance of internal knowledge surged forth. While in his left hand, he clutched a purple-black pill intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, its aroma reminiscent of potent herbs. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhi Tingxiao popped the pill into his mouth. Within moments of its entry, the pill transformed into an overwhelming surge of energy that coursed through his limbs, cleansing his body. Player's Constitution. 1. Current Constitution. 3. Note, delicate you, yet deprived of the world's protection. After silently reciting "Do not be angry" several times in his mind, Zhi Tingxiao managed to stabilize his blood pressure, averting a potential heart attack that could lead to his demise. The sound of gunfire echoed intermittently, creating a jarring resonance within the enclosed corridor, accompanied by the haunting cries for help that melded into a chilling symphony of horror. Taking a deep breath, Zhi Tingxiao stealthily made his way towards the source of the gunfire. However, a mere few steps into his journey, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The corridor's floor and walls were splattered with irregular, still congealing blood, and the air was thick with a cloying metallic scent that threatened to suffocate him. Most chilling of all were the teachers and students sprawled in pools of blood, some motionless, others groaning weakly. Zhi Tingxiao's legs trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Cautiously scanning his surroundings to ensure safety, he hurried to the nearest student. He reached out to check for a pulse and breath. Thankfully, although faint, there was still life. If he could staunch the bleeding, there was a chance for recovery. Focusing his energy, Zhi Tingxiao temporarily sealed several key acupoints near the wound to halt the flow of blood, preventing a fatal loss. Having stabilized one, he rushed towards the left where a girl lay, bleeding profusely on the ground. As he gently turned her over, he was nearly overwhelmed with horror. The girl's right eye socket was empty, revealing a gruesome bloodied hole, the edges of which were smeared with translucent white brain matter. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the back of her skull had been penetrated, creating a gruesome passage from the eye socket to the rear of her head, rendering her lifeless. In a panic, Zhi Tingxiao pushed the corpse away, his complexion paling as he fell to the ground, violently retching. Tears and mucus mingling with his vomit as it splattered into the blood-soaked floor, intensifying his nausea. In the corridor filled with bodies, the only sound resonating was his own heaving. It was only when his stomach expelled not half-digested food but the acrid bile that burned his throat that he finally ceased this tormenting ordeal. Wiping his mouth, reeking of sourness, Zhi Tingxiao, with a face streaked with tears and mucus, rose to his feet, avoiding another glance at the corpse and instead focusing on another girl beside her. This time, he refrained from hastily turning her face, closing his eyes as he reached out to feel for her pulse and breath. Ah, splendid. There was a pulse, and her breath came in faint, tremulous waves. Zhi Tingxiao finally let out a sigh of relief before carefully turning her over. At a glance, her wound was located on the right side of her chest, the blood nearly saturating half of her body. Observing her pallid complexion, he surmised that if he delayed even a minute or two longer, she would surely succumb. Zhi Tingxiao proceeded to seal the acupoints surrounding her wound with practiced precision. Noticing 3 or 4 individuals lying not far away, he chose not to investigate or render aid, instead sprinting towards the direction of the gunfire. He understood that it was more imperative to eliminate the source of the injuries than to tend to the wounded. If Zhi Tingxiao had previously been fearful, merely seeking to survive, now he was consumed by a singular thought: to eradicate those 3 imbeciles. Sylvester Velo, wielding his Astava M70 assault rifle, expressionless, kicked open the door of a classroom, causing both students and teachers, who had been engaged in their lessons, to turn in unison. God help us. That SA rifle. Why has someone brought a gun to school? What do you intend to do? Sir, could you please lower your weapon? This is exceedingly dangerous. Sylvester quickly scanned the room but did not spot his mentor. With a stoic demeanor, he raised the rifle, and amidst the terrified gazes of all present, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, help me. Please, don't shoot. I don't know anything. Spare me. Run. Damn it. He must be insane. Help. After more than 20 individuals in the classroom had collapsed, Sylvester finally released the trigger, adeptly removing the magazine and replacing it with a fully loaded one from his ballistic vest. Just as he prepared to depart, he turned, only to see a fist enlarging before his eyes, until it was too colossal to discern. Chapter 7. Can you withstand this blow after 5 years of training? Although Zhi Tingxiao had exerted every effort to pursue the gunman, the vast expanse of the high school's teaching building was decidedly unwelcoming. By the time he arrived, he could only witness Sylvester reloading his weapon. Zhi Tingxiao inhaled deeply, detecting the strong scent of blood and gunpowder in the air, his eyes instantly reddening as he concentrated the crimson energy within his fists and legs. Seizing the moment Sylvester turned, he unleashed his energy, propelling himself forward in an instant. Boom. With a resounding punch, he struck Sylvester's face, the crimson energy erupting upon impact. The overwhelming force and the searing pain nearly rendered Sylvester unconscious, causing him to stumble backward, the gun slipping from his grasp and clattering to the floor. Yet Zhi Tingxiao did not relent, taking advantage of Sylvester's moment of vulnerability. He seized his arm and yanked him back. At that moment, the crimson energy in Zhi Tingxiao's legs intensified, and he leaped into a horizontal kick, unleashing a barrage of crimson leg strikes upon Sylvester, leaving him battered and bruised. Following this, Zhi Tingxiao executed a powerful punch, infused with concentrated crimson energy, driving it into Sylvester's chest with a resounding impact. Bang! A thunderous explosion resonated, akin to a tempestuous inferno. In an instant, Sylvester's blank 16 bulletproof vest ruptured violently, the formidable surge of energy rendering him a vessel of blood, his body marred and battered, resembling a ragged sack. He was hurled 10 meters away, colliding with the wall, and then slumped helplessly onto the floor, his fate uncertain. Yet, Zhi Tingxiao remained unconvinced of Sylvester's condition. He hastened to retrieve the fallen backpack, casting it far from him. He also did not overlook the Zastava 70 assault rifle that lay abandoned on the ground, channeling his energy through his palms to dismantle it into a myriad of fragments. Having accomplished this, Zhi Tingxiao practiced the Mogyo Sutra several times to stabilize the chaotic energy within him, stirred by emotional upheaval, before he continued his pursuit of the remaining 2 gunmen. Meanwhile, Gwen seethed in anger over Zhi Tingxiao's inexplicable departure, which left her to bear the brunt of the situation. She swore in the name of the Almighty that if she uttered another word to him, she would be akin to a dog, a husky, no less. However, scarcely had she completed her vow when a voice, sharp and penetrating, echoed through the campus, instilling terror in all who heard it. The sound of gunfire erupted, followed by screams, hurried footsteps, and the clattering of toppled objects. The source of the chaos was unknown. Yet the cacophony ignited a surge of dread and speculation among the students. Gwen, like her peers, could not restrain herself and rose from her seat, anxiously peering towards the outside or the ceiling, and bracing herself for a hasty exit. A tall, slender black student gazed upward, his face a mask of horror as he exclaimed, "Good heavens! Did you hear that? What was that noise? It feels eerily familiar. This bodes ill." Beside him, a comparatively shorter white student wiped the cold sweat from his brow, trembling as he replied, "That was the sound of an assault rifle." "My God! Why on earth would there be the sound of an assault rifle here?" "An assault rifle? That's impossible. Are you certain you heard correctly? Damn it. I often use that thing for hunting in the wild. There's no way I could be mistaken. I'm certain that wretched gun is somewhere in this building." At that moment, the gunfire erupted once more, louder than before. Bang, bang, bang. Mom, I want to get out of here. Staying here is tantamount to awaiting death. Wait for me." As the gunfire resounded again, drawing ever closer, panic swept through the students, and under the leadership of a few, they surged towards the exit in a frenzy. It was not only them. All the students in the teaching building were caught in a wave of hysteria, rushing outside and causing the corridors to become exceedingly congested, leading to unnecessary injuries. Amidst this chaos, Gwen was not among those frozen in fear. When the gunfire erupted, she was momentarily dazed, but soon recalled Zhi Tingxiao's earlier words, decisively choosing to lead the charge outside the school. As she fled the building, her mind was consumed by Zhi Tingxiao's statements. How did he foresee this imminent shooting? Did he possess the gift of foresight, or was he somehow entangled in this dire affair? In the corridors of the educational building, the air was filled with cries and shouts. Those with robust physiques desperately sprinted forward, while the injured, hindered by their wounds, could only be pushed along, limping behind. A girl, shot in the thigh, attempted to flee but collided with a boy resembling an Indian, who merely brushed past her, focused solely on forging ahead, disappearing from sight shortly thereafter. The fallen girl, in an effort to avoid being trampled, endured the searing pain in her thigh and crawled into a corner, weeping and gasping in despair, clutching her injured leg, looking utterly pitiable. Gwen watched the girl huddled in the corner, awaiting her fate. Though she felt a surge of sympathy and a strong desire to assist, she recognized her own limitations. To help her would likely mean facing the mad gunman herself, resulting in their demise together. Yet, the girl was so young, much like herself, beautiful just like her, with long, elegant legs, just like hers. Even her cursed anatomy. Why was it so terrifying? No, that must be a fade. It had to be silicone. Indeed, it must be. Gwen glanced at the girl's ample bosom and then at her own flat chest, feeling a chill of inadequacy. Such a biologically hazardous being was unworthy of rescue. However, after barely covering 10 meters, Gwen halted, pondering for a moment before abruptly turning back. She struggled against the surging crowd and awkwardly made her way to the girl in the corner, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, breathlessly asking, "Can your leg support you? If so, I will help you leave. If not, then it's futile." Upon hearing this, the girl nodded eagerly, wiping her tears and responding with a quivering voice, "Yes, I can stand. Thank you. Thank you. I truly cannot express my gratitude enough. I thought I was doomed." With considerable effort, the girl managed to lean against the wall and rise. Gwen placed the girl's arm over her shoulder, aiding her as they stumbled towards safety. Though their pace could only be described as divinely assisted, at that moment, Gwen spotted a frail boy at the entrance of the building, his anxious expression evident as he forcefully pushed through the throng, recklessly charging into the educational building while calling out a name. Perhaps Mary Jane? Chapter 8. The police come to clean up. It seemed the boy had caught sight of Gwen and the injured girl. His expression shifted from desperation to radiant joy. In a surge of emotion, he found newfound strength, clearing a path through the crowd in moments, and swiftly reached the girl with the thigh injury. Noting that aside from her wounded leg, she bore no other injuries, he exhaled deeply, relief washing over him as he exclaimed, "Marvelous, Mary Jane. It's truly wonderful that you are safe. Moments ago, I was attending class when I heard that some unfortunate events had transpired here, prompting me to rush over in haste. I was deeply concerned for your safety, and now I can finally breathe easy. Let us depart swiftly." Mary Jane Watson, upon seeing the boy, expressed her joy, saying, "It feels wonderful to see you again, Parker. This is terrifying. You have no idea what has happened here." Gwen, supporting Mary Jane, noticed their growing delight and interrupted them with an exasperated tone. "All right, gentlemen and ladies, the conversation ends here. This place is perilous. We must leave immediately. Come help me." At her words, Peter Parker hurried over with a flushed face, assisting Mary Jane on her other side. Thanks to their coordinated efforts and the fact that the assailant remained confined to that building, they managed to escape the campus within a few minutes. A stroke of fortune amid their misfortune. After entrusting Mary Jane to Parker's care, Gwen stepped away slightly, pulled out her phone, and anxiously dialed the first number in her contacts, which belonged to her father. Within mere seconds of dialing, the call connected. A deep male voice answered. Speaking in a gentle tone, "Hello? Sweetheart, why are you calling me during class? Are you skipping? That can't be. You love studying too much. Do you have a boyfriend? Want to bring him home to meet me? Damn it. Tell him to forget it. And if he dares to lay a finger on our little sweetheart, I'll make sure he spends a lifetime picking up soap in federal prison. Even Jesus can't save him, I swear." As George Stacy raged on, his voice grew as fierce as a winter storm, palpable through the phone. Gwen emotionlessly held the phone away from her ear, waiting for George's tirade to subside before returning it to a normal distance. "Calm down, Dad. That's not what I wanted to discuss. You need to take me seriously. This is important." "Oh, not that? Then I'm relieved. What is it?" "There has been a shooting at my school. The number of casualties is unknown. And the shooter's gender, age, and number are all uncertain. The weapon is suspected to be an assault rifle. You need to come quickly." "Oh, what did you say? I might not have heard you clearly. Could you repeat that?" "I said there was a shooting at my school." "What? You mean someone entered your elementary school with a gun? Damn it. How could someone be so deranged?" I'm in high school now." "Right. I'll be there immediately. You must hide and ensure your safety. We can discuss the rest when I arrive. Do you understand?" After Gwen affirmed and ended the call, she let out a long sigh, feeling the tension she had been holding since earlier finally begin to ease. She surveyed the surroundings, where students and teachers from Midtown High were gathered in small clusters, both crying and laughing as they celebrated their escape from that nightmarish place. Upon witnessing such a scene, a smile as radiant as a white magnolia blossomed upon Gwen's egg-shaped face, momentarily alleviating her previously heavy heart. Thank goodness everyone was safe. However, as she surveyed the surroundings, Gwen's smile faded. She discovered that nearly all the familiar faces were present, except for Zhi Tingxiao. This was illogical. She had always believed that Zhi Tingxiao was aware of the impending gun violence, perhaps even involved, which explained the seemingly nonsensical remarks in the brazen exit from the school. Meanwhile, at the 13th precinct in New York, Officer George Stacy stared anxiously at his disconnected phone, with a determined expression etched upon his face. He tucked the phone into his pocket and sprang into action. After donning his shoulder holster and a jacket, he placed his police cap atop his head and stormed out of the office, his deep voice resonating as he called out, "Attention, everyone. I have received a report of a shooting at Midtown High School in the Bronx. Klein, Alexander, you two notify the others. We depart in 5 minutes. Swish. Call the FBI. The number of assailants is unknown, and the weaponry is suspected to be assault rifles. A Glock will not suffice. We require backup." 5 minutes later, a convoy consisting of 7 armored police vehicles, carrying 28 fully armed officers, roared forth from the 13th precinct. Simultaneously, news reporters, having received intelligence from an undisclosed source, moved with swiftness surpassing that of the police. As the officers mobilized, journalists were already arriving at the scene, setting up their cameras to focus on Midtown High School. One reporter, a moderately attractive woman with a solemn demeanor and meticulously styled golden hair, held a microphone while standing with her back to the hushed Midtown High School. Addressing the camera, she spoke in a soft voice. "Good afternoon, viewers. I am Betty Brandt from the Horn Herald, reporting live from the scene of the shooting at Midtown High School. Earlier today, we received a tip-off about this shocking incident in the Bronx. As of now, the gender and number of the assailants remain unknown. However, we can observe that nearly all the students have managed to escape the school." In addition to the Horn Herald, reporters from prominent outlets such as the New York Times, the New York Post, and the New York Sun also rapidly arrived at the scene to cover the story. Some particularly audacious journalists attempted to enter the vicinity for on-the-spot filming. Many students from Midtown High School were approached by reporters eager to conduct interviews. This excitement thrilled the young, attention-seeking students, who eagerly seized the microphones and spoke endlessly, while those not invited clamored to position themselves in front of the cameras, hoping for their moment of fame. Among the interviewees, Mary Jane Watson, a direct witness and victim of the shooting, found herself confronted by 3 or 4 microphones thrust before her. Mary Jane exhibited unwavering confidence, addressing the reporters with eloquence, as though she had rehearsed her responses beforehand. Occasionally, she would cast a sidelong glance or press her lips together, revealing a hint of allure. In stark contrast, Parker, who was assisting her, resembled a human crutch. His face flushed and his legs tightly crossed, appearing as if he could burst into a fit of anxiety at any moment. With such obsequious behavior, he was destined never to grasp the goddess's delicate hand. Chapter 9. The curtain falls as circumstances began to take a favorable turn amidst the expected commotion. Outside a classroom on the 2nd floor of the Ask High School's teaching building, Zhi Tingxiao endeavored to compress his body, akin to a timid snail retracting into its shell, with his heart lodged in his throat, taut with tension like a drawn bowstring. At that moment, he could only peer through a narrow gap of less than 2 centimeters in the curtain with his left eye, catching a glimpse of the classroom within. Inside, The desks and chairs lay strewn across the floor in disarray, and two lifeless bodies were sprawled near the back door, both struck from behind, their hearts pierced by bullets, an exceedingly gruesome scene. In the center of the classroom, two individuals faced off. However, facing off seemed an inadequate description. It resembled a woman confronting a deceitful lover with a knife in hand, one side represented by an unperturbed elderly man, leisurely smoking, and the other by a young, tense man with a fierce countenance. The diminutive, wrathful youth, clad in an unknown model of bulletproof vest, brandished a Remington 1100 shotgun aimed at the older man. Yet, despite being threatened, the elder exhibited no sign of trepidation, calmly seated on a wooden student chair. With a slight upward glance at the young man's contorted features, he took a deep drag from his inexpensive cigarette and remarked nonchalantly, "If you believe that this little toy in your hands can alter my perception of you, then I must apologize, Mr. Rodriguez. Your caliber does not permit such a change in my moral standing." Unfazed by the elder's indifference, the young man, Rodriguez, seemed to grow increasingly enraged, pushing the gun forward slightly as he bellowed, "Morality? How can a shameless wretch like you even speak of morality? Huh? To hell with your morality. Your so-called morality is nothing but the mockery and destruction of a student's future, an opportunity that could have transformed his destiny. You could have aided me with a trivial recommendation letter, yet you declined and insulted me, robbing me of this invaluable chance. You are a devil. You deserve to rot in hell alongside Hitler." In response to Rodriguez's accusations, the elder merely shook his head, discarding the nearly extinguished cigarette but onto the ground and extinguishing it underfoot. He then spoke with measured calmness, "That opportunity does not belong to you, Mr. Rodriguez. I'm afraid your abilities have not met my expectations, and your performance, in my view, is nothing short of a disaster. I cannot betray my conscience by offering you praise, as you possess neither exceptional nor even ordinary qualities. I must take responsibility for every word I write. This charming little trinket of yours seems to offer nothing beyond a mere corpse, certainly not a letter of recommendation. By the way, I hail from Texas, and this Remington is as disappointing as you are. Goodness, it has shocked my mother for an entire year." Not to mention Rodriguez. Even Zhi Tingxiao, eavesdropping outside, was astonished. The old man's words contained not a single vulgarity, yet each one dripped with sarcasm. Any level-headed, optimistic young American would likely have retaliated with a punch, let alone Rodriguez, who was already bordering on hysteria. True to form, upon hearing the old man's remarks, Rodriguez, whose mental state was already precarious, erupted in fury, aiming his gun at the old man's forehead, shouting, "Damn you, old man. I'll kill you. Hurry up and shoot. Do you think I'm afraid to take your life? You will pay for your arrogance, you fool." He was poised to pull the trigger. Witnessing this, Zhi Tingxiao realized he could no longer remain hidden. Otherwise, the old man was surely doomed. He braced himself against the windowsill and nimbly vaulted through the window into the classroom. In the astonished gaze of the two, Zhi Tingxiao sprinted forward, reaching them in a heartbeat, and delivered a swift kick. Bang! The Remington was sent flying upward by his foot, redirecting the gun's muzzle from the old man to the ceiling, resulting in Rodriguez merely creating a gaping hole in the overhead. Caught off guard, Rodriguez was wholly unprepared. In his mind, the classroom had only ever housed two individuals and two corpses lying at the door. As Rodriguez was momentarily stunned, Zhi Tingxiao pivoted and unleashed a powerful kick, infused with a crimson aura, straight into his abdomen. Bang! Ugh! The impact was akin to a heavy object colliding, sending shockwaves that echoed like thunder. Rodriguez, bent over like a cooked shrimp, his face flushed, was propelled backward at an astonishing speed, crashing against the blackboard. The wall supporting the blackboard trembled, its plaster flaking off. Zhi Tingxiao bent down to retrieve the fallen Remington, exerting force as the gun twisted into a spiral amidst the old man's wide-eyed horror. The elderly gentleman scratched his bald head, eyes bulging, and with a hoarse voice exclaimed, "What the hell? How did you do that? Although I am a man of faith, this defies science." As he spoke, he approached Zhi Tingxiao, examining his pristine physique with a curious touch, accompanied by a series of incoherent murmurs. Zhi Tingxiao hastily swatted away the old man's lecherous hand and took a few steps back, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you trying to do? This is Chinese martial arts. It has nothing to do with science. Even God cannot intervene. Enough. Be careful, or I shall accuse you of molesting a student." To Zhi Tingxiao's disdain, the old man displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he stroked his scruffy beard and pondered aloud. Is this a mysterious martial art from the East? That could indeed explain things. Well, it doesn't concern me anyway. Thank you, young man. You saved my life. Just a moment ago, I thought I was doomed. It was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, you appeared. How can I repay you? Zhi Tingxiao stared at the old man, who, despite claiming to be frightened, seemed to provoke him with every word, his face betraying neither blush nor tremor. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. Truly a case of divine intervention in Texas, devoid of any American assistance. Zhi Tingxiao's eyes twitched, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. Just keep my affairs to yourself. Although, I suppose it wouldn't stay hidden for long." The old man shrugged and pointed to Rodriguez lying beneath the blackboard, inquiring, "How many accomplices does he have? Given my understanding of this scum, he wouldn't dare act alone." "3. I've already dealt with them. He is the last one. Considering the firepower they carried and the consequences of their actions, they ought to be grateful that the United States has abolished the death penalty." "How many students have suffered misfortune?" "I haven't counted meticulously, but it should be no less than 100. Upon hearing this, the old man slumped into a chair, visibly deflated, murmuring, "My God, they are still just a bunch of teenagers." Zhi Tingxiao stood beside him, patting his shoulder without uttering a word. Just a moment ago, lost in sorrow, Zhi Tingxiao suddenly noticed several small red dots inexplicably appearing on his body, some on his forehead and others over his heart. He rolled his eyes, knowing full well they were the laser targeting devices from the FBI's SWAT rifles. Indeed, the story had reached its conclusion. Peace had been restored. And now the police were cleaning up the aftermath. Chapter 10. Give up. Xiaoyu will never marry you. Outside the gates of Zhongqing High School. Due to Zhi Tingxiao's indiscriminate actions, Sylvester, Rodriguez, and other armed assailants were apprehended, but by the time they were taken away, they were barely breathing. Thus they were transported by ambulance rather than police car. As they were carried out on stretchers from the school building, the scene quickly spiraled out of control. "Hey, look at your pathetic state. You should be grateful that the United States has no gallows. Prepare to spend a lifetime in prison. You damn bastards. You will go to hell. The United States should reinstate the death penalty. Let them all take a seat in the electric chair. I swear, every day I live, I will curse you. Why were they able to bring assault rifles onto campus? We need to demand an explanation from the school authorities." The atmosphere was charged with fervent outrage as the crowd hurled insults at the 3 individuals on the stretcher. Some of the more physically assertive among them resorted to throwing bottles, shoes, and books, unable to be restrained by the riot police attempting to maintain order. However, when they witnessed the medical personnel emerging from the academic building, bearing the lifeless body swathed in blood-stained white cloth, the once raucous throng fell into an eerie silence. As the medical staff continued to carry out over 30 stretchers draped in white, a suffocating pall of despair enveloped all the living present, the weight of the moment rendering breathing a laborious task. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the grim tally. More stretchers, still shrouded in white, were being steadily brought forth from the building, the metallic scent of blood palpable even from a distance of several meters. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, lifting a corner of the cloth from one stretcher, revealing a gruesome sight, a bloodied head, bereft of its crown, with wide, unblinking eyes staring into the void. The macabre revelation caused onlookers to instinctively crouch and retch, a wave of nausea spreading like contagion down the street, accompanied by the acrid stench of undigested matter. Captain George Stacy of the 13th Precinct silently observed the unfolding scene. Despite his years of experience as a police officer, the horror before him stirred a deep sense of melancholy. These were merely children, not yet a quarter of their lives lived, tragically cut short in such a horrific manner. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the Chinese exchange student named Zhi Tingxiao, whose remarkable intuition had allowed him to detect the impending danger and alert his dear daughter, averting an unimaginable catastrophe. Yet, when George Stacy turned, he spotted his daughter joyfully conversing with Zhi Tingxiao, their camaraderie punctuated by the occasional physical touch. The palpable chemistry between them was so strong it could be sensed from 2 miles away, suffused with the unmistakable aroma of youthful infatuation. George Stacy's expression darkened. He had changed his mind. How could this apparent cad dare to court his precious daughter? The audacity was astounding. A daughter of the illustrious Stacy family was not meant for someone from a lesser lineage like the Zhi family. The very thought was laughable. They were simply not a match. He resolved that henceforth, he would personally escort his cherished daughter to and from school in his patrol car every day. Should that Zhi dare to approach, he would ensure a decade-long sentence awaited him, if not worse. He contemplated how he could corner the young man in a secluded spot, to admonish him in various ways, ensuring he remained far from his daughter, ideally sending him back to his homeland. But before he could indulge in such thoughts, his phone rang. Captain George Stacy impatiently answered, but as the conversation unfolded, his irritation transformed into shock, and soon thereafter, into awe. After hanging up the phone, George Stacy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly relieved that he had merely contemplated an idea without taking action. He tucked away the phone, adjusted his collar, and straightened his back as he approached his daughter, Gwen, and her rugged companion, Zhi Tingxiao. Observing Gwen's discontented expression, George felt a pang in his heart. Suppressing his inner grief, he rubbed his hands together and smiled, saying, "My dear sweetheart, I need to have a private conversation with Mr. Zhi. Would you mind going to the dessert shop across the street and ordering a slice of tiramisu while you wait for me?" Upon hearing this, Gwen narrowed her eyes. casting a wary glance at George, and instinctively pulled Zhi behind her, saying, "Daddy, what do you want to discuss with him?" "No way. I want to be present for this." George noted her little maneuver, feeling both concerned and pained. However, recalling the earlier phone call, he composed his expression and replied sternly, "Stop this nonsense. This is confidential information from the police department, bound by secrecy regulations. Do you wish for your dear father to be scrutinized by the Federal Bureau of Investigation?" At the mention of the FBI, Gwen understood that this matter was non-negotiable. Something beyond her reach. With a pout, she reluctantly made her way to the dessert shop to vent her frustration. Zhi Tingxiao, however, was puzzled. Had he not already given his statement? What more could there possibly be to discuss? He inquired, "Director Stacy, I have already provided my statement. Is there anything else you wish to speak with me about?" The female officer asked me about my height, weight, hobbies, family size, dietary preferences, and even my measurements. If you wish to know more, why not ask her? Upon hearing this, George Stacy's face twitched, and he was keenly curious about what absurd questions his subordinate had posed during the statement. Turning around, he spotted his capable subordinate, the flower of the 13th precinct, and a veritable magnet for male criminals, Miller Peyton, who was currently attempting to discreetly pass Zhi an autumn spinach. George felt a sharp pain in his molars. Sensing that Zhi was somehow a jinx upon him, he had barely met the man and was already facing the prospect of losing both his daughter and his trusted officer. Sighing, George casually explained, "It is not I who seeks you. Rather, a higher authority wishes to meet with you. Come with me to see someone, and you will soon understand the situation." Zhi Tingxiao shrugged, realizing he had been targeted, most likely by the authorities. Thus, he followed George Stacy to his police car. After the vehicle started, Zhi sat silently in the back seat, while George offered no explanation of their destination, his gaze fixed ahead, equally reticent. Chapter 11. Under surveillance, the police car traveled for over an hour before coming to a halt, causing Zhi, who had been dozing off, to nearly suffer a heart attack from George's sudden braking. However, before he could voice his annoyance at George's questionable driving skills, a group of imposing men clad in black suits emerged seemingly from nowhere. With nimble hands and feet, they swiftly opened the car door. Before Zhi Tingxiao could discern their appearances, a burly man approached and covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief soaked in ether. Another robust figure restrained Zhi Tingxiao's hands and jabbed a high-powered stun gun into him, disrupting the flow of qi he had just begun to summon. In less than 5 seconds, he succumbed to the effects of the ether and the stun gun, rendered unconscious, and was subsequently carried away by the assailants. George Stacy observed the actions of the suited thugs through the rearview mirror, her expression devoid of surprise, and she made no attempt to intervene. After watching them abduct Zhi Tingxiao, she silently drove away. In a small, unmarked room in the suburbs of New York, Zhi Tingxiao shook his head, still overwhelmed by dizziness. Though it proved futile as the ether continued to exert its effects on him, attempting to move his limbs, he discovered that the prolonged exposure to the stun gun had left him numb, and his hands and feet were tightly bound by chains made of a special alloy. Anchored to the concrete floor, before him stood a simple wooden chair and a small black table, atop which lay a box containing 5 strawberry and chocolate-flavored donuts, illuminated by a softly glowing lamp. Beyond these items, there was nothing else. Zhi Tingxiao swiftly scanned his surroundings and began to circulate the Mogyo scriptures, channeling qi through his limbs to expel the negative influences within his body. Moments later, he felt his body gradually regaining sensation, and his mind cleared significantly. Suddenly, the iron door that had remained silent swung open, revealing a man clad in a black suit, sporting a slick-back hairstyle that seemed to have been generously treated with hair gel. He was somewhat slender but exuded an imposing presence. Due to the inadequate lighting, Zhi Tingxiao could not clearly discern his features. With a measured stride, the suited man, folder in hand, approached Zhi Tingxiao, pulled out the vacant chair, and elegantly seated himself. Under the lamp's glow, Zhi Tingxiao finally discerned the man's visage. One could say he bore a resemblance to a blend of Red Skull Schmidt, Matrix Agent Smith, Elrond the Elven Lord, and a hint of Hugo Weaving, a face that was simultaneously unexpected yet entirely fitting. This Hugo Weaving-like individual placed the folder on the table, offering a rather insincere smile as he spoke. "Good afternoon, Mr. Zhi Tingxiao. I am Will McCoff, an agent of the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. You may call me Will. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Raising an eyebrow and rattling the chains on his wrists, Zhi Tingxiao replied with a smile. "The pleasure is mine, Will. Might you be so kind as to provide an explanation?" Will McCoff's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly, "I am afraid, Mr. Zhi, that I simply wish for us to maintain a conducive atmosphere for discussion. I hope you can understand." Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao smiled lightly, extending his hand in a nonchalant manner and remarked, "After all, this is a beautiful country, so I completely understand. Last year, when my mother was cooking, she used too much oil, and I worried you might send troops to attack that dish." He continued, "Now what would you like to discuss? Let me clarify. My family has no oil, nor do we possess gold or any other mineral resources. Wolmakov paid no heed to Zhi Tingxiao's jest, quietly flipping through his folder. Retrieving a pen from his suit pocket, with an unwavering tone, he inquired, Mr. Zhi, what is your purpose for coming to this beautiful nation? What transactions have you made with the Chinese government? And how many Chinese agents with martial arts skills like yours are there? As he spoke, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Zhi Tingxiao, seemingly searching for any detail that could expose a lie or confirm his identity as a Chinese agent. Upon hearing Wilmakov's 3 questions, Zhi Tingxiao's brow furrowed in concern as he responded, So, you intend to label me a spy outright? And your reasoning is that I thwarted 3 criminals and saved a group of students and teachers, correct? Wilmakov noted Zhi Tingxiao's reply in his file, his expression betraying no emotion. He tapped his pen and replied, No, we merely harbor suspicions. Our current actions are aimed at dispelling those doubts. We hope for your cooperation. Mr. Zhi. In response, Zhi Tingxiao sat up straight, shedding his earlier levity for his serious demeanor. You must understand one thing, Mr. Wilmakov. I am a Chinese citizen. I saved a group of students and teachers. I have never engaged in any espionage activities, nor have I conducted any illicit dealings with any government or organization. If you wish to suspect me, then present your evidence. Provide proof of my alleged actions. Otherwise, you are unlawfully detaining a citizen of another country. According to the United Nations Charter and other treaties, I can report this to the Chinese consulate in New York and seek diplomatic resolution to this issue. Do you understand? Mr. Wilmakov? Wilmakov's hand hesitated momentarily before he resumed recording Zhi Tingxiao's words. He then looked up, maintaining a calm demeanor, and said, Calm down, Mr. Zhi. We mean you no harm. We simply wish to clarify certain matters that may benefit your activities in this beautiful nation. Shall we change the subject? For instance, can your martial arts be widely disseminated, or are they only teachable on a limited scale? Additionally, how long would soldiers in this beautiful country need to train to acquire skills like yours? And what does the training entail? Hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao chuckled, leaning forward over the table. So this is your true objective? To seize my martial arts skills, transform the military of this beautiful country into martial arts masters, and thereby restore its former glory. How utterly predictable, I must say. It is quite amusing that you are under the impression that this iron chain has given you the confidence to believe you have me under control. Observing Zhi Tingxiao's movements, Wolmakov subtly stepped back, then remarked, In fact, we would not mind such an endeavor. Moreover, this chain is specially designed, and you cannot break free, even with your martial arts prowess. If, Mr. Zhi, you could be forthright, we could welcome you as a member of our splendid nation, along with riches that would be hard to refuse. Otherwise, we can only wish you good luck, can't we, Mr. Zhi? I take great delight in your confidence. For every time I strike back, it brings me immense satisfaction, and I trust this occasion shall be no different. Bang! The crimson energy erupted from within Zhi Tingxiao, shattering the seemingly indestructible iron chains that bound him, which fell helplessly to the ground in several fragments. Zhi Tingxiao realized that these foreign adversaries had set their sights on him, or rather, on the martial prowess he possessed. It was evident that without resorting to violence, his escape today would be improbable. The previously composed Macaulay was now visibly unsettled. The chains binding Zhi Tingxiao were forged from a special alloy, capable of withstanding a force of up to 1170. Yet, they were effortlessly broken by Zhi Tingxiao's mere exertion. Panic was unavoidable. Chapter 12. The actor beholding Zhi Tingxiao, who appeared as if descending from the heavens, while Macaulay swiftly retreated, simultaneously drawing 2 handguns from beneath his arms, aiming them at Zhi Tingxiao and pulling the triggers. Bang! 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 In the face of the swiftly approaching bullets, Zhi Tingxiao immediately channeled his energy, forming a barrier of qi before him, halting the incoming projectiles in midair, which then fell harmlessly to the ground. While Macaulay's eyes widened in disbelief. Could Chinese martial arts truly deflect bullets? Bang! Just then, the iron door of the small room was kicked open, and a surge of well-armed operatives rushed in, immediately leveling their weapons at Macaulay. Zhi Tingxiao. Macaulay. Faced with the dark muzzles of numerous firearms, Macaulay exhibited no hint of fear, his dual gun still poised in his grasp. Instead, he furrowed his brow and inquired, Good afternoon, gentlemen. I wonder if the informant who provided you with intelligence mentioned that this is a splendid nation, and also a covert CIA stronghold. While I am unaware of your intentions, and frankly, I lack the interest to know, I hope you and your organization can bear the consequences. As he spoke, Macaulay flashed the brown metallic bracelet on his right arm, which emitted a red light. This was a locator worn by CIA operatives during missions, intended to summon support or eliminate threats in the event of unforeseen circumstances. However, none of the operatives paid heed to his threats. They remained silent, weapons still trained on him. Standing aside and silently observing the unfolding drama, Zhi Tingxiao remained speechless. Struggling to keep pace with the rapid twists in the narrative, his mind engulfed in existential queries. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? At that moment, the sound of polished shoes echoing against the concrete floor resonated once more from beyond the iron door. The anxious Zhi Tingxiao and the painful Macaulay both gazed expectantly towards the iron gate, hoping that the person entering would be their ally. In the dim light, a tall, slender middle-aged man dressed impeccably in a suit, whose face bore a perpetual smile, stepped through the door. Upon seeing this polished gentleman, Zhi Tingxiao exhaled deeply, reining in his aura and noticeably relaxing. Upon entering, the suited man disregarded Macaulay and walked directly to Zhi Tingxiao, extending his right hand with a gentle smile. Good day, Mr. Zhi. I am Phil Coulson, an agent from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. I apologize for our tardiness. Zhi Tingxiao maintained an impassive facade, shaking Coulson's hand without a blink, though internally he was in turmoil. Indeed, it was him, the one whose forehead gleamed with an almost blinding radiance, undoubtedly the model agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the best subordinate of Nick Fury. At that moment, the overlooked Will Macaulay, his expression cold, addressed Coulson's retreating figure. I do not care what department you belong to, or any other organization for that matter. This is the United States, under the jurisdiction of the CIA. That Chinese individual is also of interest to us. I advise you to leave at once. In response, Coulson offered an apologetic smile and turned to Zhi Tingxiao. I apologize, Mr. Zhi, but please bear with us for a moment. He then gracefully pivoted, striding confidently towards Will Macaulay. In an astonishing display of speed, he disarmed Macaulay, swiftly removing his dual firearms, ejecting the bullets, and returning the empty guns to their holsters beneath his arms. The entire sequence was executed with such fluidity that it was both mesmerizing and bewildering. Will Macaulay stood dumbfounded, staring at his now empty hands. As a seasoned field agent, he had been completely blindsided, unable to react as his weapons were so effortlessly taken. What extraordinary skill was this? While Macaulay remained in shock, Coulson smiled and handed him a piece of paper. Regarding the events unfolding, your superior will clarify everything later. Until then, simply follow the instructions on this paper. If you understand, you may leave. My time is limited, so I will not see you out. Receiving the paper, Macaulay glanced at it hastily, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed as he produced a lighter, incinerating the document before exiting the small room without a backward glance. Observing his departure, Zhi Tingxiao seized the moment to speak. It seems that each day will present the opportunity to engage with different CIA agents, playing a game of hide and seek. Just the thought makes life seem so vibrant, does it not, Coulson? Catching the underlying tone in Zhi Tingxiao's words, Coulson smiled and replied, Rest assured, Mr. Zhi. After his return, the CIA will not dispatch agents to monitor you. And you? Zhi Tingxiao inquired. We shall not either. You are indeed humorous, Coulson. Have you ever considered becoming a stand-up comedian after retirement? Fear not. With your eloquence, you are bound to achieve fame across the land. I assure you. Though mocked by Zhi Tingxiao, Coulson merely smiled and refrained from further argument, instead saying, It's quite a distance from here to Gramercy Street in Manhattan. Would you like me to escort you back? Zhi Tingxiao shrugged, reverting to his indifferent demeanor, and replied, No need. Although Director George Stacy did not inform me that my ticket was one way when he brought me here, I do possess a marked route. After all, for a foreigner with no connections, disappearing into the streets of this beautiful nation is exceedingly simple, especially when he has caught the attention of certain organizations. Upon hearing this, Coulson's originally gentle smile transformed into a wry grin. He had not anticipated Zhi Tingxiao would grasp the situation so swiftly. He could only respond with resignation, Mr. Zhi. I sincerely apologize for this incident, but please believe that we harbor no ill intentions. Zhi Tingxiao shot him a glance, sneering. Are you referring to the manner in which you summoned me here using ether and a stun gun, only to witness your woeful performance? How touching. This is perhaps the most fervent invitation I have ever encountered. It's akin to your country deploying troops to Iraq to suppress terrorist organizations and liberate the local populace. You always seem to be doing good deeds, don't you? Remember this, Agent Coulson. The world lacks not for clever individuals. It never has. With that, he exited, and not a single one of the imposing agents dared to obstruct his path. Shortly after Zhi Tingxiao departed, the previously scheduled to leave Will Metcalf encountered Coulson with a perplexed expression, inquiring, Sir, has he already sensed it? Coulson shook his head, sighed, and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, It may be worse than that. I had thought him merely an ordinary individual with little social experience, possessing only a modicum of martial arts skill. Yet it seems he was right. The world indeed lacks not for cleverness, and we were overly presumptuous. Handle this matter, and then withdraw everyone. Furthermore, do not send anyone to engage with him in the near future. Maintain a state of remote surveillance. After speaking, Coulson too departed. Chapter 13. A headache after emerging from the small black room. Traversing the lengthy underground corridor, and enduring a 5-minute elevator ride. Zhi Tingxiao finally returned to the surface. Observing the lush greenery surrounding him and the nearby no hunting sign, he fell into deep contemplation. It appears that hailing a taxi here is out of the question. However, no matter. Zhi Tingxiao activated the skill card awarded upon task completion from the program. Skill card, Flying Spirit Technique. Originating from the legend of Chu Liuxiang, once mastered, it renders the practitioner ghostly and indistinguishable, a family heirloom of the Chu clan. Renowned as the world's foremost lightness skill, level 2. Well then, another game of which Zhi Tingxiao had never heard. Could this blood-soaked program have been developed by Professor Yang, the Thunder King? Although unfamiliar with the game, Chu Liuxiang was well known to him, and his memory of it was remarkably vivid. The reason being that during middle school, the class beauty, who weighed 300 pounds, declared after watching the legend of Chu Liuxiang that she would never marry anyone but him. Upon hearing this news, the male students of the entire school were heartbroken, forced to conceal their inner sorrow behind smiles, and numb their emotional pain through nights of revelry. With insincere grins, they encouraged the class beauty not to abandon her aspirations and to persevere. They would silently bless her from behind the scenes. This was undoubtedly one of the most devastating instances of Chu Liuxiang being criticized. However, setting aside these frivolous factors, among the numerous martial arts masters depicted in Gulong's novels, such as Shun Lang, Li Xuanhuan, and Lu Xiaofeng, Chu Liuxiang's lightness of foot still ranks within the top 5, showcasing his formidable prowess. As the heir to the family's unique martial art, his mastery of the Fei Ling Tizong Shu undoubtedly contributed to his illustrious reputation. Zhi Tingxiao silently recited the technique, and the card in his hand instantly transformed into a cascade of starlight, merging into his being. Subsequently, a vast reservoir of knowledge surged into his mind, akin to a playful husky, flooding his consciousness, and soon a peculiar energy infused his limbs and bones, reminiscent of the mystical scriptures from Mogao caves. This energy permeated him, rendering his body lighter than ever, as if a mere gust of wind could propel him beyond the solar system. With just a slight exertion of his legs, he could achieve the effect of ascending heavenward, as if stepping from one foot to another in place. A smirk graced Zhi Tingxiao's lips as he recalled his route. Then he focused his energy in his dantian, channeling it into his legs. With a subtle application of the Fei Ling Tizong Shu, whoosh, a gentle breeze swept by, and Zhi Tingxiao's figure vanished from sight in an instant, leaving only the swaying shadows of trees and the setting sun, while his presence became elusive. Meanwhile, the SHIELD agents monitoring Zhi Tingxiao from the underground base were left in a cold sweat. Why had the target vanished in the blink of an eye? This was a serious predicament. What the hell? Where did he go? I don't know. In the time it took to brew a cup of coffee, he disappeared from the surveillance footage. Damn it. Check all surrounding cameras immediately. We must locate him. After reviewing the footage, they found nothing. Then report this to Director Carlson at once. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, Carlson rubbed his temples in frustration. But his good-natured demeanor prevented him from reprimanding the agents. Instead, he accessed Zhi Tingxiao's file, elevated his threat level, and classified it as top secret. Note: the classification levels of national secrets are generally divided into 3 tiers: classified, secret, and top secret. Having completed these tasks, Carlson ordered his team to initiate the base's self-destruct sequence before departing. On the other side, Zhi Tingxiao glided with the speed that could make Newton do sit-ups in his coffin, weaving through various buildings. In less than 10 minutes, he returned from the outskirts to his apartment complex. Extracting his access card, he expertly opened and closed the door before collapsing onto the floor as if paralyzed from the neck down, one hand striking the edge of the sofa. Captain Olga has certainly struck it rich. Reflecting on the events of the past half-day, Zhi Tingxiao laments not having devoted more time to his studies in his youth, resulting in his current predicament of only being able to exclaim, "What the heck?" Just as he stepped outside, he received a beating. Upon arriving at school, he found himself embroiled in trouble, and as soon as class began, he faced a terror attack. With such abysmal luck and misfortune, it seems there would be enough material for 3 episodes of Closer to Science. When will the ordinary individuals in the Marvel Universe finally rise up? While lying on the ground lost in a myriad of thoughts, Zhi Tingxiao felt somewhat healed. He finally mustered the strength to rise, supporting himself with his waist, embodying the exhaustion that follows indulgence, and prepared to freshen up and rest. Today had been utterly exhausting. Nightfall at St. Francis Hospital. After a grueling day, Donald Blake, holding a cup of hot cocoa in his right hand, appeared utterly drained, slumped on the sofa in the break room. This morning, a tragic school shooting at Bronx Central High resulted in 43 fatalities and 117 injuries, overwhelming the hospital's capacity. Donald had performed no fewer than 10 surgeries today, including debridement and external suturing, standing for nearly 12 hours, leaving his feet numb. He now lacked even the energy to move his lips. His eyes were glazed over, devoid of focus, seemingly pleading. I need a bed, pronto. He took a shaky sip of hot cocoa, inwardly lamenting, indeed. Work is arduous. Work is exhausting. Work is a veritable torment. At that moment, Nurse Jane Foster entered the break room, holding a medical chart. Spotting Donald sprawled on the sofa like a desiccated fish, she remarked, finally found you, Dr. Blake. We have 2 more external suturing surgeries that require your attention, in operating rooms 4 and 6. Please prepare yourself swiftly. What? I thought there was only 1 surgery left? Why has it increased? Are those damned rascals conspiring against me? Those ungrateful scoundrels. Have they forgotten who warned them to be cautious while they spied on girls in the shower? Have they forgotten who tirelessly provided them with short skirts to alleviate their embarrassment when their swim trunks were stolen? Have they forgotten who lavishly ordered a feast from various cuisines to encourage them when their gastritis flared up and they could not eat? Those thankless wretches. Jane Foster listened to Donald's lament, drenched in cold sweat, and somewhat awkwardly replied, It's not that I want to be involved with them. It's just that there have been multiple gang shootouts in Hell's Kitchen, and numerous injured individuals have been brought to our emergency department. In other words, it's going to be a long night. No. Jane Foster departed, leaving behind a heartbroken Donald. He vowed never to share the same breath with gangs and criminals for the rest of his life. Chapter 14. Has Right Sauce awakened? A few days later, at the Osborne Industrial Science Fair, in the biological exhibit area, Gwen clutched a hefty notebook, meandering before various plant and animal incubators, diligently jotting down notes on myriad topics that she would likely never use in her lifetime. Behind her, however, stood the weary Zhi Tingxiao, stifling yawns and appearing utterly drained, his demeanor suggesting that he had lost a significant amount of energy merely by observing. Just as Gwen, feeling quite pleased after documenting a peculiar mutated plant, turned around, she was met with the sight of the lethargic Zhi Tingxiao, and her good mood swiftly transformed into exasperation. It's not like I asked you to do anything extreme. We are merely here to observe some flora and fauna. Must you look as if you failed a detox? Wishing to retreat to your bed for a couple of injections? In response, Zhi Tingxiao rolled his eyes and pointed at the watch on his left wrist, uttering weakly, Sister, let us be reasonable. Do you think I look like this by choice? It's the weekend. I barely fell asleep past 2 last night. And you dragged me from my cocoon at 6, insisting on attending the science fair, only to discover that it doesn't open until 9. I could have been resting in the lounge, yet here I am, accompanying you as we wander about, observing plants and animals that resemble material for a stand-up comedy routine. I've been quite accommodating, haven't I? Listening to Zhi Tingxiao's lament filled with resentment, Gwen awkwardly scratched her face, her gaze drifting elsewhere as she awkwardly suggested, how about we check out those mutated chrysanthemums over there? They seem rather intriguing. They appear to be quite amusing. With that, Gwen dashed toward another incubator, feigning earnestness in her note-taking. Zhi Tingxiao shook his head, preparing to follow her. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure. The figure seemed to recognize Zhi Tingxiao as well, enthusiastically waving and hurrying over. Accompanying this figure were a man and a woman. As the figure approached, Zhi Tingxiao soon realized who it was: Peter Parker, along with his 2 companions, Harry Osborn and Mary Jane Watson. Upon reaching him, Parker, brimming with excitement, greeted Zhi Tingxiao. Hi. Good morning, Bruce. I never expected to find you here. I've been watching that video of you defeating lightning lately. Is that Chinese Kung Fu? It's absolutely incredible. Initially, Parker was unaware of the incident involving lightning, but thanks to some well-meaning individual who uploaded the video of Zhi Tingxiao's confrontation with lightning on Facebook, the clip gained unexpected popularity. Whether it was the title referencing Chinese Kung Fu or the collective frustration of the Midtown High populace toward lightning, the video went viral, earning Zhi Tingxiao the peculiar moniker of Bruce. This likely drew inspiration from Bruce Lee, but it was, quite frankly, rather unflattering. Zhi Tingxiao's lips twitched in disbelief as he waved his hand dismissively, saying, haha, you might as well call me Zhi Ting or Xiao. Bruce sounds rather odd. By the way, who are these 2? As Zhi Tingxiao inquired about his companions, Parker suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, my apologies. I almost forgot. This is Harry Osborn, my dearest friend since childhood. With that, the tall young man, whose looks were a mere fraction of Zhi Tingxiao's handsomeness, stepped forward, smiling as he shook Zhi Tingxiao's hand, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. After introducing his best friend Harry, Parker blushed, his demeanor becoming bashful, reminiscent of a shy maiden in exquisite attire. He then introduced the blonde beauty beside him, stammering, This is, my neighbor. Haha, Mary Jane Watson. She is also a good friend of mine. Glancing at Parker, who seemed unlikely to ever enjoy a proper meal, Zhi Tingxiao found himself overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation, struggling to pinpoint a suitable response. Mary Jane, undeterred by Parker's daze, straightened her impressive physique, elegantly nudging Harry aside to approach Zhi Tingxiao. With poised restraint, she extended her hand for a handshake, offering a smile that was neither subservient nor arrogant, and said, "Hi. Hello, Tingxiao. I'm Mary Jane, and it's delightful to meet you here. I mean, this truly is a fortunate encounter. I heard that a wonderful romantic film is currently showing, which I've been eager to see for quite some time. As luck would have it, I'm free tonight. I wonder if you might join me? Please don't misunderstand," she continued. "You know how it is in New York, with so many unsavory characters around. It's not entirely safe for a girl to venture out alone at night, right? So, I simply wish to invite you to be my chivalrous protector. In return, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow night?" Zhi Tingxiao smiled and nodded, saying nothing, as he struggled to extricate his hand from Mary Jane's strong grip. Meanwhile, he noticed Harry and Parker observing him with expressions akin to those of characters witnessing misfortune unfold. He sighed internally, pondering how someone like Mary Jane, capable of captivating multiple admirers in mere hours, could truly have bewitched both the future Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. It was utterly astonishing. Casting a glance at Mary Jane's well-defined physique, he acknowledged her allure, which evidently held some merit. However, recalling Parker's unfortunate fate depicted in the films, he politely declined her invitation and retreated to Gwen's side. This woman was beyond his capability to handle. Upon hearing Zhi Tingxiao's refusal, Harry and Parker immediately transformed from gloomy to jubilant, without hesitation adopting the demeanor of eager assistance as they led the disheartened Mary Jane away from Zhi Tingxiao. Just as Zhi Tingxiao and Gwen were exchanging blank stares over an unusually peculiar mutated mantis shrimp, a shriek jolted them back to reality. Zhi Tingxiao, akin to a reflex, enveloped himself in a faint crimson aura, swiftly assuming the initial stance of drunken fist, mentally preparing to confront 3 or 4 imposing figures wielding formidable weapons. Yet, upon glancing around, he found no such intimidating figures, but rather Parker, clutching his right hand, wearing an expression reminiscent of a man mourning a lost appendage, his wails echoing louder than a slaughterhouse. Harry and Mary stood beside Parker, offering support and words of comfort, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. It was hard not to feel that Parker possessed a latent potential for brotherhood. With just a few years of basketball and a couple more honing his singing and dancing, this young man's future seemed limitless. Zhi Tingxiao hurried over, grasping Parker's injured hand, and noticed 2 small wounds on the back. Alarmed, he feigned confusion and inquired, "What happened? Is it a fracture? It seems trivial." "You needn't wail. You're making my ears ache." Parker, with reddened eyes and trembling, replied, "I don't know. It feels like something bit me." And then my entire arm suddenly erupted in pain. Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao immediately searched the nearby incubator, reasoning that the mutated spider that had bitten Parker should still be nearby. Sure enough, not long after, he discovered a red and blue, roughly the size of an ordinary jumping spider, hiding beneath an empty incubator. Upon encountering this extraordinary mutated creature, a prompt appeared. Sacrifice? What on earth is that? Could this wretched program not provide a manual? Zhi Tingxiao waited in vain for further communication from the bloodbath program, which had fallen silent after the initial audio cue. Frustration welled within him, yet the term sacrifice, rather than submission, hinted that the program adhered to a principle of equivalent exchange. With a resigned sigh, he conceded that he was dependent on this capricious entity for sustenance. Containing his irritation, he activated the Mo Gao scripture within him, enveloping his palm in a faint red aura, thus summoning the courage to grasp the struggling, grotesque spider. As he beheld this perilous creature, a wave of unease washed over him. Yet thoughts of Spider-Man's immense strength and uncanny spider sense ignited a flicker of eagerness within Zhi Tingxiao. It was that his resolve wavered. Rather, the potential rewards were simply too great. However, reflecting upon his possession of the bloodbath program, whose potential for growth seemed boundless, he concluded that risking personal injury for such a minor boost in power was unnecessary, especially given the fleeting lifespan of the creature. With this resolution, Zhi Tingxiao silently intoned, "Sacrifice." Confirmation of the sacrificial item ensued, and the message echoed, "Sacrifice in progress. Sacrifice complete. Reward obtained. Perfect ancestor virus." Perfect ancestor virus, originating from Resident Evil. This virus is extracted and processed from a flower known as the Sun Ladder. Injecting this virus can purportedly facilitate human evolution, significantly enhancing various capabilities and extending lifespan. How extraordinary. Extend lifespan. Zhi Tingxiao has played the game Resident Evil, albeit without completing even the first chapter. Nonetheless, he has heard of various viruses within it, such as the T-virus, the Leech virus, and the Vengeance virus, among others. He possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the progenitor virus, and if memory serves him correctly, the injection of this virus is heavily predicated on one's lineage. One might either ascend to celestial heights with the luck of a king or descend to the depths of despair like the unfortunate, with no other possibilities in between. However, given its purported perfection, such dangers should be minimal. Just as he was preparing to celebrate the success of his illicit endeavor, Zhi Tingxiao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Turning swiftly, he beheld Gwen, who was twisting his waist as one would a safe's lock. Zhi Tingxiao swatted Gwen's claw away, vigorously rubbing the reddened flesh and lamenting, "Oh no, my lady, why are you pinching me? I am not a safe door. No matter how much you twist, you won't extract any riches." Gwen pouted, her fingers fidgeting in a manner that expressed her grievance. "This isn't my fault. You ignored me no matter how I called out. So what were you thinking just now, so lost in thought?" Zhi Tingxiao cast a disdainful glance at Gwen's abysmal attempt to change the subject before replying. "I was observing this incubator. I recall there were mutated spiders inside, but now they seem to have vanished. Furthermore, I examined Parker's wound and noticed 2 puncture marks on the back of his right thumb. I am wondering if perhaps he was bitten by them." Upon hearing this, Gwen gasped in shock and immediately checked the incubator, discovering that indeed the spiders were nowhere to be found. She expressed her unease. "Oh my. This is dreadful. Both mutated spiders are missing." "What? Both? You mean to say there were originally 2 mutated spiders in here?" "Yes, 2. I just took notes. I cannot have been mistaken." At this revelation, Zhi Tingxiao slapped his forehead, closing his eyes in despair. He would wager 50 cents and a pack of spicy snacks that the missing mutated spider would undoubtedly become a significant problem in the future, if fortune favored him. Perhaps he might witness the emergence of a Spider-Woman or some superhero wielding web powers. However, if luck were to betray him, he remembered from the comics about a character who consumed the spider that bit Parker, thereby gaining the ability to grow stronger by devouring humans. After feasting upon his parents, girlfriend, her family, and numerous homeless souls, he became exceedingly powerful. Alongside this power, he acquired the ability to split into countless smaller spiders, each carrying a fragment of his consciousness. In other words, as long as a single tiny spider remains unharmed, it can resurrect itself by consuming humans, making it an exceedingly repugnant villain. Observing the seemingly oblivious expression of Zhi Tingxiao, Gwen felt no sense of urgency. Instead, she inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong?" "It's just 2 little spiders. What's the big deal?" Did she resemble an Italian lamenting over pineapple pizza? Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao cast her an envious glance, then sighed, saying, "I truly envy your blissful ignorance. Such is the fortune of the foolish. Unlike me, who often finds myself troubled by my own exceptional intellect. Feeling out of place among you. How lamentable. Hey, 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 let go, let go, let go. You're going too far." Gwen exclaimed, "It's over. I need to get a rabies vaccine. All right, no more joking. Let's take Parker to the hospital first and have him checked for poisoning." Gwen clung tightly to Zhi Tingxiao's elbow, refusing to release her grip, while Harry and Mary Jane followed Zhi Tingxiao's suggestion and took a taxi to the hospital with Parker. Zhi Tingxiao, irritated, pushed Gwen's head away and anxiously gazed at the empty incubator, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. Before long, noon arrived. After perusing the science exhibition for half the day, Gwen rubbed her flat stomach and frowned. "I'm so hungry. Is it already noon?" Alas. Time flies when you're having fun. Zhi Tingxiao remained silent, simply observing, for he understood that human joys and sorrows are not mutually comprehensible. And he found Gwen's chatter rather bothersome. In his view, the myriad grotesque creatures present were far less captivating than a single Gwen. After all, not everyone can refrain from mockery when confronted with a mutated chrysanthemum or a bizarre mantis shrimp. Yet Gwen managed to suppress her impulses and took notes with an impassive expression, suppressing his desire to comment. Zhi Tingxiao followed Gwen to a nearby restaurant after their visit to the exhibition. They hastily consumed a meal before deciding to call it a day. After seeing Gwen off in a taxi, he exhaled deeply, relieved that she was finally gone. Having spent a day among grotesque flora and fauna, he felt utterly drained. Glancing at his watch, Zhi Tingxiao deemed it still early. Returning home would leave him with little to do besides lounging in bed or exercising his arms. So he decided to wander around instead. After all, since he was out, he might as well explore a bit. Chapter 16. Who is the leader of the Nanshan Old People's Home? In Manhattan, New York, at Times Square, Zhi Tingxiao looked up at the dazzling array of screens that nearly blinded him and then glanced down at the Google Maps on his phone, which indicated he had strayed 40 kilometers off course. After making a bold hypothesis, engaging in thorough contemplation, and meticulously comparing details, he ultimately arrived at a rather audacious conclusion. He, Zhi Tingxiao, was a time traveler in this reality, the possessor of a grand program, the inheritor of Chinese martial arts, and the successor of socialism. Lost. How vexing. This must surely be the fault of the navigation system. Zhi Tingxiao, in a fit of frustration, abruptly shut off the navigation system and attributed the 40-kilometer detour to its erroneous guidance. He conveniently chose to disregard the fact that turning around had rendered him as disoriented as one suffering from amnesia. Standing amidst the bustling streets of Times Square, he gazed upwards, taking in the unfamiliar yet vibrantly hued thoroughfare. Towering skyscrapers surrounded him, and the streets were alive with a relentless flow of traffic. The throngs of people surged like a tidal wave, while the dazzling neon lights cast an ethereal glow, blurring the line between reality and illusion. As if the very air resonated with a cacophony of noise. As he observed the scene, Zhi Tingxiao's gaze began to wander, and his thoughts drifted into a state of enchantment. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A strikingly handsome blond man, clad in a white shirt, with a tall and muscular physique that bore a resemblance to Zhi Tingxiao's own features, sprinted towards him at a pace reminiscent of a heart-wrenching moment. Behind this golden-haired figure, a well-equipped Special Forces team seemed to be in pursuit, yet their current speed suggested they would be hard-pressed to catch up. Times Square, being the most vibrant locale in New York, was inundated with crowds akin to those seen during the spring festival travel rush. Despite the blond man's exceptional agility, he was unable to fully utilize his prowess. Consequently, the bystanders in his path bore the brunt of the chaos. Some were violently knocked to the ground, while others were forcefully shoved aside, only to be trampled by the pursuing team. The scene was a bizarrely harmonious spectacle of international gestures, with the air thick with the sounds of dismay, as if every individual present were a solitary orphan. As Zhi Tingxiao observed the unfortunate souls sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise, he resolutely chose to retreat to the sidewalk, content to remain an innocent bystander. However, to his astonishment, the blond man veered unexpectedly and charged directly towards Zhi Tingxiao's position without the slightest hint of slowing down. "Oh no, please don't come this way." As the imposing figure drew closer, Zhi Tingxiao's imagination conjured various martial arts techniques to subdue him. How infuriating! In a moment of resolve, he summoned the energy of the Mogeo scriptures, feeling the vital force coursing through his body as he leaned back, his hands forming as if cradling a wine jar, gathering immense energy in his fists. Meanwhile, Steve Rogers found himself retreating through a city that was entirely foreign to him, save for its name. Engulfed in profound anguish and confusion. 70 years. Is this truly New York 70 years hence? How terrifying. He lamented. Damn it. If God intends to destroy a man, he first drives him to madness. I have been mad for so long. Why has God yet to obliterate me? Suddenly, as Steve Rogers reminisced about the past, carelessly running with his eyes closed, a sharp pain surged through his chest, and he was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, crashing several meters away. The impact sounded akin to a battering ram striking a wall, the dull thud cutting through the clamor of Times Square with startling clarity. As Steve Rogers soared backward, crushing the front of a Bugatti Veyron with a resounding impact, he merely grunted a couple of times, displaying no further signs of injury. In an instant, the once boisterous square fell into an eerie silence. Those lying on the ground, noted in the family tree, along with the onlookers reveling in the chaos, were rendered mute, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the two main figures on the scene. Even the Special Forces team stood transfixed, gazing at the mangled car front, devoid of any inclination to advance or raise their weapons. Steve, clutching his agonizing chest with his right hand and propping himself against the completely flattened, nearly disintegrated vehicle front with his left, slowly rose to his feet. He fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhi Tingxiao and, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "You two have injected the super soldier serum? Impossible. Dr. Erskine is long deceased. Hydra has been eradicated. It cannot be the super soldier serum. So, my child, from whence does your strength derive? What brings you to the beautiful country?" Upon hearing the words of the blond man, Zhi Tingxiao was momentarily speechless. So, this muscular golden-haired figure was none other than Captain America. No wonder he possessed such might. It was no surprise Zhi Tingxiao failed to recognize him. Apart from the iconic posterior and the chest muscles capable of cracking skulls, his appearance bore little resemblance to that of Peach General. Fortunately, the distinctive posterior and impressive pectorals aided in recognition. Otherwise, Zhi Tingxiao might not have identified him swiftly. Upon confirming that this was indeed the paragon of virtue, Captain America, Zhi Tingxiao was immediately stripped of the impulse to reprimand him. This was a hero deserving of respect, one who possessed the remarkable ability to hold his own against anyone. It was far better to clarify matters. A temporary mission was triggered for the player. Would they choose to execute it? Ridiculous. Zhi Tingxiao held a particular disdain for those who, emboldened by their superhero status, flouted the law with impunity, neglecting to assist an elderly woman who had fallen or failing to pick up after their dog. What of his status as a combat hero? What of his overflowing martial ethics? What of his name, Steve Rogers, political commissioner? Could any of this deter him from being a partner of justice? Could it prevent him from upholding the laws of the beautiful country? Of course not. Execute. Mission initiated. Mission title. Please, cease your fighting. Mission objective. As fragile as a delicate flower, you encounter a freshly thawed 70-year-old veteran. Defeat him. Proclaim to him who truly reigns supreme at the Nanshan Senior Care Home. Mission rewards. Item card 1, 15 experience points, 15 contribution points failure penalty. Brush Nick Fury's teeth with your tongue. Note: this may be a reward for you. Zhi Tingxiao. Program: how is your mother? Just as a plump individual has two paths, either to improve their physique or to cultivate a better mindset. Though often the latter prevails, Zhi Tingxiao could only press on his philtrum, take a few deep breaths, and choose to embrace a more positive outlook. Chapter 17. Please cease your fighting. Steve Rogers observed with a bemused expression as he faced Zhi Tingxiao, whose demeanor oscillated between profound indignation and utter emptiness, resembling a person grappling with a fractured psyche. Could this fellow possibly be deranged? Goodness, is insanity now so formidable even 70 years hence? With such a formidable lunatic, I ought to subdue him. It would serve to rid the good people of New York of a menace. Meanwhile, Zhi Tingxiao remained oblivious to Steve Rogers' psychological shifts, entirely engrossed in examining his impeccably pristine attribute panel. Character: Zhi Tingxiao. Race: human level, 0 physique, 3 agility, 2 mind, 4 experience, 10 50 points, 10 skill cards. Mogeo Sutra. Used. Drunken Fist. Used. Flying Spirit Technique. Used. Item cards. Steve's Backpack. Purple Heart Xianlong Pill. Used. Perfect Ancestor Virus. Character card. Soldier 76. After scrutinizing the panel multiple times, the thought of being vanquished by Captain America sent a shiver down Zhi Tingxiao's spine, envisioning himself forced to brush Nick Fury's teeth with his tongue. Program: use item card. Perfect Ancestor Virus. Confirming command. Loading complete. Congratulations, player has acquired Physique 3, Agility 3, Mind 4. Acquired skills: Super Healing, Telekinesis, Super Healing. Any bodily injury, excluding the brain, can be recovered in an exceptionally brief period, with recovery time contingent upon the severity of the wound. Note: healing injuries will consume significant amounts of protein and energy. Telekinesis: manipulate objects without physical contact through sheer will, causing movement, deformation, or particle manipulation to produce high heat, low temperatures, or electromagnetic waves. The intensity of telekinesis is proportional to the player's mental strength. Note: 1 point of mind equates to 20 points of mental strength. If mental strength drops below 10 points, it may result in permanent brain damage or death. At the moment, the Bloodbath program indicated an increase in three-dimensional data. Zhi Tingxiao distinctly felt an unprecedented enhancement in his physical capabilities, at least more than double his prior state. His cognitive faculties were also remarkably invigorated. Questions that previously eluded him now presented solutions with the slightest mental inclination. He even perceived that with a mere thought, he could effortlessly hurl Steve Rogers into outer space, rendering him cosmic refuse. Yet, he understood this was merely an illusion stemming from his sudden surge of power. Should he attempt such an act, it would likely leave him incapacitated, while Steve Rogers would remain unscathed. Steve Rogers watched Zhi Tingxiao with heightened vigilance, suddenly furrowing his brow as his body instinctively assumed a fighting stance. From a certain moment, he sensed an acute danger emanating from Zhi Tingxiao. Curse be it, there could be no further delay. With a sudden dive, Steve closed the distance of approximately 10 meters in the blink of an eye. He then unleashed a rapid and forceful straight punch aimed squarely at Zhi Tingxiao's head. Zhi Tingxiao felt a fierce gust against his cheek, stinging painfully. Without a moment to ponder, his body instinctively crouched and dodged to the left, evading the oncoming fist. Clang! Steve Rogers delivered a powerful punch against the lamppost, producing a deep, resonant metallic clang, leaving behind a profound imprint. Seizing the opportunity, Zhi Tingxiao thrust his hands to the ground, unleashing a barrage of kicks towards Rogers' ribs, akin to the relentless fire of a machine gun. Thud, thud, thud. Despite the searing pain coursing through his sides, Rogers managed to grasp Zhi's ankle with his right hand and hurled him away with tremendous force. Crash! Zhi felt a sharp pain in his ankle, followed by a dizzying whirlwind, before he was forcefully slammed onto the asphalt, the impact causing cracks to spiderweb across the pavement. The sheer kinetic energy propelled Zhi a further distance until he collided with the crumpled door of a sports car that Rogers had previously obliterated, finally coming to a halt. As Zhi leaned against the mangled car frame, he tore off his shredded clothing, revealing a physique defined by strength and elegance. However, before he could regain his footing, Rogers had already closed in, raining down a flurry of blows upon him, nearly incapacitating him. Rogers, wielding fists as large as saucepans, was internally astonished. He recalled how the Red Skull had grown for ages after enduring merely 2 of his punches. Yet, this lunatic, despite absorbing so many strikes, remained utterly silent. It was terrifying. Enduring several of Rogers' punches, Zhi felt that had it not been for his regenerative abilities, he might have already succumbed. Having discerned Rogers' vulnerabilities, Zhi resolved to hold nothing back. He immediately channeled the full force of his internal energy, the Mo Gao Classic, directing it into his limbs. As Rogers began to tire from his relentless assault, He transitioned from defense to offense, executing a series of drunken boxing techniques with fervor. With successive blows, he managed to push Rogers back, then leaped into a lateral kick, each strike faster and more powerful than the last. Confronted by the overwhelming flurry of kicks, Rogers found himself unable to evade, suffering numerous impacts that sent his internal energy spiraling chaotically through his body. Rogers lamented that had his shield been at hand, he would have dispatched this lunatic long ago, yet now he found himself in a dire situation. However, lamentation was futile. He had to selectively ignore the chaos within and rely on his combat experience accumulated on the battlefield to contend with Zhi. Zhi attacked with the erratic grace of a drunken fighter, his unpredictable style leaving Rogers unable to anticipate his intentions, resulting in a series of successful strikes. In mere moments, Rogers bore several superficial wounds, his once pristine white shirt now marred, transformed into tattered gray remnants, exposing his chiseled chest and sculpted muscles to the onlookers. Lending an unexpectedly philosophical air to the scene, Zhi paid no mind to the spectacle, delivering his punches as if toasting to victory, targeting Rogers' throat. As Rogers attempted to evade, Zhi spun around and unleashed a flying knee strike that sent Rogers crashing to the ground. Bam! Steve Rogers found himself unable to evade the smooth series of strikes, as Zhi Tingxiao sent him flying with a knee to the abdomen. The sharp pain radiating from his jaw made it feel as though a train had run over his head, and his vision momentarily darkened, nearly rendering him unconscious. Seizing this opportunity, Zhi Tingxiao drove his fist downwards, his posture reminiscent of a man savoring a fine spirit, his body almost leaning back at a 90-degree angle. Hands poised as if cradling a wine vessel. With a focused punch, he struck Steve Rogers in the abdomen with a resounding thud. The immense force caused the surrounding air to ripple, the dull sound resonating in the hearts of all present. Then, the crowd witnessed the revered Captain America, whom they idolized and regarded as a symbol of their faith, roll his eyes back. His once clenched fist fell limply, and he collapsed to the ground, as if his spine had been wrenched away, remaining motionless thereafter. Chapter 18. Even drinking water can soak your back. Observing Steve Rogers sprawled on the grimy asphalt, Zhi Tingxiao maintained his vigilance, wary that this seasoned warrior might unexpectedly rise and retaliate. Congratulations, player. Task completion rewards have been issued. Please check your inventory. Upon confirming this notification, Zhi Tingxiao finally exhaled a sigh of relief, retreating a few steps unsteadily before sitting down heavily on the ground. Leaning against a nearly derelict vehicle, he gazed vacantly at the overcast sky, the dampness at the tip of his nose indicating that rain had begun to fall. Thundering already? How did I miss the lightning? Truly astonishing, he exclaimed, baffled by the snoring emanating from Steve Rogers, whose volume resembled the thunder itself. With such a cacophony, Zhi Tingxiao couldn't help but speculate that Rogers had been unearthed not for his valor, but rather because his snoring had disturbed the peace, leading the Antarctic penguins to lodge a complaint. Just as Zhi Tingxiao's mind wandered, a fleet of black vehicles suddenly entered, encircling him and Steve Rogers. The vehicles screeched to a halt within 10 meters of them, and before they could come to a complete stop, the doors swung open. Dozens of men clad in black suits emerged, brandishing silenced firearms and wearing headsets, exuding an air of professionalism. These suited enforcers disembarked without a word, disregarding both Zhi Tingxiao and Steve Rogers, and proceeded with remarkable coordination towards the onlookers. It appeared their intent was not to harm the bystanders but rather to disperse them, ensuring distance from the two combatants. Once the crowd had been cleared, their leader sauntered out of the vehicle. The first to emerge was a towering figure clad in a black trench coat, sporting a single eye and slicked back hair, his formidable presence capable of silencing the cries of children. Behind him, a strikingly handsome yet elegant Caucasian woman clad in a form-fitting black combat uniform followed closely. Tall and possessing a refined demeanor, she was indeed attractive, albeit her flat chest appeared even more desolate compared to Gwen's. Were it not for the lack of certain flesh between her legs, Zhi Tingxiao could hardly fathom her pitiable state. That tailored combat outfit clung to her, revealing not a hint of curvature. Even in her school uniform, Zhi Tingxiao would undoubtedly have more allure. One might speculate that should she run, the motion of her abdomen would be more pronounced than that of her bosom. Truly, a lamentable woman. Upon catching sight of the middle-aged man beside her, Zhi Tingxiao's lips curled into a faint smile as she greeted, "Ah, Agent Coulson, long time no see. Judging by the sheen of your forehead, it appears you've been working overtime lately. I have a friend known as the human coffee machine. The boss appreciates his diligent work so much." He reportedly bowed several times at his funeral. Coulson chuckled softly, gazing at Zhi Tingxiao, who was chattering incessantly, with an impassive expression. Yet, inexplicably, his hand rested on his holster. Truly peculiar. In response to Zhi Tingxiao's banter, the leading Caucasian man remained unfazed, maintaining a stern visage as he coldly introduced himself. "Mr. Zhi Tingxiao, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Previously, I was unaware of the extent of Chinese martial arts prowess. I now possess a clearer understanding. Would you be so kind as to elucidate further, Mr. Zhi? At this, Zhi Tingxiao surveyed his surroundings, the pockmarked asphalt, the abandoned vehicles, and the prone figure of Steve Rogers. Rubbing his head, he bashfully replied, haha, truth be told, I'm not all that formidable. My achievements are merely the result of relentless perseverance. If you aspire to such accomplishments, simply remain steadfast in your training. I am confident it won't be long before you see results. I'm not complimenting you. What? Am I handsome? Thank you. I hear that often, though it does trouble me. I did not say you were handsome. Is that so? You must learn to confront your true self. Avoidance is futile. Hill. Get him in the vehicle and take him back to HQ. Make sure to gag him with the foulest socks. With that, Nick Fury turned away, taking several deep breaths to quell his inner turmoil. He then faced Coulson once more, instructing Coulson, assist in getting the captain into the vehicle. Once he regains consciousness, explain the relevant matters to him. In the meantime, you must keep a close watch on him. Do not allow him to wander about aimlessly. Coulson smiled faintly, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the mysterious substance from the corner of his mouth, before dashing toward Steve Rogers with a rather foolish expression. One could only wonder how Coulson would feel upon hearing the resounding snores echoing from the captain. On the other side, Maria Hill stepped forward, effortlessly grasping the collar of Zhi Tingxiao and lifting him off the ground, preparing to drag him back to the vehicle. Zhi Tingxiao did not resist. In fact, even if he had wanted to, it would have been futile. During the earlier skirmish, his internal energy had been nearly depleted. Moreover, the healing abilities he had employed to mend his injuries consumed a considerable amount of energy and protein, leaving Zhi Tingxiao with little capacity to resist. However, the weakness of his body did not hinder the audacity of his words. He exclaimed, "Miss, your name is Hill? What a coincidence. I have a friend named Hill too, though her chest is a bit flatter. Once, when she was drinking water, she accidentally spilled some. If it weren't for her face being where it is, I would have thought she soaked her back instead. Haha. Another time, when I accompanied her to buy clothes, I took her to the women's section. But after searching high and low, I found nothing suitable for her figure. Eventually, we had to venture into the children's section, where we finally discovered something appropriate. Haha. By the way, Miss Hill, do you share this predicament? You seem quite unfortunate. Surely, there can't be someone else like that, right?" Before Zhi Tingxiao could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by a series of blows to his abdomen from the visibly furious Maria Hill. Clutching his stomach, his face flushed crimson. Zhi Tingxiao was unceremoniously tossed into the vehicle, and Maria Hill did not forget to deliver a few kicks as a token of her displeasure before slamming the door shut. To her credit, despite the situation, Maria Hill maintained her professionalism and refrained from drawing her weapon. After tidying up the aftermath, the trio regrouped, and aside from Coulson, both Nick Fury and Maria Hill wore expressions of considerable discontent. There was no denying it. Zhi Tingxiao's antics had truly unsettled them. Chapter 19. We are all cunning foxes. No need for folktales in the hub of the New York branch of SHIELD within the director's office. Nick Fury wore a countenance reminiscent of someone who had sat on the toilet for an hour with no relief in sight, silently gazing ahead. Opposite him sat Zhi Tingxiao, exuding an air of brazen defiance, neither seeking money nor fearing for his life, quietly staring into space. The current situation was a product of their mutual contributions. It all began when Nick Fury brought Zhi Tingxiao to SHIELD and began extolling the agency's illustrious history and its progressive corporate culture. Just as Fury felt the moment was ripe, confident that anyone would be swayed by his eloquence, he extended an invitation for Zhi Tingxiao to join their ranks. To his astonishment, Zhi Tingxiao smiled faintly and preemptively declined the offer before Fury could utter a word. What a joke! After laboring for so many years and being fed countless empty promises by his employers, Zhi Tingxiao could sense Fury's intentions, whether they were for a mere show or something more substantial. Nick Fury let out a cold smile, discreetly jotting down the matter in his notebook, indicating that it was of no great consequence. He was broad-minded and never held such trivialities in his heart, assuring Zhi Tingxiao not to feel any psychological pressure. Zhi Tingxiao pursed his lips, thinking, open-minded? I hardly believe that. Despite his current fair exterior, he was certain that beneath it lay darkness. After brushing the matter aside, Nick Fury expressed his intention to assemble a male ensemble known as the Avengers, offering high salaries, excellent benefits, and a relaxed workload. Unfortunately, the team was not yet fully staffed, and although Zhi Tingxiao's abilities were not remarkable, his handsome appearance barely met the criteria. He wondered if Zhi Tingxiao had any interest in debuting. Zhi Tingxiao smiled faintly, stating that he had been a trainee for less than 2.5 years, lacked skills in basketball, singing, and dancing, and did not wish to hinder the team. With their joint efforts, the atmosphere transformed into a peculiar scene. Observing the visibly frustrated Nick Fury, Zhi Tingxiao picked up the coffee cup from the desk and calmly remarked, "Director Fury, we are both seasoned players. There's no need for us to engage in idle chatter here. Let's discuss some realistic terms. If we continue this probing, I can assure you, you will be the first to reach your limit." After taking a sip of the coffee brewed by the illustrious Marie F.A. Xia, the flavor aside, the sense of satisfaction was immensely delightful. Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. He sensed he was conversing not with an inexperienced high school student, but with a cunning politician, particularly one adept in financial matters. This left Nick Fury, who had intended to exert pressure, somewhat flustered and slightly helpless, as he said, "Oh, that's wonderful. I think the same, but please clarify what you mean by realistic terms." "What do you mean by realistic terms? What do you mean by realistic terms?" Calmly placing the coffee cup down, Zhi Tingxiao crossed his legs in a relaxed manner and reclined slightly, saying, "As a Chinese citizen, I will not serve in any government department of the United States. At most, I could hold an honorary consultant position at S.H.I.E.L.D. If special circumstances arise, I may consider accepting tasks assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. However, if it pertains to internal conflicts within your country or situations that contradict my personal wishes, I reserve the right to refuse any directives from S.H.I.E.L.D. In return, you must offer me a substantial salary, lift any surveillance on me, and grant me certain operational privileges." Hearing this, Nick Fury furrowed his brows as he regarded Zhi Tingxiao. Based on Zhi Tingxiao's demands, Fury felt as though this fellow was attempting to take on an air of superiority. However, considering Zhi Tingxiao's ability to hold his own against Captain America, even slightly surpassing him, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Yet, the necessary discussion still needed to occur. So he responded, "Mr. Zhi, I believe you may have misunderstood. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization under the United Nations Security Council. Aimed at maintaining world peace, it does not belong to the United States. Therefore, once you join S.H.I.E.L.D., we all serve the world and need not quibble over nationalities." Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao nearly spat out the coffee he had just swallowed. No wonder Nick Fury had ascended to the position of director. With his audacity, one might question whether the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. could be granted to him without some underlying transaction. Zhi Tingxiao remarked, "Director Fury, I must commend your remarkable ability to speak nonsense with such nonchalance. Unperturbed by the absurdity of your words, shall I remind you of the location of S.H.I.E.L.D., its primary funding sources, the nationalities of its agents and staff, and the proportion of Americans in its upper echelons? Never mind, let's not dwell on that. Can you accept my terms, Director? I require a definitive answer." Nick Fury squinted at Zhi Tingxiao, sensing that this individual appeared to possess considerable insight. It seemed prudent to schedule a time to investigate potential internal corruption. Unfazed by Zhi Tingxiao's contemptuous gaze, Fury maintained an indifferent demeanor and replied, "As a superpower, America bears a greater responsibility in the pursuit of world peace. Thus, a higher percentage of citizens is inevitable. Yet, that is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether you, Mr. Zhi, possess the sense of duty to protect the world and uphold justice." Zhi Tingxiao squinted, glancing at the coffee on the table, realizing it was best left untouched. Consuming it would be quite nauseating. He responded, "Director Fury, let us bypass this topic. I am feeling somewhat unwell." Fury replied, "Indeed, I too feel rather uncomfortable." After sidestepping this awkward subject, the two engaged in yet another round of verbal sparring. Within the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's office, they debated remuneration for a mere 2 hours, culminating in Nick Fury's reluctant concession. As an old capitalist, Fury was displeased with himself for failing to exert pressure on Zhi Tingxiao. With a scowl, he instructed his agents to escort the troublesome figure away. Exhausted, Nick Fury leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, silently vowing to himself never to personally engage in such matters again. It was unbearably taxing. One might wonder why, as the head of an agency, he still needed to undertake fieldwork when he had capable personnel at his disposal. At that moment, Maria Hill rushed in without knocking, exclaiming, "Director Fury, the head of the Mojave Research Facility has just sent word that the Tesseract has exhibited uncontrollable energy fluctuations. The cause is currently unknown." Upon hearing this, Fury sprang from his chair as if propelled by springs, his one eye widening in shock. "What did you say? The Mojave Facility? Damn it, I must see this for myself." With that, Fury hurriedly exited the office, leaving Maria Hill struggling to keep up. As the leader of a global organization, it was indeed rare for Fury to find himself frequently engaged in fieldwork. Chapter 20, The Tesseract, Mojave Desert, California. Project Pegasus research facility in a vast, sci-fi-styled laboratory. Dr. Selvig gazed despondently at the cosmic cube, its flickering frequency rivaling that of a nightclub strobe light. And mused that with the right music, one could easily dance in place. He rolled his eyes in despair. This is it, given the current situation. My hair will likely be a casualty tonight, resembling a chemotherapy scene. Standing beside Dr. Selvig, a fellow researcher clad in a white lab coat. His thinning hair a testament to severe desertification, nervously inquired, Dr. Selvig, do you think it would stop if we cut the power? Upon hearing this, Dr. Selvig turned to the questioner, his expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. With an exaggerated tone, he exclaimed, cut the power? What a brilliant idea. My God. You are truly a genius. Why not take it a step further? Let us remove the battery cover and extract those 2 button cells. What do you think? Or perhaps we could smash its strobe light, rendering it inert. That would solve the problem as well, wouldn't it? Sensing the sarcasm in Dr. Selvig's voice, the researcher shrank back, rendered speechless. Suddenly, the cosmic cube, secured within a specialized apparatus, began to pulsate with an increasingly frantic rhythm, unleashing a wave of blue-white energy that reverberated throughout the room. In the wake of this invisible energy surge, all precision instruments in the laboratory malfunctioned, erupting in a shower of electrical sparks, transforming the sophisticated lab into a chaotic welding workshop. The instruments containing special solutions fared even worse. Their stability shattered by the energy wave, resulting in explosions of considerable magnitude. Faced with such turmoil, Dr. Selvig, recognizing the gravity of the situation, instructed the lab personnel to disregard the cosmic cube and evacuate the premises. After exiting the laboratory and activating the emergency lockdown, Dr. Selvig felt an unsettling pain in his forehead. Upon touching it, he discovered it was slightly damp, and to his horror, found his hand smeared with blood. Wiping the flowing blood with his sleeve, he paid little heed to the pain and hurriedly made his way to the office of the base commander. Meanwhile, Clint Barton, who had been clandestinely observing from the top of the base, noticed the unusual activity in the Cosmic Cube Research Laboratory. With remarkable agility, he navigated the intricate steel framework, moving silently. In no time, Clint arrived directly above Dr. Selvig. With a deft maneuver, he leaped down. As Dr. Selvig ran, he was momentarily startled by Clint's ghostly presence, who landed silently before him and, with a frigid demeanor, inquired, "What is happening? Where are you headed, Doctor?" Dr. Selvig, taking a moment to steady his racing heart and catch his breath, anxiously replied, "The cosmic cube has exhibited an unknown energy reaction. The cause is unclear, and we cannot control it. You must report this to the higher-ups immediately, Hawkeye." Clint Barton furrowed his brow, choosing not to heed Dr. Selvig's instructions. He declared, "My duty is to monitor you. This falls outside my purview. If you need to escalate this matter, seek out the base commander." With that, he casually shot a grappling arrow and gracefully ascended along the rope, vanishing into the shadows at the top of the base. Witnessing Clint's disappearance, Dr. Selvig, whose osteoporosis was akin to that of an elderly individual, felt a pang of frustration and harbored no envy whatsoever. Well, perhaps just a smidgen. Darn it. He was immensely envious. Adjusting his stylish hairstyle, reminiscent of a middle-aged entrepreneur from the urban-rural fringe, Dr. Selvig resolved to suppress the flames of jealousy for the time being. Now was not the moment for such thoughts. The Tesseract was becoming increasingly unstable, posing the risk of obliterating the base at any moment. Reporting the situation was paramount. Due to the anomalous reactions of the Tesseract, the entire Mojave base was resonating with a chilling alarm, rousing even the security forces. This included the base commander, Melinda May. Frustrated by the blaring sirens, Melinda smashed the handheld device displaying the distress signal to the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it! Which imbecile is interrupting my well-deserved break?" With swift movements, she opened her locker and donned the weapon stored within. Suddenly, there came a thunderous knocking at the door, akin to a grim summons, which only fueled Melinda's ire further. As she prepared to open the door, she barked, "Who is it? What do you want?" The instant the office door cracked open, Dr. Selvig barged in, propelled by his ample girth, shouting, "Commander May! Trouble! Trouble! Commander May! Where are you? Damn it! I knew it! That fellow must be slacking off at work. How infuriating! I want to do that too." Melinda pushed the door away from her face, wincing as she touched her reddened nose and delivered a swift kick to Dr. Selvig's posterior, growling, "What are you barking like a dog for? Who do you think you are, and what is my status?" Dr. Selvig, clutching his posterior, turned to see Melinda's flushed nose and instantly understood the situation. Before Melinda could unleash her frustration, he promptly explained the current state of the Tesseract and its perilous implications. After listening to his account, Melinda's brow furrowed in concern. She set aside her anger and, in front of him, utilized the SHIELD internal communication system to notify headquarters of the situation. Following the notification, Melinda realized she could not remain idle. waiting for Nick Fury to dispatch reinforcements. She too must take action. Consequently, she immediately ordered the packing and transfer of all equipment to nearby bases and gathered personnel, preparing for a potential evacuation. In a display of magnanimity, it was decided to grant Dr. Selvig an opportunity to showcase his talents and realize his self-worth. Dr. Selvig, along with several of his researchers, was retained in the Cosmic Cube Research Laboratory, tasked with swiftly uncovering the reasons behind the cube's uncontrollable behavior. As for the sudden explosion of the cube or the potential opening of a portal that might hurl them into the depths of outer space, Melinda deemed these mere trifles. With her keen intellect, she had already devised contingency plans. Should any issues arise from Dr. Selvig's end, she could promptly contact Arlington National Cemetery to reserve a few spots, ensuring that no one would miss the banquet. Dr. Selvig expressed his exasperation once more. Chapter 21. The third princess and her mischief. High-end betting often requires the simplest of folding methods. After a long day, Master Zhi prepared himself for rest. Suddenly, vibrant music pierced the silence of the room, jolting Zhi Tingxiao, who was on the verge of slumber, awake with bloodshot eyes. His right hand, veins bulging, emerged from beneath the covers and groped around the bedside table until it grasped a vibrating rectangular device. Squinting, he opened his phone and exclaimed, "Oh no, my eyes." Yamagoro. Frantically, Zhi Tingxiao adjusted the brightness to its lowest setting before answering the call, feebly stating, "I'm sorry, my parents are alive. I have siblings. I have no plans to go to northern Myanmar. I haven't bought a lottery ticket recently. Please don't tell me I've won. I'm not interested in swimming or fitness. I have no money to invest in businesses, and I don't have time for beauty treatments. Moreover, if you dare to call again, you shall be finished. Not even Jesus can save you. I mean it." On the other end, Carlson listened to Zhi Tingxiao's tirade with a resigned expression, as if he had anticipated this reaction. As Zhi Tingxiao continued his rant, Carlson swiftly interrupted, "Mr. Zhi, this is Phil Carlson. A rather vexing situation has arisen, and I may require your assistance." Lying in bed, Zhi Tingxiao rolled over, still lethargically responding, "Oh, it's you. Carlson, good evening. Do you have any idea what time it is? The neighbors don't have to work tomorrow, do they? I don't have school tomorrow. Do I? Do you realize I'm 18, still growing, and in need of ample sleep? What if I don't grow tall enough and end up with hair as sparse as yours? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. provide girlfriends?" Listening to Zhi Tingxiao's outburst, Carlson nonchalantly cleared his ears and replied in a calm tone, "Mr. Zhi, I understand that this is not the ideal time for a call, but circumstances are urgent, and I had no other choice. I am currently outside your building. Time is of the essence. I hope you can come down within 10 minutes. Thank you." With that, Carlson ended the call. Zhi Tingxiao gazed at his phone, which was engulfed in busy tones, feeling a surge of irritation as he scratched his head and sighed. With no prospect of sleep, he reluctantly climbed out of bed. After hastily donning some clothes, he descended to the ground floor, where he spotted a black Citroën North parked on the road in front of the apartment building, an automobile that appeared older than his grandfather. There, in the driver's seat, sat Carlson, wearing a grin reminiscent of a translator from a wartime drama, beckoning to Zhi Tingxiao. Without uttering a word, Zhi Tingxiao strode over, and, as soon as he settled into the seat and closed the door, Carlson pressed the accelerator, propelling the car to a speed exceeding 100 miles per hour. It was astonishing that this seemingly ancient vehicle could accelerate with such ferocity. In the passenger seat, Zhi Tingxiao felt himself pinned against the seat as the scenery outside blurred past at a velocity beyond the capacity of the naked eye to comprehend. Once he fastened his seatbelt, he clutched the handle tightly, letting out a high-pitched scream. "What on earth is the urgency that has you risking your life? Turn quickly. We're going to crash. Brake. Step on the brakes. I want out. This isn't the route to kindergarten." Carlson remained unflustered, even seeming to relish the thrill. As he explained, "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Zhi, for intruding upon your rest. However, I assure you, I have no alternative. The situation is as follows." He proceeded to recount the entire context of the matter. In essence, a research facility in the Mojave Desert, dedicated to studying the cosmic cube, had encountered an anomaly, placing the entire base at risk of explosion. The cause remained unknown, though the possibility of an external attack could not be ruled out. Hence, Nick Fury sought a reliable, astute individual who was not within his inner circle to manage the situation. Zhi Tingxiao was deemed quite suitable for this task. He was the right size, easy to handle, and even in the event of failure, there would be no remorse. Of course, Carlson refrained from divulging detailed information about the cosmic cube, merely stating that it was a formidable weapon crucial to the fate of the Earth. Zhi Tingxiao scrutinized Carlson for a while, discerning from the wrinkles on his aged visage the unmistakable words, "This is a trap." He recognized this plotline well. It was the initial backdrop of the Avengers. It recounted how Loki, the third princess of Asgard, became a minion of Thanos, utilizing the Cosmic Cube's spatial teleportation capabilities to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research base. Following a fierce battle, Loki successfully controlled Dr. Selvig and Hawkeye through his scepter, ultimately absconding with the Cosmic Cube. Although the princess harbored aspirations of becoming a notorious villain, the outcome seemed to have overshadowed her ambitions, as everyone predominantly remembered Hulk's resounding defeat of her. Contemplating this, Zhi Tingxiao felt a sense of calm wash over him. Based on Loki's portrayal in the film, apart from the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone posing a tangible threat, Loki's combat prowess was considerably inferior to that of General Xingdao. After more than half an hour, Coulson's vintage car finally arrived at the outskirts of the Mojave research base. Although it was just past 1 in the deep of night, the entire base was bustling with activity, illuminated brightly, and the cacophony of voices could be heard from 2 miles away. Attention all personnel, the retreat order has been confirmed. The retreat order has been confirmed. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Load everything onto the vehicles. This equipment is too large. We need to disassemble it to transport it. Is this thing important? If not, throw it away. Our lives are at stake. There are only 3 of these devices in the world, and one cost $2 billion. What are you waiting for? Get to disassembling. The vehicles in front, move quickly. Do not linger, don't block the road. Move those boxes to that vehicle. It's already full. Yes, that one. As they entered the base, Zhi Tingxiao discovered a scene of utter chaos, with suitcases of all sizes and unfamiliar parts scattered everywhere. Pickup trucks, jeeps, and various other vehicles crowded the already limited space, making it exceedingly difficult to open the doors. In the gaps between the vehicles, there were assorted boxes and scientists in lab coats, as well as soldiers in combat uniforms. Zhi Tingxiao and Coulson navigated through the throngs of people and crossed several expansive but eerily empty laboratories. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhi Tingxiao followed Coulson to a laboratory building, where they discreetly located an elevator. As the elevator descended into the depths, Zhi Tingxiao stared in a daze at the underground facility, which was at least 3 to 5 times larger than the surface base. Chapter 22. So, is this a romance series? As the elevator came to a halt, Zhi Tingxiao spotted a slender, commanding East Asian woman with striking features waiting at the entrance. Behind her stood 12 elite combat team members, exuding a similarly fierce aura that instinctively provoked a sense of alarm. Upon seeing this woman, the usually reticent Coulson broke into a somewhat nostalgic smile, stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, "It's been a while, Melinda?" At the sight of Coulson, Melinda reciprocated with a warm smile, grasping his hand and replying, "Indeed. It has been a while. You're still the same, Coulson. How have you been? Is work treating you well?" "Not too bad. Same old routine, mainly just on my own." "It's all the same, really. And you?" "Me? I'm doing quite well, just overwhelmed with tasks from Director Fury. It's a bit too much to handle." Zhi Tingxiao and the 12 imposing figures stood silently in a corner, observing the seemingly capable yet awkward exchange between the 2 individuals. It was evident that they shared a profound history, one that could render men silent, bring tears to women's eyes, and send children scurrying to their mothers in distress. Yet now it feels as though they are akin to high school students sneaking out for a clandestine rendezvous on the weekend. Despite being of a certain age, with only a few years of youth left, they still indulge in such frivolities. Why not be direct? "Coulson, you have done enough mischief." After conversing for about 10 minutes, someone finally remembered the matter at hand. Melinda slapped her forehead and said, "Right. We still have work to do. We can continue this conversation later." Coulson, nodding eagerly, almost forgot their responsibilities in their merriment, exclaimed, Yes. What is the current situation with the Tesseract? Or rather, how dire is it?" Leading the way, Melinda explained. Approximately 2 hours ago, the Tesseract suddenly emitted gamma rays, with the intensity increasing steadily. About an hour ago, a pulse was detected. This pulse wave carried immense energy, destroying numerous experimental facilities and triggering a perceptible earthquake. Subsequently, the radiation levels surged again. Although this poses little threat to human health, it is evident that this area is no longer safe. Hence, after reporting to the director, I issued a retreat order. As they spoke, the group arrived at the laboratory housing the Tesseract. Peering through the observation window, they scrutinized the situation within the lab. Given their limited clearance, they were unable to enter. Zhi Tingxiao gazed at the empty laboratory, which housed several supercomputers, an array of unfamiliar instruments, and a cube emanating a faint blue glow. The azure cube was secured atop a Tesla coil, with flickering electric sparks and swirling waves of distorted space indicating that it was far from benign. Coulson glanced inside, confirmed the Tesseract's presence, and promptly lost interest, turning to Melinda to say, "Your judgment and decision-making are indeed correct, until we ascertain the reasons behind its sudden activation. It is prudent to keep others at a distance." Just then, Coulson's phone rang. He flashed an apologetic smile and walked to the other end, about 50 meters away. Before answering, However, within a few minutes, Zhi Tingxiao noticed Carlson returning with a forlorn expression. Curiously, he asked, "What is with that face? Did someone burn down your house? Or has your wife run off with someone? Can't you think of something more positive? Yet your drooping countenance seems to disallow such notions." Melinda, intrigued, inquired, "What happened?" Carlson tucked away his phone, furrowed his brow, and said somewhat helplessly, "Director Fury wishes to come personally to assess the situation, so he is bringing a team via helicopter. Let me check the time. Yes, they should be arriving shortly. I'll go to welcome them." Upon hearing this, both understood. Having a high-ranking official on the front lines was indeed a troublesome affair. Firstly, it instilled an inexplicable sense of distrust among the employees, which was undesirable. Secondly, should misfortune befall their leader, it would spell trouble for those under his command. Melinda pondered for a moment and decided to accompany Carlson to greet Nick Fury, as she wished to be readily available should any inquiries arise. Zhi Tingxiao, however, harbored a rather unfavorable impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. and was disinclined to engage with the unscrupulous capitalist who had dragged him out of bed at such an ungodly hour. Thus, he chose to remain outside the laboratory, indulging in his own whims, though Melinda prudently assigned 2 elite operatives to keep a watchful eye on him. Once the 2 operatives had departed, Zhi Tingxiao, glancing at the steel beam above, called out with a smile, "Good evening, my friend up there. Your appearance reminds me of a certain acquaintance of mine. He too delights in nocturnal escapades, clad in black, racing through the city or perched atop rooftops gazing at the stars. Consequently, the inhabitants of his city often wish to subdue him." Standing beside Zhi Tingxiao, the 2 elite operatives were utterly perplexed. What on earth was he doing? Why was he suddenly conversing with the rooftop? Then, to their astonishment, a live figure descended gracefully from the roof via a rope, seemingly weightless. The basement ceiling was at least 20 meters high, yet this individual executed a one-handed descent, landing without a sound. Such skill alone was enough to impress the self-proclaimed elites. As the figure emerged from the shadows, Zhi Tingxiao was finally able to discern his features. The man was tall, his appearance not unattractive but not conventionally handsome either, exuding an air of chilling intensity that was almost unbearable from a distance. His physique was remarkably muscular yet not bulky. Every contour was perfectly balanced, neither excessive nor lacking. Zhi Tingxiao also noted a specially crafted, pitch-black folding bow slung across the man's right shoulder. If he was not mistaken, this imposing figure was none other than Clint Barton, the Hawkeye, who was poised to fall under the mental control of Princess Loki. Zhi Tingxiao recalled watching the first Avengers film, where the chemistry between him and Black Widow was palpable, often exchanging playful banter in hushed corners, occasionally engaging in a whimsical back and forth about performing tricks. At one point, Zhi Tingxiao thought that if they did not marry, their relationship might never reach a conclusion. Yet, in the subsequent Avengers film, Hawkeye suddenly appeared with a family of 5 and a 3-bedroom apartment. Black Widow seemed to share glances with the Hulk. Oh. The writers had certainly gone too far. Chapter 23, the leader arrives personally. Hawkeye crossed his arms and casually regarded Zhi Tingxiao. "I don't believe we've met. Are you a new agent?" Zhi Tingxiao shook his head, spat on the ground, and replied with palpable resentment, "You are mistaken. I am not an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am merely a laborer, ruthlessly exploited by heartless capitalists, devoid of any rights. I shall not divulge to you that the unscrupulous capitalist is Nick Fury, currently the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye's expression twitched. Despite his strong internal agreement, he dared not engage with Zhi Tingxiao's words and instead inquired, "What is your purpose for being here?" Observing Hawkeye's earnest demeanor, Zhi Tingxiao smirked and replied, "Don't ask me. I am as clueless about my presence here as you are. Perhaps they summoned me out of concern that no one would take responsibility if this place were to explode. In any case, you might as well ask Carlson later. He is bound to know." Given Zhi Tingxiao's lackluster attitude and evident ignorance, Hawkeye decided to relent. At that moment, a series of rapid footsteps echoed from the direction of the elevator. Zhi Tingxiao turned to see Nick Fury approaching, flanked by Carlson and Melinda. Fury appeared to utter something in passing, prompting Carlson to nod before leading a team back to the ground base. When he reached Zhi Tingxiao, Nick Fury extended his right hand, his expression solemn, and said, "Good evening, Mr. Zhi. Seeing you here brings me much relief." Zhi Tingxiao reciprocated the handshake, rolling his eyes and pointedly remarked, "Good evening, Director Fury. Your presence here is no coincidence. It is entirely thanks to Carlson's efforts. You ought to express your gratitude to him. For not everyone possesses the audacity to call a person who is about to drift into slumber at the unholy hour of 1 a.m. In response, Nick Fury showed no signs of embarrassment. After releasing his grip, he strode toward the laboratory with an air of pride. Zhi Tingxiao shrugged nonchalantly and followed the group, curiously surveying his surroundings as if on a leisurely tour. Meanwhile, Hawkeye moved closer to Fury, reporting on various incidents that had transpired at the base during this period. as well as any suspicious targets. When discussing the anomalous reactions of the tesseract, Hawkeye concluded, Dr. Selvig appears to pose no issues throughout his research. He has not directly interacted with the tesseract nor conveyed any information externally. Furthermore, when the tesseract exhibited reactions, Dr. Selvig was not present in the underground base, nor were any researchers in proximity to it. Thus, I suspect that the tesseract itself may have encountered a problem, or perhaps it was influenced by an external entity. Listening to Hawkeye's report, Nick Fury nodded gravely. As his most trusted subordinate, Hawkeye's loyalty was unquestionable, and thus Fury held no doubts regarding his account. But why did the tesseract suddenly become agitated? When the Red Skull, Schmidt, possessed it, such disturbances were never reported. Identity verification successful. With a creak. After Nick Fury's biometric identification was confirmed, the thick steel door swung open, granting them entry into the laboratory. Upon entering, they discovered that due to the removal of numerous instruments, the laboratory seemed considerably more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Upon hearing the sound of the door being opened, Dr. Selvig, who had been sweating profusely in front of the supercomputer, immediately turned with heightened alertness towards the entrance. Upon recognizing it was a Cyclops, he let out a sigh of relief and approached, saying, "The situation is rather dire. Its energy fluctuations are continuously escalating. At this rate, the entire facility will be dragged down 400 meters underground." In response, Nick Fury glanced at the ethereal blue cube fixed at the center of the laboratory, then surveyed the tangled array of cryptic wires and coils on the floor, inquiring, "Have you considered unplugging it?" Dr. Selvig stared at Nick Fury with wide eyes, as if he were looking at a fool intending to detonate a nuclear bomb with a hammer. However, recognizing Nick Fury's authoritative position within S-H-I-E-L-D, he quickly averted his gaze and dryly remarked, "The tesseract itself is a colossal energy source. Disconnecting the power will have no effect on it. As long as we turn off the power, it can simply reboot." Nick Fury waved a hand to interrupt Dr. Selvig, casually stating, "Isn't that precisely our objective, Doctor? Harnessing cosmic energy for the advancement of human technology has always been our aspiration." At that moment, a female researcher, her glasses thicker than the bottom of a beer bottle, peered out from behind another supercomputer and exclaimed, "Doctor, the energy from the tesseract is surging again." Hearing this, Dr. Selvig's gaze darted back to the supercomputer screen, and he responded at a rapid pace, "We have yet to master its capabilities. My calculations are far from complete. It is currently emitting low-level gamma energy, and I can only watch, powerless to intervene." Such is the reality, Director Fury. Just then, Hawkeye timidly raised his hand and interjected, I have a question. I recall you mentioning that the tesseract is a gateway to the cosmic realm, correct?" Dr. Selvig looked up, somewhat perplexed, and replied, "Yes, I did say that. Is there a problem?" Hawkeye revealed a somewhat uneasy expression and remarked, "If it is a gateway, shouldn't it be able to open from both sides?" At this, Nick Fury and Dr. Selvig exchanged a glance, both sharing an unspoken concern as they turned their attention towards the pulsating tesseract at the center of the laboratory. A troubling thought lingered in their minds. As the adage goes, what is constantly on one's mind will eventually resonate. Under their watchful eyes, the tesseract responded by radiating an intense glow, resembling an 1800-watt bulb, and began to flicker violently. As the brightness intensified, the frequency of the flickering increased, causing everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. Only the quiet figure of Zhi Tingxiao at the back of the group donned her pre-prepared sunglasses, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Asgardian princess. Suddenly, with a resonating hum, a brilliant blue beam erupted from the tesseract, striking the far end of the laboratory and forming a shimmering blue portal. The energy unleashed by the cosmic cube generated a formidable pulse wave, propelling everyone several meters away, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise for an extended period. This powerful pulse rendered all electronic devices instantly inoperative, particularly the several supercomputers present, worth tens of millions of dollars, which contained a vast amount of experimental data. After a series of electric sparks erupted, they succumbed to a complete blackout, erasing all their stored information. Chapter 24. The Delusional Sister. After approximately a minute, the ethereal blue glow gradually dimmed, and the overwhelming pulse energy began to subside. Aside from occasional sparks leaping from one of the machines, tranquility slowly returned. Moments later, Nick Fury rose from the ground, bewildered as he surveyed the darkened laboratory, now shrouded in the aftermath of the Pulse-S impact. As he regained his footing, those behind him exchanged uncertain glances at their surroundings before also rising. Suddenly, without any forewarning, a blinding blue beam shot forth from the darkness. Upon witnessing the beam, Hawkeye felt an unsettling surge within him and instinctively tackled Nick Fury to the ground. True to his instincts, the beam whizzed past Fury, striking an apparatus behind him. With a resounding explosion, the device erupted, its steel casing melting into molten red iron, leaving Fury visibly shaken. In response to this perilous situation, Everyone in the laboratory immediately raised their weapons, aiming at the direction from which the beam had originated, and pulled the triggers. The air was filled with the sound of gunfire, bullets whistling toward the unseen source, accompanied by the metallic clashing that echoed in the ears of those present. Amidst the sparks produced by the bullets colliding with metal, Nick Fury discerned a shadowy figure standing still, brandishing what appeared to be a spear. Unfazed by the barrage of gunfire. Before long, all firearms were rendered empty, producing a sharp clicking sound. Melinda and Hawkeye, taking refuge behind a supercomputer, were just preparing to eject their empty magazines for fresh ones when, whoosh, bang, a barrage of thick blue beams surged forth from the corner, offering no time for anyone to react. Boom. Two elite operatives and a female researcher were struck, and with a single agonized cry, they were reduced to ashes. One of the beams, initially aimed at Dr. Selvig, was narrowly deflected by Hawkeye, allowing him to avoid a grim fate. However, as he turned around, he was met with a sharp spear aimed directly at his chest, accompanied by a bizarre, predatory grin. Agent Barton, watch out. Clint, be careful. Melinda and Nick Fury shouted in unison, but it was too late. The spear-like weapon was now less than 5 centimeters from Hawkeye's heart, leaving him no time to evade. At that moment, a colossal hand, seemingly ablaze with crimson flames, seized the staff-like weapon, while its other hand transformed from an open palm into a clenched fist, delivering a resounding blow to the chest of the indistinct figure. The impact echoed with a thunderous crash, sending the shadowy figure hurtling back at a velocity greater than its arrival. As it was propelled away, the figure collided with numerous instruments before crashing against a wall made of 70mm thick specialized steel, leaving its fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the staff-like weapon remained firmly grasped by the fiery hand. At this juncture, the pulse energy of the cosmic cube stabilized, and the laboratory's backup power systems began to restore electricity. With a series of beeping sounds, the emergency lights flickered to life. It was then that everyone discerned the true identity of the fiery hand's owner, the nonchalant and sardonic Zhi Tingxiao. At that moment, Zhi Tingxiao held the staff-like weapon in one hand while casually draping an arm around Hawkeye's waist, exclaiming with a mischievous grin, "Welcome to northern Myanmar, my delicate little princess." Hawkeye, exasperated, glanced at the suddenly animated Zhi Tingxiao and, with an impassive expression, pushed him away. Although unable to comprehend the Chinese language, Hawkeye could discern from Zhi Tingxiao's expression that his words were far from complimentary. Zhi Tingxiao shrugged off Hawkeye's dismissive gesture and instead scrutinized the staff in his hand, which resembled both a spear and a scepter. He couldn't help but be intrigued, for this object was embedded with an infinity gem. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible glimmer of cold light shot toward the nape of Zhi Tingxiao's neck, his heart, and the right socket of Hawkeye's eye, 3 lethal targets. As a formidable warrior, Hawkeye sensed the impending danger immediately. He swiftly tilted his head just in time to evade the incoming glimmer. Upon turning to look, he saw a flying knife embedded 3 inches deep into a metal plate. Zhi Tingxiao's reaction was equally swift. He effortlessly waved the staff, blocking the seemingly ferocious knife with ease. Gazing in the direction from which the knife had come, he playfully twirled the spear and grinned, saying, "Good evening, Princess of Asgard. No need to hide. I can already see your crystal shoes and princess gown." Upon hearing Asgard, Dr. Selvig abruptly lifted his head, exclaiming in astonishment, "Asgard? Thor's homeland?" The others, including Nick Fury, were equally startled and instinctively turned their gazes toward that direction. Emerging from the shadows was a tall, lean figure, striding forward with an oppressive gait. The first thing that caught their attention was a devilishly handsome face, characterized by sharp features and flowing hair that lent him an air of indescribable elegance. His armor was remarkable as well. The gold and green color scheme, though initially perplexing, paled in comparison to the formidable protective quality that had withstood a barrage of bullets without a single scratch. Zhi Tingxiao believed there was nothing amiss with the combination of gold and green. With such protective power, he could even accept the most outrageous colors, be it sultry red, flamboyant purple, or even the hue of snail noodles. At that moment, Zhi Mei strutted out of the teacher's office like a disciplinary committee member who had just betrayed her own, her expression brimming with arrogance. She regarded everyone around her as though they were beggars from distant lands, inciting an undeniable urge in others to confront her. With arms wide open, as if delivering a royal address, she proclaimed, "Greetings, citizens of Midgard. I am Loki, hailing from Asgard. I come bearing a glorious mission." Upon hearing the name Loki, the crowd could not help but recall the infamous god of mischief and deceit from Norse mythology. Among them, Dr. Selvig reacted most vehemently, exclaiming, "Loki, you are Thor's brother." In contrast to Dr. Selvig's outburst, Nick Fury maintained a composed demeanor, his expression unperturbed as he inquired, "Friend from Asgard, we harbor no grievances between us. What brings you here?" "To rescue you, to liberate you from lies, such as freedom." "Wow, it seems we are to be saved. How thrilling." One responded, "But I'm afraid, Mr. Savior, you have come to the wrong set. The ones you seek to save are in Hollywood. Fools often revel in the illusions they weave, and freedom stands as the grandest of all fabrications. Rest assured, I shall teach you well. You will all become my subjects. The earth shall belong to me." As he spoke, Loki offered a mischievous smile and dashed toward the Tesseract's location. Chapter 25. Life is like a ship, not dependent on wind or oars. But on the waves observing Loki's movements, the crowd felt an ominous foreboding. Should Loki acquire the Tesseract, given his notorious antics in Norse mythology? No one would believe this boded well for world peace. Nick Fury was the first to fire at Loki in an attempt to halt him, followed closely by Melinda, who drew her weapon, while Hawkeye also raced toward the Tesseract. However, the Asgardian's physical prowess was simply formidable. Bullets striking Loki merely sparked harmlessly, inflicting no damage whatsoever. As Loki neared his goal, a wave of dizziness washed over the onlookers. Was the earth truly destined to fall under this tyrant's rule? Whoosh! Bang! Suddenly, a beam of eerie blue light shot in from the side, unmistakably striking Loki. The immense energy sent him flying once more, even leaving a significant charred mark on his otherwise indestructible armor. Zhi Tingxiao, mimicking the antics of the Monkey King, brandished Loki's scepter and remarked, "I must ask, Princess, is it truly acceptable for you to disregard me so? I was the first to recognize your magnificence. Yet here you are, engrossed in conversation with them, leaving me in the shadows. Princess, you are utterly heartless. It's truly a case of out with the old and in with the new." Though Zhi Tingxiao possessed no knowledge of magic, the previous attack was merely a projection of energy from the Mind Stone, requiring only intent rather than magical prowess. Thus, this staff can also be wielded by Zhi Tingxiao. Loki, lying on the ground, cast a venomous glance at Zhi Tingxiao and gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Truly astonishing. Who would have thought a human like you could emerge in Midgard? You possess commendable courage. Yet, alas, you ought not to approach me." As his words fell, Loki's form, prone upon the ground, began to flicker violently as if suffering from a poor signal, before vanishing entirely. Simultaneously, an alarm rang within Zhi Tingxiao's mind. Before he could rationally process the situation, his body instinctively rolled forward like a lazy donkey. However, it was too late. A ray of green magical energy shot forth from behind him, striking Zhi Tingxiao, who instantly felt as if hundreds of needles were piercing his body, causing excruciating pain. Ah! Zhi Tingxiao, unable to endure the agony, lost his grip on the spear, which fell only to be caught by Loki. As soon as the spear was in his grasp, Loki unleashed its power without restraint. The weapon blazed brilliantly in his hands, releasing a barrage of ethereal blue beams that surged toward the gathered crowd. The powerful energy beams swept across the scene, igniting flames and unleashing a cacophony of explosions, inflicting considerable damage upon Nick Fury and his companions. After this onslaught, Loki panted heavily, clearly drained by the effort. After regaining some composure, he looked down at Zhi Tingxiao, who writhed on the ground in pain, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Loki placed his metallic boot upon Zhi Tingxiao's chest, slowly crouching down, his eyes glinting with mockery, as he surveyed Zhi Tingxiao's pale visage. "I bring good news. I shall create a world on this earth, free from all constraints, where everyone will fall under my dominion. Henceforth, peace shall reign, and strife shall be no more. Considering the current state where you lie and I stand, it is clear that I am in the right, and you shall be my first citizen." As he spoke, Loki rose, brandishing the staff embedded with the Mind Stone, aiming it at Zhi Tingxiao's head. Witnessing this, Zhi Tingxiao felt a chill wash over him. He did not believe that, with his meager 8 points of mental strength, he could resist the control of the Mind Stone. Beholding the gem radiating a soft yellow light directed at him, Zhi Tingxiao felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Associating with the likes of this Sister Zhi, irrespective of her reputation, was a perilous endeavor, primarily due to the lack of a promising future. Observing Sister Zhi's life trajectory from her entrance to her exit, it was a tale of continuous beatings, nearly spiraling into a fate akin to that of Neymar. Such a lack of dignity. Were it not for her commendable looks and the unwavering support from her fanbase, one might argue that she could have met her demise in any given episode, and without the luxury of extra chicken. Thus, he resolutely decided that he could not board this treacherous ship. With determination solidified, Zhi Tingxiao's mind raced, fervently seeking a solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered through his thoughts, and a card of an item that had been gathering dust since the beginning began to materialize in his mind. Gazing at the cards on the panel, Zhi Tingxiao could only pray to the heavens, hoping that this contraption would prove useful. The program initiated the item card, Steve's Backpack. Confirmation of command loading complete. Item card, Steve's Backpack, from Minecraft, comprising 36 slots, each capable of storing 19,278 identical items, allowing a total weight capacity of 70 tons across all slots. As the monotonous electronic voice faded, Zhi Tingxiao trembled and extended his right hand, grasping the tip of the mind scepter. Loki observed Zhi Tingxiao's actions, merely chuckling softly without intervening. He relished witnessing the struggles of others in their final moments. Moreover, an ordinary individual, under the influence of his magic, could not possibly possess the strength to displace the scepter. There was no other possibility for Zhi Tingxiao besides being under his control. Perhaps sensing Loki's disdain, Zhi Tingxiao gritted his teeth and declared, "Do you know? Once upon a time, there was an elven king who could have obliterated a planet with a single blow to secure victory in war. But he succumbed to the allure of a dancer and ultimately met his demise." Upon hearing this, Loki appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend Zhi Tingxiao's words. Yet he maintained his smile and replied, "So what is your point?" Enduring the relentless pain coursing through his body. Zhi Tingxiao's face flushed as he forced a smile more grotesque than tears, hoarsely stating, "Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to perform a magic trick for you." A grand surprise. No sooner had Zhi Tingxiao spoken than, without warning, the scepter in Loki's hand vanished into thin air. It disappeared without any discernible pattern. Staring at his empty hands, Loki's smile gradually froze, disbelief and an eerie sensation creeping into his heart. Swish. Loki hoisted Zhi Tingxiao into the air with one hand, while the other brandished a short sword, pressing it against Zhi Tingxiao's throat. Although lifted into the air, Zhi Tingxiao showed no signs of fear. Instead, a hint of pride illuminated his face as he beamed. "What do you think? Was my magic splendid? Are you sure you won't give me a round of applause?" Loki's eyes burned crimson, the pressure of the short sword increasing as he coldly warned, "Midgardian, I do not care what you have done, but I advise you to return my scepter, or I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you will experience the most excruciating death imaginable. I swear." With a flick of his left wrist, the scepter materialized in Zhi Tingxiao's hand, only to vanish again with another twist of his wrist. Though he said nothing, it felt as if he had conveyed everything. The harm was minimal, but the insult was profoundly severe. Indeed, Zhi Tingxiao's actions instantly provoked the wrath of the goddess. Chapter 26. A just brawl. Get out of Neymar's trajectory. Loki pressed the short sword forward, the sharp blade grazing Zhi Tingxiao's throat and drawing a shallow line of blood. The crimson liquid trickled down the blade, pooling in Loki's hand before dripping onto the steel floor. Frustrated and furious, Loki lost the composed demeanor he had previously maintained, roaring, "Return my scepter. Otherwise, I shall kill you now." However, Zhi Tingxiao was not afraid. Rather, he was filled with immense joy, for he discovered that the energy causing a prickling sensation throughout his body was dissipating at an astonishing rate. As he attempted to channel his inner chi, he found that there was indeed no obstruction whatsoever. Just then, Loki felt a rush of wind at the back of his head. A foreboding warning surged within him. He knew that it must be Old Six resorting to an underhanded ambush, and he immediately prepared to retaliate. Yet Zhi Tingxiao had already regained his momentum. There was no way he would allow Loki to succeed. Seizing the moment of Loki's distraction, he concentrated his chi into his fists and unleashed a flurry of rapid punches aimed at Loki's face. With each strike, Loki's visage was relentlessly battered, the excruciating pain and the flurry of fists rendering him unable to open his eyes, causing the hand gripping Zhi Tingxiao's collar to instinctively loosen. Recognizing this fortuitous opportunity, Nick Fury and Hawkeye, who were poised to exploit Loki's vulnerability, cast aside their reservations and resolved to strike with all their might. Nick Fury brandished a military dagger, roaring as he lunged towards Loki's vulnerable back. Though he seldom engaged in direct combat and often exuded the demeanor of a conductor rather than a fighter, Nick Fury was not merely an extraordinary leader. He was also a genetically enhanced warrior, one of Earth's finest martial arts masters, holding a black belt in Taekwondo and a brown belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, as well as being a heavyweight boxer in the army. Thus, when Nick Fury wielded a dagger, he was far more formidable than when he bore a firearm. Simultaneously, Hawkeye was not to be outdone. His specially designed folding bow, which had been resting on his back, was now fully drawn. An arrow, glowing with a crimson light, was knocked on the bowstring, drawn taut like a full moon, aimed squarely at Loki's temple, ready to be released at any moment. After enduring a barrage of Zhi Tingxiao's punches, Loki's head was spinning. Whoosh, bang, clang, aura 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 aura. Nick Fury's military dagger sliced through Loki's armor as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, penetrating his flesh. However, the blade barely breached half an inch. Despite Nick Fury's relentless efforts, it would not advance further. Reluctantly, he was compelled to abandon the dagger and swiftly retreat. As the sharp sound of an arrow slicing through the air approached, Zhi Tingxiao recognized it as Hawkeye's projectile and immediately stepped back several paces, creating a significant distance between himself and Loki. Zhi Tingxiao was acutely aware of the myriad forms and peculiar functions of Hawkeye's arrows, their martial prowess unmatched. A moment's inattention to the arrow's capabilities could spell disaster. He would never forget the year when his companion, confident and assured, had seized an arrow shot by Hawkeye, only to be sent tumbling off course with a resounding thud. A lesson learned through blood. Indeed, history was set to repeat itself. In the preceding moment, his companion had been held down and pummeled, yet now, with newfound confidence, she grasped the arrow shot by Hawkeye, proclaiming with arrogance, "Foolish mortals! Do you not realize that you are affronting a being of supreme divinity?" Bang! The arrow exploded, and the girl, Zhi executed a flawless Thomas full rotation, spinning 3.5 times before performing a 720-degree somersault, followed by a backflip of 450 degrees. Ultimately, she landed head-first onto the floor, lying flat with vacant eyes, resembling someone who had endured the fury of the Hulk a dozen times over. Her demeanor exuded a pitiful vulnerability, akin to that of a mother who had just finished watching a series of heart-wrenching dramas. Zhi Tingxiao shook his head in silence. Recognizing that Zhi was still too young, she only remembered the pleasures but not the pains, oblivious to the complexities of the world. Could one simply intercept an arrow shot by Hawkeye? Yet, amidst this, Zhi Tingxiao couldn't help but marvel at the might of the Asgardian race, or perhaps more aptly, the robustness of the frost giants. Even confronted by the full force of Zhi Tingxiao and the 3 super soldiers of Earth, Loki seemed merely fatigued, with only slight abrasions to show for it. What an astonishing constitution! If one were to quantify it in terms of physical prowess, Loki's resilience would surely be in the triple digits. And as for Thor, who surpassed Loki in strength, he was a force to be reckoned with. As for Odin, well, he was simply a powerhouse. Loki, as if broken by the encounter, shakily rose to his feet, his face a canvas of rage and frustrations, his eyes burning crimson as he hoarsely proclaimed, "Congratulations, foolish mortals. You have successfully provoked the gods." As he spoke, Loki's arms trembled, and 2 short swords materialized in his hands, his aura surging dramatically. This sight made Zhi Tingxiao and Nick Fury furrow their brows in concern. Was the bloodline of the Asgardians, frost giants, truly this formidable? However, the current situation allowed no time for contemplation, as Loki charged at them with his swords drawn. Zhi Tingxiao immediately harnessed his inner energy to meet the oncoming threat, while Nick Fury and Melinda, refusing to back down, rushed forward as well. Despite Loki's title as the mightiest sorcerer of the 9 realms, the short swords in his grasp moved with a life of their own, showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship. Not only was his technique impressive, but these swords were forged from the most enigmatic metal, you, found within the divine realms, imbued with Loki's prized dark magic. A stab from them would spell disaster. In contrast, while Zhi Tingxiao's martial arts were exquisite and his inner energy fierce, his lack of combat experience was glaring. Had it not been for Nick Fury and Melinda's timely support, he would have been pierced like a pincushion. Hawkeye stood at the side, intently observing the melee within the laboratory, occasionally seizing the opportunity to fire a shot or two, causing Loki some inconvenience. At that moment, Nick Fury and Melinda executed a synchronized maneuver, exerting every ounce of strength to restrain Loki's hands, simultaneously shouting to Zhi Tingxiao, "Quick, take him down." Responding to their call, Zhi Tingxiao summoned the dwindling reserves of his inner energy and unleashed a technique akin to a celestial toast, his fist raining down upon Loki's face and chest like a torrential downpour. The forceful blows struck Loki's body with the ferocity of a wild beast, and combined with the enhancement of his solar attribute energy, even the formidable constitution of the Asgardians, frost giants, felt the strain of resistance. At last, Zhi Tingxiao channeled the last remnants of his vital energy into his right fist, unleashing a powerful blow upon Loki's chest without restraint. The resounding impact echoed like an explosion, and Loki's body was instantly liberated from the grasp of Nick Fury and Melinda, propelled backward in a tumultuous roll. Chapter 27, Earth Crisis. A resounding victory for the Kree. With a thunderous crash, Loki collided with the iron door of the laboratory, the sharp sound prompting skepticism regarding the true nature of these Asgardians. Having just made his entrance, he had withstood a barrage of gunfire, endured 2 group assaults, and been pummeled by 3 individuals, yet he still appeared as fierce as ever. The machinations of the Elder Ring S-Dog planners paled in comparison. However, in the next moment, an event transpired that sent Zhi Tingxiao and Nick Fury's blood pressure soaring. Just when everyone believed Loki was defeated, merely requiring the aftermath to be tidied up and a small room prepared for him, Loki, dragging his battered body, suddenly lunged to the left, thrusting a dagger against the throat of the unsuspecting Dr. Selvig, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines. But that was not the gravest concern. The most perilous aspect was that Dr. Selvig held the cosmic cube, recently detached from the Gaussur coil. Loki swiftly seized the cosmic cube from Dr. Selvig's grasp, cackling maniacally. "Foolish mortals, you have fallen into my trap. Earth shall ultimately belong to Loki, the God King." Ah! With that declaration, the previously dim cosmic cube blazed with a haunting azure light, coalescing behind them into a portal. Loki kicked Dr. Selvig through the portal and waved goodbye to Zhi Tingxiao. Nick Fury and the others, smiling as he leapt into the gateway himself. As Loki departed, the azure portal gradually closed, vanishing from sight. Zhi Tingxiao, upon regaining his senses, found Nick Fury whirling around to seize his collar, shouting furiously, "What on earth did you just do? Why did you merely stand by and watch? Have you betrayed humanity?" At that moment, Zhi Tingxiao was overwhelmed with fatigue, his vital energy completely depleted, and recovery would take at least 3 to 5 days. Thus, he could only endure Nick Fury's furious shaking, retorting with exasperation, "Director, let us speak with integrity. Given my current state, do you truly expect me to intervene? Do you believe there are too few hostages? Moreover, I am merely a consultant for SHIELD, not your operative, with no obligation to risk my life for you." Besides, he had clearly planned this. His purpose for coming here was the cosmic cube. His objectives were clear, and his strategy was precise. He possesses formidable strength. Yet we were utterly unprepared, knowing only a name, while remaining blind to everything else. Oh. And let us not forget our lack of power. While the outcome was somewhat absurd, it was, in truth, understandable. Observing Zhi Tingxiao's seemingly indifferent demeanor, even Nick Fury, despite his seething rage, had to concede that there was some merit in his words. Nick Fury sighed, reluctantly releasing the collar of Zhi Tingxiao's garment. He picked up the communicator and coldly declared, "I am Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. I hereby announce that the entire organization is now on high alert. Agents ranked level 7 and above are to abandon their current missions and return to headquarters with utmost urgency. War has come." Upon concluding the call, Fury cast a desolate glance at the ceiling before resuming his steely demeanor. The terms Loki, Asgard, divine beings, and the Tesseract echoed in his mind like a sinister chant, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. On one side lay the Tesseract, a source of boundless energy with limitless destructive potential. On the other stood a formidable invader from the realm of Asgard, no less than a royal heir. Should this incident be mishandled, it could escalate into a diplomatic crisis threatening the very existence of humanity, especially given Loki's royal status. This inevitably reminded Fury of another figure, one equally entrenched in power, prone to reckless behavior, and also a prince of a great nation, Archduke Franz Ferdinand. On June 28, 1914, the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire was assassinated by a Serbian youth in Bosnia, serving as the pretext for the outbreak of World War I, with the Sarajevo incident igniting the conflagration. Given the current trajectory, should Loki perish on Earth, the consequences for Asgard might not mirror those of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Yet, one thing Fury was certain of: in the face of Asgard, Earth's fate would be far more tragic than that of Serbia. However, neglecting Loki, this harbinger of doom, would seemingly lead to a grim outcome for both Earth and humanity. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Resisting meant certain death, yet acquiescence appeared equally fatal. A dire situation. Observing Fury, who seemed nearly on the brink of a mental breakdown, Zhi Tingxiao shook his head. While he understood Fury's concerns, he found himself at a loss for words. The axiom that weak nations have no diplomacy held true in international relations, and it was equally applicable to the relationship between Earth and Asgard. As a Chinese individual, Zhi Tingxiao grasped this principle deeply. Yet, Fury, as an American, had long been accustomed to a paradigm of winners taking all and losers being left to grovel. This shift in mindset appeared challenging for him to accept. After a moment of silence, Zhi Tingxiao could not restrain himself any longer and approached Fury. "Director Fury, there is a matter I believe you should consider. Given Loki's previous remarks and his recent behavior, it seems he intends to harness the power of the Tesseract to open a gateway between Earth and Asgard, or elsewhere. He might transport armies from Asgard or another location in pursuit of his grand ambition to rule Earth and ascend as its deity. This is merely my conjecture, of course. After all, we have witnessed Loki's capabilities. His strength is not without limits. It is difficult for me to fathom that this is the source of his confidence in realizing his dreams. How absurd." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury furrowed his brow, turning to gaze at the nonchalant Zhi Tingxiao, feeling an intensifying ache in his head. At that moment, Zhi Tingxiao suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something. And with a flick of his wrist, Loki's scepter silently reappeared in his hand. Casually, he tossed the scepter to Melinda, who stood beside Nick Fury, exclaiming, "Oh, right. Almost forgot about this. Airport lady, catch. This scepter, bestowed upon Loki by his superior, possesses formidable power, which you have all witnessed. I need not elaborate further. The gem embedded at the top of the scepter has quite a remarkable origin, closely linked to the Tesseract. Perhaps you can utilize it to uncover Loki's whereabouts and the fate of the Tesseract. Of course, do not ask me how, for I, too, am in the dark." Nick Fury intercepted Melinda, who was about to confront Zhi Tingxiao, casting a meaningful glance in her direction. Why does Zhi Tingxiao seem so familiar with the Tesseract and Loki? How can he conjure the scepter from thin air? or make it vanish just as easily? And why does he appear utterly unfazed by the impending crisis on Earth? All these questions only serve to deepen Nick Fury's suspicions regarding Zhi Tingxiao's true identity. Who exactly is this individual? Chapter 28. Chapter title censored the following morning. Zhi Tingxiao sat on the steps leading to the Mojave Underground Research Facility, idly observing the staff below as they tidied up the remnants of last night's fierce battle. Strangely, the Mojave facility had not suffered the catastrophic energy collapse associated with the Tesseract's power as depicted in films, which would have led to its complete destruction. After conducting a thorough safety inspection and discovering no issues, Nick Fury decided to continue utilizing the facility, albeit with a slight reduction in confidentiality and security levels. After all, significant funds had been invested in establishing this base, and abandoning it would be a tremendous waste. It is worth noting that those funds were painstakingly extorted by Nick Fury from the World Security Council. Such resources must not go to waste. At that moment, Zhi Tingxiao, who had been lost in thought, suddenly heard the sound of steady footsteps approaching. Turning, he saw the ever-dapper Phil Coulson, his forehead gleaming as brightly as a car's headlights. Just then, he had descended from the ground base, seemingly cradling a box that appeared to contain food. Due to enhancements from the primordial virus, Zhi Tingxiao's sense of smell had been heightened, and from a distance, he caught a whiff of strawberries and chocolate, accompanied by the enticing aroma of fried delicacies. Shortly thereafter, Coulson settled beside Zhi Tingxiao, placing the box between them and opening it before taking a seat on the steps. Peering into the box, Zhi Tingxiao beheld a collection of round, delectable donuts, their fried surfaces coated in sugary glaze, chocolate, and various delightful creamy toppings. Observing its golden exterior, with wisps of white steam still faintly visible, it is evident that this delicacy has just emerged from the fryer. Its charming appearance beckons one to take a bite while it is still warm, releasing a delightful fusion of sweet icing and buttery aroma that bursts forth in the mouth. The dough, crispy on the outside yet soft and fluffy within, possesses a tender resilience that offers an unparalleled delight to both the palate and the senses. Should a hint of custard ooze forth at just the right moment, gliding gently across the tongue, the resulting texture would be as exquisite and enchanting as a first love. Once seated, Coulson remained silent, casually reaching for a strawberry-flavored donut. As he took a bite, Zhi Tingxiao could almost sense its crispness and sweetness. Having fought valiantly the night before, Zhi Tingxiao's energy reserves were depleted, and his hunger had reached a desperate level. Without questioning Coulson, he seized the donut from the box and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweetness of the strawberry, combined with the distinctive fragrance of fried food, exploded in his mouth, causing him to unconsciously hasten his pace of consumption. Coulson observed Zhi Tingxiao's ravenous demeanor with a bemused expression, squeezing his eyes in silent exasperation. Yet he chose not to utter a word, merely quickening his own eating. After a silent feast lasting several minutes, the last donut had vanished. Zhi Tingxiao pulled a pack of tissues from his pocket, offering one to Coulson while taking another to wipe his mouth. After cleaning himself, he casually tucked the tissue back into his pocket, gazing at the bustling individuals below, and spoke with calm indifference. "Speak, Director, what is it that you wish to discuss? To clarify, if you intend for me to assist in confronting Loki and his allies, I am amenable to collaboration. However, should you request my induction into SHIELD, or any other peculiar affiliations, I advise against it. My stance remains unchanged." Coulson wiped his hands and, emulating Zhi Tingxiao, placed the tissue back into his pocket, maintaining a stoic expression as he replied, "Rest assured, Director Fury has not tasked me with that. He understands your reluctance. However, there are indeed matters that require your assistance." "Assistance? What do you require of me?" "Due to Loki's emergence, Director Fury has realized that our planet not only lacks the capability to confront unknown threats from the cosmos, but also lacks an understanding of the cosmic power distribution. Based on your performance last night, it appears you possess considerable knowledge about cosmic affairs, or at least your intelligence far exceeds our expectations. While I am unaware of your sources or the veracity of your information, it has proven accurate thus far, and that is crucial. Your existence is particularly significant compared to our ignorance. Thus, Director Fury has instructed me to persuade you to accept the dual role of combat advisor and intelligence consultant, with a remuneration doubled and temporary authority elevated to level 7. Your task is to assemble the individuals listed herein to form a super team capable of addressing extraterrestrial invasions, with you serving as commander, while a level 7 agent from SHIELD will be appointed as your deputy commander. Aside from that, in the absence of intelligence regarding cosmic matters, I hope you can provide some assistance, though I do not wish to impose." Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao remained silent, casually perusing the tablet computer handed to him by Coulson. However, after merely glancing through a few pages, he could no longer maintain his composure. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as if it had been summoned forth. "Captain America, real name Steve Rogers, possesses extraordinary leadership skills, exceptional martial arts combat techniques, and he also possesses remarkable self-healing abilities. God of Thunder, real name Thor Odinson, the Prince of Asgard, with a body density 3 times that of a mortal, exhibiting enhanced resilience against physical blows and immunity to viruses, radiation, and toxic gases. Moon Knight, real name Mark Spector, endowed by the moon god Khonshu, his physical abilities, speed, endurance, and strength are amplified by the moonlight at night. Blade, real name Eric Brooks, a master swordsman, a level 10 agent, proficient in various combat techniques, familiar with diverse firearms, possessing exceptional marksmanship skills. This list contains descriptions of each superhero, each merely 2 pages long yet exceedingly detailed, as if penned by the heroes themselves. No, it is likely that even if they personally wrote it, they could scarcely provide such intricate content. With such intelligence capability, Zhi Tingxiao found himself pondering how that group of ne'er-do-wells managed to infiltrate so deeply. They resembled a certain unnamed clandestine organization. This led Zhi Tingxiao to question Nick Fury's intentions in presenting this list. Was this white-skinned elder truly attempting to remind him not to underestimate the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D.? One cannot dismiss this possibility. Nevertheless, Zhi Tingxiao could not help but marvel at how swiftly Nick Fury took action, just as Loki arrived. He was already intent on gathering intelligence on various cosmic powers. It was a pity that most of his subordinates were utterly incompetent. Could it be that Nick Fury's real name is Jin? Chapter 29. The most romantic fireworks after pondering for a considerable time, driven by his love for Earth, loyalty to humanity, and yearning for peace, Zhi Tingxiao resolved to take on this troublesome matter. It was certainly not because Nick Fury offered an exorbitant sum. As is well known, Zhi Tingxiao is a person who regards money as worthless. How could he possibly accept a troublesome task for mere financial gain? Absolutely not. Zhi Tingxiao nodded, stating with righteous conviction, "Very well. For the sake of saving humanity, for the protection of Earth, I shall reluctantly assume the roles of intelligence advisor and commander. Please do remind Director Fury to ensure that the compensation for this assignment, the salary for the intelligence advisor position, bonuses, allowances, and so forth, are deposited into my account. Oh, by the way, I have a question. Regarding the privileges of a level 7 agent, do I receive discounts when shopping at the supermarket? Am I entitled to benefits? Can I advance my salary at the end of the month? Haha, please do not misunderstand. I have never dealt with money, and I have no interest in it. I am merely curious and wish to gain insight into the daily life of a level 7 agent, to better acclimatize myself in advance. Are there any preferential policies regarding the purchase of houses and cars? Is it possible to ride public transport or the subway for free? Can significant medical expenses be deductible?" 5 minutes later, Coulson departed with a scowl, and as he left, Zhi Tingxiao discreetly slipped the used napkin he had wiped his mouth with into Coulson's pocket. Joyful and content. Meanwhile, Coulson, on his way back to the command center, could not fathom how Zhi Tingxiao, with a demeanor akin to that of a greedy landlord, could claim to dislike money. Even the infamous Greenland would bow in submission before such audacity. In Budapest, Hungary, within an abandoned factory on the 3rd floor, a stocky, gray-haired Russian operative glared menacingly at the Black Widow, bound to a chair and garbed like a technician from the tertiary sector. "Tonight is not what I envisioned. I expected a more enchanting atmosphere," he remarked. The Black Widow cast a nervous glance at the square elevator shaft towering 10 meters behind her. She was perilously close to the edge, and forcing a calm facade, she replied, "I understand your thoughts. Trust me, it will be better this way." The stocky operative scoffed, disregarding her suggestion, and inquired, "Whose service do you pledge? Is it Lermontov? Does he believe we require his consent to transport our goods?" As he spoke, a scruffy subordinate approached and pushed the Black Widow's chair back, nearly causing her to tumble into the elevator shaft. Despite her efforts to maintain composure, the Black Widow's legs, clad in black stockings, anxiously kicked against the bare floor, seeking a point of stability as she nervously questioned, "Isn't General Rasahab responsible for the export business?" The stocky operative chuckled lightly, taking a few steps forward, and disdainfully replied, "Rasahab? Merely a pawn pushed into play, utterly inconsequential. Frankly, Romanov, you have disappointed me. The renowned Black Widow appears to be nothing more than a slightly more attractive vase. Do you find me beautiful?" She interjected just as the subordinate behind the stocky operative, dressed in a black jacket, received a phone call from the left pocket of his trousers, drawing the attention of everyone present. The subordinate glanced around nervously, then hesitantly retrieved his phone, flipping it open to reveal an unfamiliar number, before answering with trepidation. "Hello, Moses? Please hand the phone to the woman you have bound." "Oh, I apologize. I forgot to mention the request. Now, you must immediately pass the phone to the woman you have tied up. Otherwise, I shall use my boot to kick your backside. Do you understand?" "You little fool." The subordinate, with a perplexed expression, moved the phone away from his ear, and informed the stocky operative, it's for that woman. Upon hearing this, the portly agent's eyes widened in disbelief, his coarse white eyebrows shooting up in surprise. He swiftly snatched the phone from his subordinate's hand and roared into it. Listen closely. No, Zhuge, you must hear me out. You are currently on the third floor of Solinsky Square, number 114. And there are 2 aircraft equipped with 4 Type 71 air-to-ground missiles less than 8 miles from your location. Now it's 7 miles. If you do not surrender the phone to that woman, I shall be compelled to present you with the most romantic fireworks display imaginable. Now, make your choice. And do not feel pressured. Father will always love you. The portly agent, his expression turning a deep shade of crimson, listened intently to the phone. His face contorted with a mix of anger and dread. The words from the other end sent chills down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he begrudgingly held the phone to Black Widow's ear, instructing her to secure it with her neck. Black Widow, equally perplexed, was diligently executing her plan when Coulson's call interrupted her at such a critical moment. Good evening, little Black Widow. Coulson is currently checking on Steve Rogers to see if he kicked off his blanket, and he is momentarily unavailable. Our crystal was recently stolen. So, he asked me to remind you to come home often. Oh, and I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhi Tingxiao, your current and future direct superior and commander. You may call me father. Given your situation, I shall come find you. With that, the call abruptly ended. Black Widow, feeling increasingly uneasy as she listened to the busy tone, wondered what sort of lunatic Nick Fury had recruited. However, before she could lower the phone, a shadowy figure silently slipped through the broken window of the factory. The portly agent and his subordinates barely had time to draw their weapons before the figure swiftly ensnared them, launching a rapid and decisive attack. Within mere seconds, the once imposing agent and his 2 lackeys, their guns still holstered, found themselves sprawled on the ground. Black Widow, her large, beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, recognized that while she could easily dispatch these 3 inept foes, she had never anticipated such efficiency. As the cries and sounds of struggle subsided, the dim chandelier ceased its swaying, allowing her to discern the appearance of the intruder, dressed impeccably in a suit. The handsome face of the newcomer bore a subtle hint of mischief. His tall stature exuded an air of mastery, instantly conveying that he was no ordinary individual. Previously, like many in the West, Black Widow had thought that all Asians looked alike, with little distinction between beauty and plainness. Yet this man before her revealed the truth. There exists a spectrum of attractiveness among Asians, and he epitomized the pinnacle of that spectrum. However, the next moment, Zhi Tingxiao would illustrate to her the adage that the higher the beauty, the greater the folly. With a knowing gaze directed at the bound and scantily clad Natasha, he casually wiped an ambiguous substance from the corner of his mouth and teasingly remarked, "Oh dear, Agent Natasha, in the quiet hours of the night, dressed in a manner that reflects frugality, have you recently found yourself in a tight financial situation, venturing into the tertiary industry, or perhaps engaging in a technical profession? Oh, you have even summoned a multitude of formidable warriors from the land of the fierce to indulge in this daring escapade. The audacity of youth knows no bounds." Chapter 30. The Green Behemoth in India. A Quanta fighter jet, en route from Budapest, Hungary, to Mumbai, India, cradles within its confines a certain Zhi Tingxiao, who cowers in a corner of the cabin, massaging his swollen jaw while gasping for breath. Opposite him, the Black Widow peruses the tablet bestowed by Coulson, scrutinizing the Avengers pre-selection list with a grave expression. Has Coulson lost his senses? He expects us to locate that irascible green behemoth, and he wants us to do it with 2 people? The last time that green giant went berserk, he obliterated 2 city blocks in mere minutes. 3 armored infantry battalions of the Marine Corps were utterly annihilated. What can we possibly accomplish? Will we merely serve as living dolls for him? This is absurd. They didn't even provide me with a pink dress. Listening to the Black Widow's grievances, Zhi Tingxiao tenderly rubbed his inflamed cheeks and replied with a calm demeanor. Do not overthink this journey. It is not as dreadful as you imagine, or perhaps it is far more secure than you anticipate. The Black Widow raised her gaze, appraising him skeptically, and asked with furrowed brows, "Secure? Did my previous strikes dislodge any remnants of intelligence from your already limited mind? Or has the onset of night lulled your dwindling wisdom into a slumber?" In response, Zhi Tingxiao cast a wistful glance at the Black Widow, momentarily halting his ministrations on his cheek, and with a hint of resentment, remarked, "I appreciate your candor. It enlightens me that my swollen visage is not due to the altitude of our flight, causing low pressure to bloat my face. Enough of this. With your 300-gram intellect, note, the average human brain weighs approximately 1,400 grams, while a pig's brain weighs between 200 to 300 grams. Consider this, Dr. Banner has been largely in hiding within the Dharavi slum of Mumbai for the past 3 to 4 years. Though the area spans merely 175 square kilometers, it is home to over 1 million residents. Oh, it seems he has also ventured to Yiwu in China and the Pearl River Delta, both of which are significant population centers. Given Dr. Banner's profound understanding of the destructive potential harbored within him, coupled with General Ross's meticulous nature, which has evaded the global reach of the military, it stands to reason that he would not remain in such densely populated locales unless he was entirely confident in his ability to control himself. Furthermore, I have examined all SHIELD documentation regarding the Hulk, including data shared from the Godspear Bureau in Hong Kong. Between 2008 and 2010, there were approximately 15 reported sightings of a creature resembling the Hulk in East and Southeast Asia. Yet, in the subsequent 2 years of 2011 and 2012, there was only a single similar sighting. What does this signify? Black Widow listened to the explanation from Zhi Tingxiao, unconsciously lowering the tablet in her hand. Then stroking her smooth chin, she remarked, "This indicates that Dr. Banner's control over the Hulk within him is strengthening. And the current intensity of his control has reached a level that does not interfere with his daily life." Zhi Tingxiao snapped his fingers, revealing a look of satisfaction, and nodded. "It is my privilege to witness you engage your intellect." Having said that, he quickly sidestepped, leaving no opportunity for Black Widow. As he anticipated, a fierce glint flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she delivered a swift kick towards his neck, but due to his quick evasion, her foot struck the cabin door instead. Zhi Tingxiao turned back, sticking out his tongue at Black Widow, tauntingly saying, "Ah, missed me, hee hee." Annoyed, Black Widow retracted her leg, huffed in frustration, and returned to her seat, refusing to glance at Zhi Tingxiao once more. In Mumbai, India, within the dilapidated confines of the Dharavi slum, a barefoot doctor named Bruce Banner had just completed surgery on a patient suffering from tuberculosis complicated by tuberculous emphysema. He was now washing the bloodstained hands at a somewhat worn-out sink. Although India began establishing a public healthcare system in 1950, and by the 1980s, healthcare began to extend into rural areas, the system remained fundamentally underdeveloped due to explosive population growth, the corruption within the Indian government, and a consistently tight fiscal budget, leading to public hospitals being overwhelmed and largely non-functional. This prompted the healthcare system in India to enter a phase of privatization, with an increasing number of small private clinics flourishing, eventually resulting in large private hospitals dominating the landscape. However, the fees of private hospitals were exorbitant, rendering it difficult for a significant portion of the Indian population to afford such high costs. Thus, the renowned barefoot doctors of India emerged. To sustain his life in India and earn a modest living, Bruce Banner, utilizing a smattering of medical knowledge acquired during his studies, became a barefoot doctor. Although he graduated with a Ph.D. in physics rather than medicine, this did not detract from his reputation as a miraculous healer in India. Compared to the quacks who prescribed cow urine or suggested cow dung baths, often to the detriment of their patients, Bruce Banner was indeed a physician of remarkable talent. Just then, a ragged little girl burst into the loft, clutching crumpled bills in her hands, rushing towards Bruce Banner. Upon seeing him at the sink, she immediately extended the money towards him, her face streaked with tears, and urgently exclaimed, "Are you a doctor? My father is ill. He is unconscious, has a fever, and keeps groaning. No matter how I call, he won't wake up." Hearing the cries of the little girl, Bruce Banner turned his head, wiping his hands as he spoke gently, "There's no need to rush, take your time. What seems to be the matter?" Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes brimmed with tears once more, and she sobbed, "He is ill. It seems he has a fever. Please, doctor, save my father." Seeing the pitiful visage of the girl, Bruce Banner could not help but sigh. He declined to accept the money she offered, instead turning to retrieve his medical kit. Once he had secured the kit, he gently patted the little girl's head, wiping away the tear stains on her face, and said, "Let us go. Lead me to him." The girl nodded vigorously, grasping Bruce Banner's large hand and sprinting out, her urgency palpable. Bruce Banner did his best to keep pace with her, ensuring she would not get lost or be harmed by the passing carts and motorcycles. Chapter 31. The Honest Young Man. Zhi Tingxiao, the little girl, brought Bruce Banner to a modest, dilapidated wooden house on the outskirts of the Dharavi slum. The interior of the house matched its unadorned exterior, resembling the war-torn style of Syria. The dirt floor was overrun with lowly weeds, and the air was thick with the distinctive odor of excrement, mingled with dust. It was evident that the place had been abandoned for quite some time. Gazing at the desolate and empty wooden structure, Bruce Banner held his forehead, momentarily bewildered by the situation. Was he there supposed to be a patient here? Where were they? However, before he could fully grasp the circumstances, the agile little girl dashed into a room within the house and escaped through a window. She had fled. Connecting this with the military Humvee he had noticed earlier in the current desolate surroundings, Bruce Banner felt a surge of dread. He feared he might have been discovered by the military of the beautiful nation, or even surrounded. "Damn it. You should have taken the money first, Banner," he muttered to himself in self-deprecation. I advise against such actions, for her hand that clutched the money is her left. You wouldn't appreciate the Senate carries. At that moment, a low male voice resonated from behind Bruce Banner, its tone oddly relaxed. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down his spine. He turned to see a man and a woman standing behind him. The man was clad in a black suit, tall and reasonably good-looking. Perhaps 2/10 more handsome than Bruce himself, who sheepishly scratched his unkempt beard. The woman possessed a captivating beauty, dressed in an elegant black gown, with a red shawl draped over her fair, alluring shoulders, enhancing her graceful allure. Such a stylishly dressed pair of attractive individuals appearing in a slum was, without doubt, an incongruous sight. Bruce Banner set down the medical kit on his shoulder and took 2 steps back, surveying his surroundings with an air of casual indifference. You have quite cleverly lured me to the outskirts, haven't you? I am completely unaware. This place must be surrounded, right? Is it the Marine Corps 1st Division again? Zhi Tingxiao furrowed his brow, tightly covering his nose with a handkerchief to shield himself from the suffocating stench that incessantly invaded his senses. In response to Bruce Banner's inquiry, he grumbled, "Rest assured, it's just the 3 of us here. Originally, we did plan to deploy 2 light infantry battalions from the 1st Marine Division for an ambush. However, considering the fate of General Ross's 3 armored infantry battalions last time, I advised against it. After all, the compensation from the United States is not something to be taken lightly, though it seems to come as easily as a gust of wind. Regardless, if funds are lacking, we could simply have the Federal Reserve raise interest rates. Should we recall those 2 light infantry battalions?" The Black Widow, directly addressed by Zhi Tingxiao, could not help but cover her face with her hand, exasperated by her inept companion. "Why must you be so candid? Are you concerned that I might not perish swiftly enough?" Bruce Banner squinted, his mind racing as he grappled with the unexpected sincerity before him. Unsure of how to respond, he stammered, "What about that little spy you arranged? Her acting skills are remarkable. Did she enter the field at such a young age?" The Black Widow smiled politely, maintaining her distance from Zhi Tingxiao, and replied coolly, "I was once like her." "Who are you?" "Natalia Romanoff, S-H-I-E-L-D. Agent. Let me ask directly, Agent Romanoff, have you come to kill me? For world peace or something of that nature?" "Dr. Banner, we have never received such orders." Zhi Tingxiao rolled his eyes at the 2 who seemed unable to arrive at any meaningful conclusion, stifling a yawn, only to be assaulted by another wave of foul odor that sent him into a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, gag. The Black Widow and Bruce Banner, in unison, ceased their fruitless conversation, exchanging a knowing glance as they observed Zhi Tingxiao nearly expelling his lungs. A singular thought crossed their minds. What on earth could Nick Fury be thinking to assign this buffoon to the mission? After finally calming his breathing, Zhi Tingxiao waved his hand, his expression twisted in discomfort. "Cough, cough. I can no longer endure the fragrant air of India. If I stay here much longer, I fear I shall perish. So, Dr. Banner, I shall not waste more of your time." Approximately 3 days ago, an Asgardian claiming to be Loki seized an item known as the Tesseract from S-H-I-E-L-D through a portal. The energy contained within the Tesseract is immense, sufficient for humanity to utilize recklessly for millennia. If Loki were to repurpose it as a weapon or something else, the consequences would be dire. Although S-H-I-E-L-D mobilized all resources immediately to search for it, as of now, both the Tesseract and Loki remain missing. However, according to previous scientific research, it has been discovered that the cosmic cube itself serves as an energy source, continuously emitting a stable stream of unique gamma rays. Unfortunately, the radiation levels of these gamma rays are so low that, given the current accuracy of S-H-I-E-L-D's equipment and the intellect of its researchers, the prospect of locating the cosmic cube in this lifetime seems utterly bleak. The individual with perhaps the most profound understanding of gamma rays in this world might be able to pinpoint the location of the cosmic cube. Hence, we seek your assistance in uncovering its whereabouts. In the midst of this conversation, Zhi Tingxiao unexpectedly produced a document concerning the cosmic cube from seemingly nowhere, placing it on the dilapidated wooden table in the room. Perhaps due to Zhi Tingxiao's almost comical candor and his demeanor of addressing an individual rather than a monster, Bruce Banner harbored little skepticism towards his words. He donned his glasses and, with a sense of openness, began to peruse the materials laid before him. After a considerable time, Bruce finally lifted his head, closed the document, and returned it to Zhi Tingxiao. Removing his glasses and placing them back into his pocket, he inquired, "So, you are not here to capture a monster?" Zhi Tingxiao rolled his eyes, reclaiming the document with a hint of disdain in his tone, replied, "You think too much. With the meager salary Nick Fury provides, do you really expect me to undertake such perilous tasks? That's wishful thinking. Besides, the world is vast, and there are countless lovely ladies. Why would I willingly choose to pursue the Hulk? Isn't living a fulfilling life enough? Let us cut to the chase. Will you lend your assistance? If you agree, We can board the plane. If not, I'll promptly return to inform Nick Fury that this endeavor has failed, leaving him to deal with the consequences. Upon hearing this, Bruce Banner's expression twitched slightly, while it was certainly a relief to know they were not there to apprehend him. He couldn't muster any joy. Nevertheless, considering the implications for world peace, the inherently upright Bruce Banner pondered for a moment before asking, does S-H-I-E-L-D provide accommodation and meals? Gul'dan, you must truly have wandered onto the wrong set. Chapter 32, The Regional Organization. Spear Bureau. After an invitation that could only be described as bizarre and indescribable, Bruce Banner found himself somewhat deceived into joining Zhi Tingxiao. Black Widow remains baffled as to what peculiar reasoning led Bruce to accept Zhi Tingxiao's invitation. Is this some sort of unique communication technique? Ignoring the two of them, Zhi Tingxiao consulted the list provided by Coulson, noting that there were still numerous superheroes of sufficient caliber to partake in the Battle of New York. To be safe, it would be prudent to make every effort to gather them. Who knows how chaotic the situation may become with the Mind Stone having been seized. If things go awry, it is entirely possible that Thanos could emerge prematurely. Faced with Thanos, who does not possess all 6 Infinity Stones, a coalition of a dozen or 20 superheroes might stand a fighting chance. However, if relying solely on the few superheroes from the original storyline, even against a Thanos devoid of Infinity Stones, the outcome would likely be no different from a visit by the Red Cross bearing warmth. Seated within the cockpit of the Quinjet, Bruce Banner glanced around, somewhat anxious, and inquired, although my geographical knowledge is not particularly robust, it seems that the plane's current trajectory is not heading toward the beautiful nation, is it? Where are we actually headed? Zhi Tingxiao furrowed his brow, perusing the superhero roster and their profiles displayed on his tablet, occasionally swiping the screen with a professional demeanor. Upon hearing Bruce Banner's question, Zhi lifted his head, puzzled, and responded, Where are we going? Have you forgotten? Or did I fail to mention it? In response, Bruce Banner wore an expression of incredulity, exclaiming, Ever since we boarded the aircraft, you've been preoccupied with your tablet. Were you supposed to communicate this telepathically? Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhi Tingxiao scratched his face and turned to the Black Widow, adopting a serious tone. Little Widow, you are being rather unreasonable. How could you conceal such significant news from Dr. Banner? Do you not regard him as a comrade and a good ally to share both joys and hardships? The Black Widow rolled her eyes, ready to retort, but she interjected decisively, Enough. I do not wish to hear your explanation. Given that this is your first offense, I shall refrain from further comment. But remember, it must not happen again. Rest assured, Dr. Banner, I have earnestly reprimanded Little Widow, and I vouch for her character that such a trivial mistake will not be repeated. Young people are bound to err from time to time. For my sake, let us grant her one more chance. Bruce Banner and the Black Widow exchanged incredulous glances at Zhi's shameless demeanor, internally lamenting, Are you truly the youngest Master Chef? You managed to shift blame with such finesse. Bruce Banner sighed, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. Well, can you now inform us of our destination? As he spoke, he cast a sympathetic glance at the Black Widow, thinking perhaps her misfortune lay in her company. Unbeknownst to him, in the corner of the cockpit, the Black Widow was employing her feminine prowess, pinching Zhi's waist with a fierce grip, twisting it mercilessly. The force was so intense that Zhi began to wonder if she was hungry for flesh. Suppressing the excruciating pain, Zhi blushed deeply, attempting to pry her fingers away while dryly stating, Our destination this time is Hong Kong, where there are a group of blue-skinned individuals, some unfamiliar friends. They may be able to assist us. Unfamiliar friends? Zhi pried the Black Widow's grip loose, while frantically rubbing the painful area on his waist. Gritting his teeth as he continued, Indeed, although their residence is in the Himalayas, they own properties in Hong Kong, New York, and London, equipped with a portal. Thus, theoretically, we can find them in any of these 4 locations. Since India is not far from Hong Kong, we might as well try our luck. Perhaps we can enlist their help? However, the Black Widow, sitting nearby, furrowed her brow and countered. I recall from Coulson's files that there seem to be no records of any special individuals from Asia. Where did you acquire this intelligence? Moreover, if memory serves me correctly, the Godspear Bureau primarily operates within certain regions of Asia and Europe, does it not? Are you truly certain that dispatching the S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft to Hong Kong without the slightest forewarning is not an act of inciting regional discord? Zhi Tingxiao, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively, exhibiting no awareness of trespassing upon another's territory. Rest assured, such trivial matters will be resolved by Director Fury. After all, he has Director Zheng Xian's contact information. A long-distance call will suffice. Besides, in comparison to the minor inconvenience that can be rectified with a mere phone call, the prospect of recruiting one or more formidable allies is far more appealing. Do you really think that Director Fury, given his intellect, would choose otherwise? Black Widow squinted, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling as though Nick Fury's decision to appoint Zhi Tingxiao as a consultant was a misstep. The benefits remained elusive. Yet trouble seemed poised to emerge. The Godspear Bureau, established by China to safeguard national security, is an intelligence-gathering agency. Although its strength does not rival that of SHIELD, it boasts 16 aerial battleships and over 150 elite agents. This organization was originally founded by Zhang Heng during the Eastern Han Dynasty, indeed, the very Zhang Heng you are thinking of, and the current director is Zhang Xian, a shrewd figure renowned for his diplomatic acumen, who is said to have even outmaneuvered Nick Fury on occasion. Despite the superficial friendliness of Sino-American relations, Zhang Xian adeptly navigates the complexities of interactions with SHIELD and American superheroes. Although SHIELD has repeatedly sought to assimilate or even eliminate the Godspear Bureau, Zhang Xian and numerous Chinese officials, along with superheroes, have successfully averted all crises, rendering their efforts akin to a superhuman counterinsurgency. Regrettably, while Zhang Xian's personal prowess and cunning are exceptional, Nick Fury is not far behind. Thus, the Godspear Bureau has quietly developed its influence over the years, extending into parts of Asia and Europe, albeit lacking the global reach of SHIELD. Reflecting on this information, Zhi Tingxiao couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting that he might never witness that vibrant realm teeming with life and competition. Bruce Banner, indifferent to the rivalry between SHIELD and the Godspear Bureau, sat quietly beside them, listening without contributing. Black Widow, however, felt a pang of unease, discreetly sending her location and destination to Nick Fury, then expressed her discontent. Let us hope your decision proves wise. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves on the defendant's bench at The Hague, resisting Loki and his army's invasion of Earth. Why be so cowardly? Isn't it the hallmark of your fine nation to uphold justice on foreign soil? Relax, I am Russian. To clarify, I am a Russian-American. Chapter 33. Modu expressed his confusion and exited the group chat. In the Himalayas, on an unnamed peak, lies a village called Kamar Taj. A venerable old man, clad in a simple white robe, his expression grave and eyes gently closed, sat alone amidst the snowy expanse, adopting a meditative posture with palms facing the heavens. Suddenly, the old man with a white beard suddenly opened his eyes wide, his aura surging dramatically. The thick layer of snow beneath his feet was instantly swept away. Flying hundreds of meters, the previously dim sky transformed into a brilliant expanse. The somewhat dazzling sunlight fell upon him, making his polished forehead gleam like a powerful light, rendering it difficult to gaze directly at him. Behind the old man, a circular portal, radiating sparks akin to those from a welding torch, slowly opened. From within stepped a young black man, clad in a white mage robe, his skin dark and features decidedly angular. The young man approached the elderly figure, respectfully performing a gesture of reverence, before speaking in a measured tone. Supreme Mage, you have summoned me. What are your commands? The old man rose from the ground, appearing like an ordinary elder, and with trembling hands smoothed the wrinkles from his garments, speaking in a kindly manner. Ah, it's you, Master Dingxian. It has been quite a while since we last met. You've grown so much. Yet, why have you become so dark? I've told you not to play basketball under the sun, yet you refuse to listen. Look at you now. With such a complexion, how will you ever find a bride? At this rate, even Wang area from the village below would likely overlook you. Oh, today's youth truly gives one cause for concern. The young man, looking at the lamenting figure of Master Gui, felt a twitch of his skin but maintained a steady tone. Supreme Mage, I am Mordo. Master Dingxian is stationed at the London Sanctum and is not in Kamartash. Upon hearing this, Gui showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he flexed his legs, seemingly stiff from prolonged sitting, and smoothly shifted the topic. Ah, by the way, a few rather intriguing guests will be arriving at the Hong Kong Sanctum shortly. Why don't you accompany me to welcome them, Master Mordo? At the mention of guests, Mordo could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth, his brow furrowing tightly, his demeanor taut like a drawn bow. He recalled that the last guests to visit the three sanctums were none other than Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, to fend off that invasion. The Supreme Mage had led more than a third of the Kamartaj mages into battle, and Mordo was among them. That encounter had left an indelible mark of terror upon his youthful spirit, causing him countless restless nights. Moreover, there was the previous visit from a member of the Celestial Group, the Planet Devourer. At that time, Mordo had been flung away with a single blow, without even a chance to make an entrance or utter a greeting. And prior to that, the visit from Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. The level of this matter is exceedingly elevated, and Modu's participation is absent. Given his current proficiency in magic, his involvement would likely be as inconsequential as a mere banquet. Ancient One cast a fleeting glance at the apprehensive Modu, gently stroking his white beard with a leisurely demeanor, and cheerfully remarked, "Master Modu. There is no need for such anxiety. Our guests bear no ill intentions, merely an intriguing little fellow. What do you say? Shall we go and greet him?" Modu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply as he replied, "It is my honor, Great Supreme Mage." In Hong Kong, Kowloon District. Before an imposing edifice in British architectural style, Black Widow retrieved her two specially crafted S.H.I.E.L.D. pistols from the inner thigh holster, vigilantly surveying her surroundings as if she were amidst a battlefield, ready to confront any imminent adversary, occasionally executing tactical maneuvers. Zhi Tingxiao squinted, observing the exuberant Black Widow rolling on the deserted street, and at a loss for words. Considering that Black Widow was over 80 years old, it seemed likely that there was no one left in this world for her to care about. Reflecting on this, Zhi Tingxiao shook his head in lamentation, capturing a brief video on his phone before curiously inquiring, "I say, little widow, what on earth are you doing? Have you run out of medication?" Hiding behind a lamppost, Black Widow raised her dual pistols overhead, her expression grave as she stated, "I cannot quite fathom it, but upon nearing this place, I felt an overwhelming urge to depart, as if something dreadful lurked within. Moreover, Hong Kong is a densely populated area, yet not a soul can be seen. Something is decidedly amiss." At that moment, Bruce Banner, who had been lurking behind Zhi Tingxiao, stretched his neck and chimed in with a similarly perplexed expression, "Indeed, I share that sentiment. And the closer we approach this peculiar building, the more intense the feeling becomes." Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao clenched his right fist and struck it against his left palm, revealing an enlightened expression as he exclaimed, "Oh, is that what you meant? Why didn't you say so earlier? This is merely an ordinary magical array for expelling creatures set up by my acquaintances whom I barely know. Nothing to be astonished about." Black Widow tucked her pistols back into the thigh holster, then approached Zhi Tingxiao with a radiant smile, observing her cheerful demeanor. Bruce Banner instinctively sensed a perilous threat and retreated 10 meters to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Black Widow stood before Zhi Tingxiao, her smile even more enchanting, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders as though she were about to embrace a lover. However, Zhi Tingxiao felt no romantic ambience. Instead, a chill coursed down his spine. Yet, before he could react, Black Widow's soft hands suddenly clasped together, and her pale, straight thighs delivered a series of knee strikes to his chest and abdomen. Bang, bang, bang. "You rascal. You find amusement in watching me make a fool of myself, don't you? Is it all so entertaining?" she cried out. Oh, I'm going to die. Little widow, I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh, my queen, I was wrong." Upon entering the grand entrance of the Hong Kong sanctuary, Modu was met with a myriad of sights. He suddenly regarded Wang area from the village as quite exceptional, at the very least. He could hold his own in a fight. At that moment, Master Gui approached the door, a broad smile adorning his face as he observed Zhi Tingxiao, the Black Widow, and Bruce Banner in the square. He remarked, "Master Modu, what do you think of these two children? Their bond seems quite strong, does it not?" "Ha, it truly is enviable. In my youth, I shared such camaraderie with my old companions. Alas, time is relentless, and the past cannot be reclaimed." As Gui reminisced about the glory of bygone days and glanced at Zhi Tingxiao, who was on the verge of being overwhelmed, Modu's thoughts became tumultuous. Was the Supreme Master harboring some peculiar misunderstanding regarding relationships? Chapter 34. Isn't my middle finger quite attractive? In the Chinese-style reception hall of the Hong Kong Sanctuary, located in the Kowloon District, Gui sat gracefully on a grass mat, half closing his eyes while cradling a teacup in his right hand and stroking his snowy white beard with his left. The tranquility and mystery he exuded resembled that of legendary sages. Conversely, Bruce Banner knelt across from him, having lived in India for several years. He was somewhat acquainted with East Asian customs and thus assumed a proper posture while partaking in tea. However, the Black Widow, hailing from Russia and having lived predominantly in Western countries, found herself rather uncomfortable with the Asian traditions, fidgeting restlessly as if she were a worm. As for Zhi Tingxiao, after enduring a series of knee strikes, elbow blows, and joint locks from the Black Widow, he succumbed to the ground. He was then dragged back to the Hong Kong sanctuary by the benevolent Modu, now sprawled on the low table, his state uncertain. Gui took a delicate sip of tea, his penetrating gaze lingering on Bruce Banner for a moment before he spoke with profound significance. "Mr. Banner, regardless of whether your experiences are filled with joy or sorrow, or whether the individuals you encounter are virtuous or vile, they invariably impart lessons that aid you in becoming a better person. You are somewhat unique, and your situation is not as dire as you might imagine." At these words, Bruce Banner abruptly looked up at the composed Gui, his heart betraying him by skipping a few beats. However, recalling Zhi Tingxiao's insights about Gui, he regained his composure. He took a generous gulp of tea, then let out a wry chuckle, saying, "If you consider a life filled with separation, loss, and ultimately scurrying away like a rat to be merely unfortunate. Perhaps one could deem my life quite fulfilling. You have not given up, have you? I am not fond of your pretense of having seen through me, though it is rather impressive. Ouch. My chest aches terribly, despite my calm demeanor. What is this heavy pain I feel? Everyone, Black Widow, meow? Zhi Tingxiao rubbed his chest and, upon raising his head, discovered that everyone was gazing at him in silent disbelief. He immediately straightened up, adopting a formal demeanor as he addressed Gui, esteemed supreme sorcerer. Greetings. I am Zhi Tingxiao from Guangfu City in Guangdong Province, currently serving as an honorary advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the purpose of our visit, given your formidable power, I trust it requires no further elaboration from me. Our request may seem rather excessive, but I hope for your understanding and support. Although Zhi Tingxiao maintained a decorous demeanor and poise, the conspicuous swelling on his head drew far more attention than his words. How absurd. Gui, stroking his white beard, regarded Zhi Tingxiao with a look befitting a younger counterpart, and in his unhurried tone said, You are quite unique. I can scarcely perceive anything about you. If it is not too much trouble, would you be willing to share your story with me? In response, Zhi Tingxiao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, replying, My affairs are trivial. Let us first discuss the pressing matter at hand. I wonder how many sorcerers from Kamartaj can assist us. Gui set down his teacup and, with an expression as tranquil as still waters, cast a sidelong glance at Zhi Tingxiao, slowly raising his middle finger. Zhi Tingxiao glanced at Gui, whose demeanor seemed utterly nonchalant, and then at the upright finger. He felt uncertain whether this gesture was an insult or a numerical indication, and tentatively inquired, sorcerer. What do you mean by that? Gui smiled faintly, extending his middle finger forward a bit more, and in Cantonese remarked, Isn't my finger quite lovely? Meanwhile, at a military training facility in New Jersey, the boxing gym reverberated with the sound of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Captain Steve Rogers silently struck the heavy bag with his formidable fists, each blow resonating with a powerful thud that made the bag sway feebly like a willow in a tempest. He had been here for several consecutive days, having already destroyed several bags, yet the super soldier serum coursing through him rendered him impervious to fatigue or weariness. The reality of having slumbered for 70 years continued to haunt him like a persistent nightmare. What troubled Steve Rogers even more was that upon awakening, Peggy Carter had married and begun a blissful life. His best friend Howard S. Son was older than him. He remained, regrettably, a solitary figure. Boom. At last, with a flurry of relentless punches, the heavy bag succumbed and was sent flying several meters away, sand scattering everywhere. Steve Rogers took a few deep breaths, removed his gloves, approached the damaged bag, and casually tossed it aside. He then retrieved a brand new heavy bag weighing several dozen kilograms from the corner and hung it up. I hear you have been training here for several days. Insomnia? A deep and resonant voice came from behind him. Steve Rogers turned around with an indifferent expression, only to find Nick Fury, clad in black, clearing his throat. Steve Rogers cast a fleeting glance at him before dismissing him entirely, subsequently resuming his fervent assault on the punching bag. He replied, I have slumbered for 70 years. I believe my rest has been ample, sir. Perhaps you might step outside, indulge in a drink, or seek the company of a lady, and immerse yourself in the world that has evolved over these 7 decades. After all, one can always find a reason, can they not? Just before I took the plunge into the sea, those mustachioed fellows were carelessly tossing things about. Upon awakening, you inform me that the world's theme is peace and development, yet no one has mentioned what we have lost in the interim. We have certainly erred over the years, indeed. Some mistakes are recent, like this one. As he spoke, Nick Fury handed over a paper document. Steve Rogers glanced at the yellow cover of the folder and then at the impassive Fury, silently removing his entire uniform and accepting the document. So, what exactly do you wish for me to do, Director? He inquired knowingly while perusing the papers. The Tesseract, I presume you were well acquainted with it. It was salvaged from the depths of the ocean when Howard was seeking you. Both he and I believe it holds the key to resolving the world's energy crisis. Alas. Nick Fury succinctly recounted the events surrounding the Tesseract and Loki's invasion, then posed a concluding query. Do you have any good suggestions regarding the Tesseract? After closing the file and returning it to Fury, Steve Rogers did not lift his gaze, but merely gathered his belongings, preparing to return to the apartment arranged for him by S.H.I.E.L.D. You should never have brought that thing up, he remarked. A good suggestion, though it may prove futile. The relevant documentation has already been placed in your apartment. Be sure to review it thoroughly, Captain. Chapter 35, The Lost Scepter Little M.O. How old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? You've been a veteran employee at Kamartaj, haven't you? How much does Old Bidding pay you? High above the South Pacific, within the cockpit of a Quinjet, M.O. stared despondently at the inquisitive Zhi Tingxiao, who was bombarding him with questions like an eager husky. In his heart, He had already imagined pressing the ancient sorcerer Gu Yi into the ground for her unseemly behavior and her questionable influence on the younger generation 100 times over. After 2 hours of earnest negotiation between Zhi Tingxiao and Gu Yi, one party demanding exorbitant prices while the other offered paltry compensation, Gu Yi finally relented and allowed Mo to be lent to Zhi Tingxiao for his use. But only under the condition that Zhi Tingxiao would hold an honorary title at Kamartaj. Zhi Tingxiao tilted his head, contemplating that. Given Gu Yi's impending demise according to the original narrative, and considering the luxurious estates Kamartaj possessed in Hong Kong, London, and the heart of New York City, this seemed a rather advantageous deal. Without hesitation, Zhi Tingxiao agreed to the terms. As for the unfortunate child, Modu, and the possibility of his betrayal, Zhi Tingxiao felt no concern. After all, the repercussions would ultimately affect the United States. Moreover, he held a firm belief in his own charismatic influence. Confident that under his relentless leadership, the North American division of the Tongliao universe would undoubtedly gain yet another formidable talent akin to Ram. Just as Zhi Tingxiao was engaging Modu in a lively discussion about life and future aspirations, his phone erupted with a sudden ring. The melody evoked images of the Seine River, the left bank CF, and a delightful cup of coffee, reminiscent of a heartfelt confession carried by the breeze. At the moment the phone rang, an eerie silence enveloped the cabin. Yet, Zhi Tingxiao remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully retrieving his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he promptly answered. Hello? Moses? Is this Coulson? I have exceeded my mission objectives. I am now preparing to return. Has Nick Fury transferred the funds to my account? Let us be clear, money for the package. We must adhere to the rules of the trade. If I deliver the individual and Nick Fury hasn't arranged the payment, well, then I cannot be held accountable for my actions. On the other end, Coulson, holding the phone, fell into a prolonged silence. He pulled the device away from his ear to verify the caller ID, confirming it was indeed Zhi Tingxiao's number, rather than that of some notorious crime lord. With a slight smirk, Coulson chose to set aside Zhi Tingxiao's nonsensical ramblings and inquired, exceeding mission objectives? What do you mean by that? Hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao glanced at Modu and replied, Oh, it's nothing really. I just thought I had ample time to swing by Hong Kong after my return from India, and I managed to recruit a magician. His skills should suffice. He could likely handle 10 agents like you. What do you think? How much do you suppose a magician of this caliber would fetch at Nick Fury's place? Upon learning that Zhi Tingxiao had pilfered a magician during his jaunt to Hong Kong aboard A.S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, Coulson's initial reaction was not one of joy, but rather indignation. Covering his face, he struggled to contain his mounting frustration, exclaiming, Do you even realize what you are doing? Hong Kong. That is the headquarters of the Spear Bureau. Do you think there aren't enough crises plaguing the Earth already? Are you trying to instigate a conflict between the two largest special organizations in the world? Even if you are oblivious to such matters, couldn't you have consulted with your superiors before taking action? Zhi Tingxiao interjected. Well, should I just return the individual? Pretend nothing has occurred? Perhaps casually affiliate with the Spear Bureau? Do you think they would believe such nonsense? Do you reckon I would dare to do that? Coulson found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that his own tactics had been discerned by Zhi Tingxiao. As longtime rivals, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Spear Bureau would not punish him for unearthing talent right under their noses. Nick Fury would be more inclined to celebrate than to chastise. The notions of friendly relations and win-win cooperation are utterly foreign to the United States. The finest diplomacy often manifests as a treacherous blow to those already in distress. And the most advantageous cooperation resembles the act of consuming every morsel without leaving a trace. Such is the essence of this splendid nation. Thus, in a certain light, Zhi Tingxiao might be seen as having accomplished something significant. Coulson sighed deeply, massaging his temples with evident frustration, and remarked, Just bring the person back to the coordinates I sent you. As for the financial matters, discuss them with Director Fury. I lack the authority to decide. You are utterly incompetent. Before Coulson could voice further indignation, Zhi Tingxiao had already terminated the call, leaving Coulson to unleash a flurry of exasperated punches into the air for several minutes until he felt somewhat relieved. With a sense of satisfaction, Zhi Tingxiao tucked his phone away, only to turn and find Banner, Black Widow, and Mordu regarding him with peculiar expressions. Touching his handsome face, Zhi Tingxiao exaggeratedly asked, Why do you all stare at me? Have you finally discerned the hidden leadership qualities beneath my striking visage? How infuriating! Despite my efforts to conceal it so well, you have still uncovered my essence. It seems you possess sharper wits than I assumed. With a shrug and an expression of pride, Zhi Tingxiao entered the cockpit, inputting the coordinates sent by Coulson into the navigation system. After amending the flight path, he activated the autopilot. Outside the cabin, the evening sea glimmered beneath the setting sun, the sky ablaze with a vibrant orange hue. The surface of the water mirrored this splendid glow, transforming into a golden expanse. The light reflecting off the waves resembled flickering flames, rolling and cresting one upon another. A few white sails floated upon this golden sea, akin to delicate feathers, drifting serenely. As he admired this breathtaking view, Zhi Tingxiao stretched lazily and mused aloud. Ah, what a scene that evokes happiness. I maintain that even the French possess admirable qualities. So surely there must be something worthy of appreciation in the Marvel Universe. I must visit the seaside during my next holiday. Yet, reflecting upon his current servitude under Nick Fury and the anticipated harmonious atmosphere of the Marvel world, his chances of a vacation appeared scarcely better than Coulson regrowing his hair. Indeed, every capitalist serves as a splendid ornament upon the street lamp of society. Just as Zhi Tingxiao was contemplating the picturesque scenery outside, and on the verge of drifting into slumber, the sudden sound of a familiar voice jolted him awake, nearly causing him to topple from his seat. Reassuring his startled heart, Zhi Tingxiao gritted his teeth and fished out his phone from his pocket. Glancing at the number, he discovered it was once again Coulson, the middle-aged, balding coffee machine of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon pressing the answer key, before Coulson could utter a word, Zhi Tingxiao erupted. What on earth do you want now? Is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s phone bill so ample? Have you found yourself without work? Must you ramble on endlessly and disrupt my peace? Today, you must provide a reasonable explanation. Loki's scepter has vanished. How splendid is the rationale you have presented. I shall elaborate upon the details when I return. For now, I must conclude our conversation. Chapter 36. Shinhe, you have gone too far. In a certain maritime region of the Pacific Ocean, the Quinn-class fighter piloted by Zhi Tingxiao gradually descended onto an unremarkable gray-black American aircraft carrier. Yet, this vessel was, in truth, the S.H.I.E.L.D. operational and research platform in an aerospace carrier. This carrier represented the pinnacle of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technological advancements. Equipped with an aerodynamics control tower, anti-gravity chamber, operational command center, cockpit, prison, microcomputer room, flight deck, lookout deck, medical room, and nuclear control room, as well as a global observation research institute. The aerospace carrier could ascend through 4 turbine engines, maintaining altitude even if one were damaged. It could deploy reflective panels to achieve invisibility and was capable of launching 35 fighter jets armed with nuclear warheads. Its primary drawback, however, lay in its lack of robust defense. It frequently suffered losses upon deployment, a fact that Maria Hill had previously lamented in the comics, remarking that it was less reliable than her grandfather's tractor. Just as the fighter had come to a halt on the runway, Nick Fury, clad in a flamboyant black trench coat and leather pants despite the sweltering 30-degree weather, approached alongside Coulson, Maria Hill, Steve Rogers, and others. As the hatch opened, Zhi Tingxiao and his companions were met by a formidable assembly of muscular men reminiscent of characters from Fist of the North Star. This sight nearly incited a brawl from the inexperienced Mordo and the naturally disdainful Banner towards American soldiers, but thankfully, Zhi Tingxiao intervened with a swift tap on their heads. Guiding Mordo and Banner to Nick Fury, Zhi Tingxiao pointed out the nearest Mordo and introduced him to Fury. This is Master Mordo from Kamartaj, a practitioner of profound magic with commendable strength. Director, I have specifically sought him out considering the current makeup of your Avengers team, which consists solely of Caucasians. Observe his complexion, those little curls. He is, crucially, an orphan. While this may be somewhat regrettable, it is also quite fortuitous, is it not? Nick Fury chose to overlook the latter part of Zhi Tingxiao's commentary and extended his right hand to Mordo, a faint smile gracing his otherwise stoic visage. Welcome to the team, Master Mordo, he declared. As Mordo stepped out of the hatch, he anxiously surveyed the bustling American soldiers around him. Upon seeing Nick Fury's outstretched hand, he hesitantly shook it, his voice faltering as he said, thank you. This truly seems to be a rather reassuring place, I suppose. Once Mordo and Nick Fury had parted hands, Zhi Tingxiao placed a hand on Banner's shoulder, introducing him. This is Robert Bruce Banner, a world-renowned physicist. Given that the director has been observing Dr. Banner through surveillance for quite some time now, I presume you are more familiar with his credentials than I am. So I shall refrain from further elaboration. At this, both Nick Fury and Banner were momentarily speechless, contemplating how this unfortunate soul dared to divulge so much information. Does he possess any understanding of social etiquette? Nick Fury cast a fierce glare at Zhi Tingxiao, awkwardly pretending to clear his throat twice before extending his right hand towards Banner. Ahem, Dr. Banner, please do not misunderstand our intentions. Our surveillance of you stems solely from our concern that the formidable entity residing within your body might emerge. You are aware that its awakening is rarely a trivial matter, typically valued at over $10 billion. Therefore, we kindly ask for your understanding. Our intentions are not malicious. Banner, casting a resentful glance at Nick Fury, stepped forward to shake hands in return. All right, I comprehend your position. However, I too hope my work is as straightforward as that agent described. After all, the last individual who assured me of no ill intent promptly dispatched 3 armored battalions to welcome me upon our first meeting. Hence, I find it unreasonable to expect you to uphold your assurances. My only desire is to safely complete my tasks and leave this place, and that is sufficient for me." Upon hearing this, Nick Fury exhibited no signs of embarrassment, gazing at Banner with a demeanor that conveyed, "This is not my doing." He replied, "Then I shall entrust you with the search for the Tesseract, Dr. Banner. However, prior to that, we may need to address a minor issue." "How minor?" Banner inquired. "Certainly less critical than the safety of Earth, Doctor." Within the expansive space carrier, in a moderately sized conference room, Nick Fury, Phil Coulson, Maria Hill, Natasha Romanoff, Steve Rogers, and Zhi Tingxiao were gathered around a round table, each with a stack of A4 paper before them. The thin sheets of paper contained information that increasingly unnerved Zhi Tingxiao, leading him to ultimately place the documents on the table, rubbing his temples in exasperation. In truth, the content of the A4 papers was quite simple. Loki's scepter, housed within the SHIELD laboratory as a sample for extraterrestrial weapon research, had inexplicably erupted with a brilliant blue light, incinerating all experimental equipment in the lab before vanishing without a trace. In light of this bizarre occurrence, Nick Fury immediately ordered an investigation into all personnel involved in the incident. However, after a series of inquiries, the only notable discovery was that flash of blue light, yielding no substantial clues. The speculations from SHIELD's think tank regarding the scepter's disappearance were equally unfounded. Consequently, upon Zhi Tingxiao's return, Nick Fury promptly convened a meeting, hoping Zhi could utilize his intelligence to analyze whether Loki or Asgard possessed similar spatial technology for pinpoint teleportation, thus elucidating the incident. Yet, after reviewing all investigative materials, Zhi Tingxiao estimated that this matter was likely unrelated to Asgard. Although their Bifrost technology should theoretically allow for such feats, the probability of Heimdall, the guardian of the Bifrost, colluding with Loki was arguably no greater than that of Shi Minqing conspiring with Wang Pa to poison Pangelia. Therefore, the only entity capable of such an extraordinary feat, and one who could engage with the chaotic Loki, was none other than Thanos. The reasoning was quite simple. Loki's scepter was bestowed upon him by Thanos, or rather, lent to him. Loki himself possessed only the right to wield it, not ownership. Otherwise, when Zhi Tingxiao seized the scepter, Loki would have employed this means to reclaim it, rather than waiting until now to act. Thus, according to Zhi Tingxiao's estimation, the true ownership of the scepter likely still resided with Thanos, who presumably took matters into his own hands to recover it. However, if Thanos indeed intervened, it would spell significant trouble. Even at the height of their power, the Avengers struggled against a more wrathful incarnation of Thanos. Given the current state of affairs, with only a handful of heroes available and no cohesive team to rally, Zhi Tingxiao believed it prudent to consider a grand burial. Nick Fury, who had been silently observing Zhi Tingxiao's demeanor, felt a chill settle within him upon witnessing his despondence. He was aware that Zhi Tingxiao had exceptional sources of intelligence regarding the various forces and significant events in the universe, with a remarkably high accuracy rate. So far, he had yet to be mistaken. Judging by Zhi Tingxiao's expression, Fury surmised that the situation concerning the scepter was far from trivial, at the very least. He believed that the current strength of SHIELD would find it exceedingly troublesome to address. Looking at Zhi Tingxiao, Nick Fury remarked with irritation, "Zhi Ting, if you know something, just say it. We are prepared. You need not worry about frightening us." Upon hearing this, both Coulson and Hill stared at Fury in bewilderment, inwardly exclaiming, "Boss, why are you being so forthright? We are not ready for this." Zhi Tingxiao surveyed everyone present, contemplated briefly, and began, "Well, how shall I put this? Have you heard of Thanos? Never mind, let me share what I know. Thanos, born of the eternal race on Titan, comes from a planet far removed from us. And the Eternals are beings of nuclear weapon-level existence. Thanos is particularly distinguished among the Eternals, possessing knowledge that far surpasses Earth's technology and an insatiable desire for conquest. His strength, endurance, regenerative abilities, and agility exceed those of nearly all known life forms in the universe. His skin is nearly indestructible, especially against cold, heat, electricity, radiation, toxins, aging, and disease. Additionally, he has been cursed with eternal life by the goddess of death, allowing him to survive with minimal sustenance. Thanos' mental fortitude is nearly invincible, granting him immunity to most forms of psychic attack. Moreover, he can unleash energy waves or emit plasma or cosmic energy through his eyes and hands. If I recall correctly, Loki's scepter was indeed gifted to him by Thanos, or at least temporarily loaned. Hence, the scepter's sudden disappearance strongly suggests Thanos' direct involvement. Chapter 37. speculations, and crisis. Upon hearing Zhi Tingxiao's account of Thanos, all present felt a cold shiver run down their spines. Power that surpasses nearly all known life forms. Skin immune to most forms of harm? And the curse of immortality? Even Nick Fury, who prided himself on his understanding of the cosmos, could not help but shudder. A chill sweeping over him as an overwhelming sense of helplessness began to engulf his heart. Steve Rogers swallowed hard, his voice slightly strained as he inquired, "Mr. Zhi, could it be that your description is somewhat exaggerated? According to your account, if he, or rather, it, possesses such formidable power, why has it not chosen to descend upon us directly, opting instead to collaborate with Loki to invade Earth? Such a notion seems inherently illogical." Upon hearing Steve's words, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, if that being known as Thanos truly wielded such immense power, why would he not confront them himself rather than enlisting the help of a minor character like Loki for an invasion? In the face of their skepticism, Zhi Tingxiao remained unperturbed. He clasped his hands beneath his chin and replied earnestly, "The strength of Thanos is beyond question. I can assure you of that. As for why he has not chosen to directly assault Earth until now, I believe I can surmise a few reasons. As I mentioned earlier, Thanos' power surpasses that of the vast majority of life forms in the cosmos. However, it just so happens that within Earth's domain, there exist a select few who belong to that elite category, at least two of whom I am aware." He continued, "One of them is undoubtedly known to you, Director. He is the ruler of Asgard, the father of Thor, and the king of the Aesir, Odin. His legendary conquests across the 9 realms are not mere myths. They were achieved through genuine prowess. While I cannot assert that he is significantly stronger than Thanos, he is certainly on par. The other individual, whom Natasha and Banner have encountered, is the supreme sorcerer of Kamartosh, the Ancient One. Though he is human, his abilities may well surpass those of Odin. His adversaries are often beings of the highest caliber, such as Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. Do you truly believe his strength is lacking? In summary, Thanos is indeed formidable, but when faced with Odin and the Ancient One, he lacks absolute certainty. Hence, he has refrained from taking action." Yet at that moment, Coulson furrowed his brow and questioned, if the Ancient One and King Odin truly possess such power, why then has Thanos suddenly chosen to act? What is the source of his confidence? Or rather, what motivates his actions? This, too, seemed perplexing. The group fell silent once more. If Odin and the Ancient One's powers were sufficient to instill fear in Thanos, and if Thanos' strength had indeed reached the level described by Zhi Tingxiao, then it was indeed puzzling that he had held off for so long, only to suddenly strike at Earth for the sake of a seemingly inconsequential scepter. Zhi Tingxiao waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "In truth, it is not as complicated as you might think. If I am not mistaken, Thanos' decision to act suddenly is primarily driven by 2 key considerations. Firstly, concerning the Earth itself, let us turn our attention to Asgard. In recent years, they have been preoccupied with quelling the rebellion of the Vanir and Vanaheim and fending off the incursions of the Frost Giants from Jotunheim. These matters, undoubtedly, cannot be resolved swiftly, leaving Odin with little time to attend to affairs on Earth. Similarly, the situation in Kamartosh is far from optimistic. The incursions from the Dark Dimension have become increasingly frequent, and the Ancient One is preoccupied with repelling Dormammu, likely stretched thin as a result. Faced with such a rare opportunity, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Thanos would be tempted to personally investigate the situation. Moreover, there lies the allure of the Infinity Stones, which comprise the space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul gems. While I am not entirely familiar with their origins, it is said that each gem possesses unimaginable power. Should one acquire all 6, they would attain omniscience and omnipotence. I believe Thanos is certainly aware of this, as it is not a well-kept secret in the cosmos. It seems plausible that he intends to gather these 6 stones to gain ultimate power. Ironically, the Tesseract, referred to as the Cosmic Cube on Earth, is indeed the Space Stone, while the Scepter is embedded with the Mind Stone. Currently, Earth finds itself in a relatively vulnerable state, suggesting that Thanos may be inclined to test the waters. Alas, the mystery has been unraveled. Yet, rather than joy, a profound sense of despair has enveloped everyone present. Even the ever-optimistic Nick Fury finds himself momentarily disheartened, uncertain of how to confront this predicament. However, Steve Rogers keenly perceives the implications of what was stated and inquires, "Test the waters? Are you suggesting that Thanos has not truly resolved to descend upon Earth?" Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao glanced at him, shrugged, and replied, "That is my estimation. From the current situation, Thanos has yet to genuinely commit to a war against Earth." With this revelation, the assembly quickly grasped Zhi Tingxiao's meaning. Firstly, Odin and the Ancient One are merely unable to intervene. They are not deceased. Should Thanos engage in minor schemes, the 2 esteemed figures would likely tolerate it. However, should he dare to personally intervene, one can trust that their hospitality would still favor a harmonious resolution. Secondly, the current power hierarchy on Earth is exceedingly low, failing to pique Thanos' interest in personally engaging in conflict. The fact that he has orchestrated events from the shadows, allowing Loki's release, is already a significant concession. Had Loki not faltered, being swiftly subdued and even having the Mind Scepter seized by Zhi Tingxiao, it is likely that Thanos would have remained in seclusion, unwilling to wade into such murky waters. With this thought, a palpable lightness swept through the conference room, as everyone collectively exhaled in relief. The situation had not devolved to the point of engaging in warfare with an adversary of Thanos' caliber, which could indeed be considered fortunate. In a remote corner of deep space, upon a small asteroid, the Chitauri leader, clad in a dark cloak and possessing a somewhat frail physique, stood with his hands clasped behind him, silently observing the distant fleet of spacecraft. Suddenly, a soft green luminescence flickered behind him, and from that glow emerged a tall figure adorned in golden green armor, the long-absent Loki, with his hands similarly positioned behind his back. Loki's long black hair was tied into a ponytail that swayed gracefully with his movements, exuding an air of elegance. Sensing Loki's arrival, the Chitauri leader turned, his eyes, hidden beneath his hood, emanating a haunting blue light that rendered his visage quite fearsome. He scrutinized Loki's enchanting yet audacious countenance, and spoke with a tone laced with disdain. The Chitauri grow increasingly restless. They yearn for war, thirsting for the blood of their enemies. Loki, unfazed by the leader's tone, gazed at the twitching lips beneath the hood with eyes sharp as a hawk's. In a nonchalant manner, he replied, "Then let them prepare. I shall lead them into a glorious battle." Chapter 38. The Understanding Master Loki witnessing Loki's obstinate demeanor. The Chitauri leader sneered contemptuously, unreservedly exposing the folly of his words. A glorious battle? You dare to call the annihilation of those feeble natives on Earth a war? Such navet is astonishingly foolish. At the leader's mockery, Loki, embodying the spirit of youthful rebellion, felt a surge of anger flash across his otherwise charming face. Had it not been for the fleet positioned in the distance, he might have drawn his beloved dagger to silence the leader. Casting a glance at the empty space behind him, and then at the 20 cannons brimming with power in the distance, Loki contemplated the caliber of his cherished dagger. In that moment, he resolved that, as a god, he ought to exhibit a measure of grace, refusing to stoop to the level of these mere mortals. Thus, maintaining his composure, Loki replied, "You summoned me merely to convey such sentiments? If so, I regret to inform you that I have numerous matters to attend to and no time to engage in idealistic discourse with you." Since the scepter had been seized by the meddlesome Doctor Strange, Loki had lost his ability to manipulate the hearts of men, a significant impediment to his endeavors within human society. More than once, he narrowly evaded detection by SHIELD surveillance network, leaving him in quite a precarious situation. During this period, to evade SHIELD's pursuit, Loki had taken refuge in a mansion owned by a wealthy woman in Manhattan, New York, laboring tirelessly each day to secure a place to stay, while also caring for a rather ineffectual and unattractive pet, Dr. Selvig. Life had proven to be a struggle. Yet, despite these hardships, Loki persevered, understanding that enduring the challenges of labor was far preferable to a life of servitude. This wisdom, indeed, was not lost on the astute Master Loki. As Loki began to lose his composure, the Chitauri leader adjusted his demeanor, fixing his gaze upon him with evident discontent, and spoke with a tone of dissatisfaction. "Your performance has greatly disappointed our esteemed lord. Your incompetence has incited his wrath. Have you really misplaced the scepter bestowed upon you by him? Foolish Asgardian, do you grasp the significance of that scepter? What dire consequences would arise if it fell into the hands of earthlings? Most unforgivable is the fact that, due to your ineptitude, our lord has had to intervene personally to rectify your blunders." As he spoke, the Chitauri leader summoned forth a scepter of pure golden hue, crowned with a gem radiating an ethereal blue light, which materialized in his grasp. This was indeed the Mind Scepter that had been seized from Loki by the traitorous Thanos. Loki's eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on the scepter in the Chitauri leader's hand, his mind racing back to the shameless figure who had incessantly labeled him a brother. Hadn't that wretched being taken the scepter? Why was it now in the hands of his adversary? Oh, he had just mentioned that Thanos had intervened. In that moment, Loki could not suppress his ire, exclaiming, "Inform Thanos that this was merely an accident, a trivial mishap. I have secured the Tesseract. As long as he, or you, assist me in conquering Earth, I will honor our agreement and relinquish the Tesseract to you. Until such a time, all our discussions are mere platitudes. Furthermore, our relationship is one of collaboration. I am the Prince of Asgard, and you are but a stray dog adopted by Thanos. Refrain from your sardonic tone. Otherwise, I am fully prepared to terminate our partnership. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, the Chitauri leader's previous calmness evaporated, a palpable fury surging forth from him. In an instant, he pressed the sharp tip of the scepter against Loki's throat, his azure eyes blazing with rage. With a hoarse voice, he retorted, "Are you threatening me, Asgardian? Threatening one who rescued you from the abyss, granting you power and a glimmer of hope for your pathetic and Navi ambitions? How touching your gratitude is. Loki, maintaining a facade of composure, glanced at the scepter poised against his throat, and then at the visibly agitated Chitauri leader. Internally, however, he was in turmoil. A tempest of emotions raging within him. No, they were merely exchanging meaningless barbs, a triviality among dignified beings. Was it not rather uncouth to resort to violence? Had he not endured the earlier mockery with restraint? The Chitauri leader's explosive reaction was not without cause. The Chitauri were an aggressively invasive, twisted, and bloodthirsty extraterrestrial race, whose technological prowess far surpassed that of Earth. They had visited Earth as early as the 18th century, leaving behind a trail of massacres in their wake. Among the most renowned events is the Second World War that transpired in the 20th century, during which the Chitauri clandestinely manipulated Nazi Germany, leveraging their formidable technological prowess to nearly realize their ambition of global domination. Regrettably, this scheme faced a formidable counterattack from the Allied forces, spearheaded by Captain America, leading to the Chitauri's defeat. Consequently, they became wanderers of the cosmos, reduced to the status of cosmic vagrants, subsisting by plundering passing spacecraft. One could liken their plight to that of modern-day Somali pirates. Until one fateful day, they inadvertently crossed paths with the Dark Order. The ensuing interactions were rather intricate. Fundamentally, both parties engaged in comprehensive dialogue, addressing various issues through candid, efficient, and constructive discussions. Subsequently, when Thanos expectorated, the Chitauri were subjected to a 3-year penance of diluted water. Therefore, the term stray dog used by Loki resonated deeply with the Chitauri leader. However, when confronted with the Chitauri leader's threats, Loki, having grown up with the ever-volatile Odin, merely offered a sardonic smile, dismissing the matter as trivial, gradually morphing into a figure reminiscent of a fly. Loki calmly regarded the Chitauri leader and stated with an air of indifference, "This is not a threat. I am merely articulating an undeniable, self-evident fact." As Loki surmised, absent Thanos' directive, the Chitauri leader dared not eliminate him, especially with the Tesseract still in Loki's possession, rendering any hostile action exceedingly precarious. The blue light in the Chitauri leader's eyes flickered erratically before he ultimately resolved to withdraw the scepter from Loki's throat, reluctantly returning it to him. Observing Loki caress the scepter, the Chitauri leader turned away, unwilling to witness the visage of one so self-satisfied, and sternly admonished, "You would do well to fulfill our agreement post-haste, Asgardian. The patience of that esteemed individual is not infinite. Should you dare to breach our accord? Remember this, the universe is vast, yet there exists no sanctuary for you." Chapter 39. Are mutants extinct? Within a chamber aboard the celestial mothership, Zhi Tingxiao idly perused the SHIELD database on his computer. Although a level 7 agent and special consultant did not grant him excessively high clearance, he still had access to a plethora of intriguing materials. These included guides such as how to fracture your leg to avoid field duty, 100 ways to assassinate the director, how to handle the ashes of your enemies, and the correlation between my girlfriend's anger and my innocence. Of course, Zhi Tingxiao's research extended beyond mere curiosities. His primary focus was on the superhuman entities and special forces existing within this world. Previously, his engagement with Marvel was purely for entertainment. Devoid of concern for character development or narrative backstories, he had simply sought enjoyment in the experience. Now, it seems that the absurdities have transformed into reality. If one does not diligently comprehend the pertinent information, one might suffer grave consequences in the future. Fortuitously, I possess the identity and background of SHIELD, and its extensive database is likely the most comprehensive source for understanding affairs on this planet. I, Zhi Tingxiao, am determined not to squander this opportunity. However, as I delved deeper into the research, I stumbled upon a most peculiar anomaly. Astonishingly, there were no records pertaining to mutants in SHIELD's database. Not even a mention of the term mutant in the search entries. This is utterly implausible. By all accounts, the population of mutants is vast, and their global activity is considerable. Thus, one would expect the level of secrecy to be minimal. At the very least, relevant information should be accessible to a level 7 agent. Yet here I am, confronted with a complete absence of data or reports on this subject. This is unequivocally abnormal. Upon this realization, I retrieved my smartphone and searched Google for a series of terms related to mutants. However, the results yielded nothing but various media and literary works, all mere figments of imagination disconnected from reality. This left me in a state of agitation. It is simply unreasonable. Could it be that the mutants have evaporated from existence? Or perhaps this world is devoid of mutants? Or even that Earth itself lacks mutants? Such possibilities loom large. Does this mean that my Scarlet Witch, Mystique, Polaris, and Quicksilver are all gone? Contemplating this, even I, who can maintain an optimistic disposition to the point of singing in the restroom, could not help but feel a pang of anguish. tears welled in my eyes, and I transformed into a visage of despair. Pain. It is overwhelmingly painful. Zhi, are you free right now? We discovered whether Annie left peacefully. Death cannot be reversed. You must take care of yourself. Upon entering the room, Black Widow immediately spotted me, half kneeling on the ground with my hands clasped over my chest, eyes red and brimming with tears, embodying a sentiment of worthlessness. One might assume that I had just lost 2 sets of cutlery at home. Upon hearing this, I lifted my head, casting a disdainful glance at Black Widow, then rose from the floor, exclaiming, "Get lost. Your mother is the one who has gone. With that mouth of yours, even in an economic crisis. You would tea fetch much?" I then inquired, "What brings you to my room at such an early hour?" Black Widow gazed out the window at the crimson dawn and then regarded my seemingly indignant demeanor, her expression reflecting the thought that my behavior and words suggested I had indeed been in an accident. However, considering my eccentric nature, she opted for forthrightness. Just now, we detected Loki's presence on K. Nigstra E28 in Stuttgart, Germany, through the global surveillance network. As she spoke, Black Widow handed me her tablet, which was displaying a looping surveillance video of Loki's sighting. Zhi Tingxiao rolled his eyes and took the tablet, briefly glancing at the screen where a mischievous smile graced the face of a certain figure. Instantly, he felt a pang of discomfort. On the screen, he could clearly see Loki grasping the Mind Stone scepter, which had been stolen from S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, it was the handiwork of Thanos. With one hand holding the tablet and the other stroking his chin, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "That figure does not appear to be in good health. Pale lips, a sheen of sweat, a darkened brow. It seems she has been through quite a lot lately. Alas, in this state, even consuming 10 chickens would not suffice for replenishment. TSK, 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 today's youth, so oblivious to the importance of cherishing their health while they are young, will only come to regret it when age catches up and their vitality begins to wane. Truly, youth is wasted on the young." Before Zhi Tingxiao could finish his thought, Black Widow approached with a scowl, covering his mouth with her hand and exclaiming in frustration, "Filter out that nonsensical chatter immediately. We are discussing a matter of utmost seriousness. I suggest you take this seriously." In response, Zhi Tingxiao swatted Black Widow's hand away, shrugged, and replied, "I'm merely speaking the truth. But fine. This is not the time for such discussions. Has Nick Fury provided any instructions? We need to mobilize the Avengers to apprehend Loki." "Very well. Inform Clint and the captain to meet me on the deck. I shall seek out Nick Fury. That scoundrel has yet to pay me for my overtime from last time. For heaven's sake, I'm skipping class to work for him. If he fails to approve my overtime pay again, I shall report him to the IRS for tax evasion." As Zhi Tingxiao headed toward the door, he was abruptly halted by Black Widow. Turning back with a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Why are you stopping me?" "I am merely seeking my rightful compensation to uphold my legal rights. Furthermore, does saving the world conflict with receiving a paycheck? Even working for Hydra was not voluntary labor. Was it? Is it too much to ask you to let me proceed?" Upon hearing this, Black Widow shook her head, casting him a disdainful glance filled with exasperation, and said, "You are overthinking this. I'm not trying to stop you. Rather, when you confront Fury about your pay, kindly assist me in obtaining mine as well. He owes me several allowances for field work. Damn it, if he does not pay me soon, I shall miss out on several new handbag releases from Coach." Zhi Tingxiao was left speechless, his expression akin to that of a sports student attempting to engage in a fight, only to perform an ill-fated 360-degree kick and end up injuring himself, all while being wronged for a hefty sum. He thought to himself, "You are well over 80. How can you still be so frisky? Does your work as an agent not consume your abundant energy, and yet you still concern yourself with new handbags?" Chapter 40. The Kind-Hearted Father, Stuttgart, Germany, K. Ning Street. Loki, clad in resplendent gold and green Asgardian armor, wielded the scepter of the mind as he stood before a crowd kneeling in reverence. His expression radiated an arrogance surpassing that of the neighbor's dog, who had just marked its territory throughout the neighborhood. With his head held high, he navigated through the throng, proclaiming loudly, "You humans are inherently subservient. It is merely unspoken. The allure of freedom and glamour tempts you to seize power and pursue individuality. Yet, this is but a fade from the moment of your birth. You yearn to be governed. You are destined to be ruled by me. Bow before me." However, just as Loki was reveling in his oratory, an elderly German man slowly rose from the crowd. His frail yet upright figure stood in stark contrast to the kneeling multitude, instantly capturing Loki's attention. The old man fixed his gaze upon Loki's defiant visage and calmly declared, "But not like you shall I bow." In response, Loki chuckled, his pride undiminished, retorting, "I am truly one of a kind." The old man's stubbornness remained steadfast as he shot back, "Fools like you have never been in short supply." At this declaration, Loki's demeanor darkened, and he pointed the Mind Scepter at the old man, bellowing to the crowd, "Excellent. You are quite courageous. Remember, he is your example. No sooner had he spoken, a brilliant blue light erupted from the scepter, zipping towards the old man. As the formidable beam approached, the old man despairingly closed his eyes. Bang! Thud! The sound of clashing metal echoed around him, and when he opened his eyes, he was astounded by the sight before him. A towering figure clad in the striking uniform of the American Stars and Stripes stood protectively with a round shield raised before him. Meanwhile, the once mighty Loki lay sprawled on the ground a short distance away, looking quite disheveled. Steve Rogers gradually lowered his shield and approached the fallen Loki with measured steps, stating, "The last time I was in Germany, there was also a madman who wished to see others bow. I dealt with him swiftly." Loki rolled onto his back, half kneeling on the ground as he gazed up at the approaching Steve Rogers, his signature mischievous smile returning. "Oh, it's the soldier. Not just that. There's also Daddy. I've been standing here for so long. How could you dare to ignore me? How terribly inconsiderate, dear sister." At that moment, a languid voice, one that haunted Loki's dreams and kept him awake for hours with curses, drifted from his side. Turning to the source, he beheld a man of Eastern descent, dressed in a sleek black suit, tall and with a countenance that, in Loki's eyes, was slightly more handsome than his own. The expression on the man's face mirrored that of a rustic father, filled with warmth and kindness, upon seeing his wayward son return home after many years away. The newcomer was none other than Zhi Tingxiao. Upon gazing at this face, Loki's previously indifferent expression was instantly consumed by fury. He looked at the benevolent Zhi Tingxiao and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "It's you." Zhi Tingxiao, seemingly oblivious to the overwhelming hatred on Loki's face, slowly approached him and mockingly said, Oh, isn't this the little sister Loki? Have you become so pathetic in just a few days? Look at that little expression of yours. I find it quite delightful. Hee. What's the matter? Are you feeling discontent? Go ahead, strike me." The onlookers, kneeling silently, were momentarily bewildered, unable to discern who the true villain was, the triumphant Zhi Tingxiao or the half-kneeling, defeated Loki. As he watched the insufferable Zhi Tingxiao, Loki's reason was swiftly engulfed by surging anger, causing him to abandon his previously devised plan. Rising to his feet, he aimed the tip of his mind scepter at Zhi Tingxiao and bellowed, "Go to hell, Midgardian." The blue radiance of the mind scepter erupted forth, unleashing several thick beams of azure energy that hurtled towards Zhi Tingxiao. Unfazed, Zhi Tingxiao's internal energy surged with fervor, instantly channeling through his limbs as he executed the flying spirit technique. Evading the oncoming energy beams with the agility reminiscent of Neo, he deftly maneuvered away from their trajectory. Boom, boom, boom. The energy beam struck the building behind Zhi Tingxiao, resulting in an explosive reaction upon contact with the outer wall. The structure was violently severed in two, collapsing slowly towards the square. "Oh my God, the building is going to collapse. Run. What in the world is happening? What has that madman done? Help. Someone save me." Witnessing the panicked citizens scurrying like headless chickens, Zhi Tingxiao shouted to Steve Rogers, "Captain, leave this to me. You go assist the trapped populace and look for any potential allies of Loki nearby." Loki was a meticulous strategist. He would never act like a mindless fool, seeking attention without purpose. Since he was not engaged in any overtly purposeful activity, it was evident that he was cooperating with someone, drawing attention for that individual. Steve Rogers nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further, and swiftly grabbed his shield before dashing away. Observing this scene, Loki felt a jolt of surprise and snarled, "Huh? It seems you know me well." In response, Zhi Tingxiao waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty as he replied, "You flatter me. No one knows a child better than their father." Loki's face twitched. He realized that engaging in a verbal spar with Zhi Tingxiao was merely digging his own grave. Since he could not gain the upper hand with words, he would resort to force, resolving to cease the idle chatter. Loki brandished his mind scepter and charged towards Zhi Tingxiao. Unyielding, Zhi Tingxiao summoned his internal energy and retaliated with a powerful punch. His fist, as hard as steel and accompanied by a gust of fierce wind, surged forth, aimed directly at his opponent's vital points. As the shadow of Zhi Tingxiao's fist rushed toward him, Loki, having gained experience from their previous encounter, no longer flailed about in a state of confusion. With the mind scepter deftly wielded, he created an impenetrable barrier, rendering water useless against him. Zhi Tingxiao's punches failed to gain any advantage. Instead, the repeated impacts against the mind scepter left his hands numb. The sharp, jarring clang of metal rang out, echoing through the desolate streets. Suddenly, a cold, glinting blade of light flashed by. Zhi Tingxiao, instinctively twisting his waist and leaning back, dared not use his hands to block the blow. Before he could gather his wits, the streetlight behind him creaked ominously, snapping and crashing to the ground. Glancing at the impeccably smooth cut on the lamppost, Zhi Tingxiao's heart raced, realizing how narrowly he had escaped becoming a freshly sliced sashimi. Chapter 41. The fish-lipped Abudu faced with the unarmed and increasingly disadvantaged Zhi Tingxiao. Loki showed no signs of leniency. Instead, his assault grew ever more ferocious, leaving Zhi Tingxiao to fend off in a pitiful manner, with no strength left to counterattack. Though Zhi Tingxiao had infused his limbs with true energy, skillfully employing both drunken boxing and lightness techniques, his unarmed state was undeniably at a disadvantage against Loki's long weapon. Furthermore, Zhi Tingxiao was still a novice in practical combat, while Loki boasted over a millennium of battle experience. Under the relentless onslaught of Loki, Zhi Tingxiao gradually found himself overwhelmed. In a moment of carelessness, a sudden strike from Loki's mind scepter landed squarely on his abdomen, the immense force launching him several meters away. After tumbling across the ground and rolling past a mid-sized bus, Zhi Tingxiao barely managed to stabilize himself. But the concrete beneath him was already cracked and fractured. Despite his physical prowess having reached a score of 6, the searing pain in his abdomen caused him to half-kneel on the ground, his features contorted in agony, unable to rise. It was hard to imagine just how high the physical score of an Asgardian could be, allowing a sorcerer like Loki to send him flying with a mere strike. At that moment, Zhi Tingxiao heard the sweet voice of Black Widow through his earpiece. Zhi Tingxiao, do you require assistance? Looking up toward the approaching Loki, one hand clutching his abdomen and the other braced against the shattered pavement, Zhi Tingxiao replied hoarsely, no need for assistance. Just remember to come retrieve my body later. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening roar of aircraft engines filled the air. Loki, observing Zhi Tingxiao half kneeling on the ground, could barely contain his excitement. With a surge of power, he leapt into the air, the mind scepter aimed directly at Zhi Tingxiao's heart. As Loki launched himself, ready to deliver a fatal blow, a hail of cannon fire suddenly erupted towards him. Zhi Tingxiao looked up to see Black Widow piloting a Quinjet overhead, unleashing a barrage from the mounted 61-type Vulcan cannon upon Loki. Although it is nearly impossible to slay Loki with the 61-type 20mm Vulcan cannon rounds, it is certainly feasible to inflict a degree of harm upon him and hinder his movements. The ferocious firepower of 6,000 rounds per minute, combined with the formidable impact of the 20mm caliber, swiftly brought Loki crashing down from midair. His once resplendent green and gold Asgardian armor began to shatter under the barrage of steel, and it appeared that it could not endure much longer. Zhi Tingxiao glanced at the Quinjet circling overhead, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Ah, splendid. Quite timely indeed. Keep it up. Where's Clint? Where has he gone?" The voice of Black Widow echoed through his earpiece, tinged with mild annoyance, "Do not worry. I will not make my appearance until you are on the brink of death. As for Hawkeye, he has gone to assist the captain. They have encountered a group of unidentified armed personnel and should be wrapping things up soon. Do you require his assistance?" At that, Zhi Tingxiao's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly replied, "No, absolutely not. Let him focus on coordinating with the captain's actions. Do not let him come here for any reason. I can handle this myself." Black Widow was puzzled. Why such a strong reaction to merely sending Hawkeye for assistance? Yet, as he was the commander of the team, if he deemed it unnecessary, so be it. A few moments later, the cannon's ammunition was expended, and Loki lay on the battered pavement, his once opulent armor resembling that of a beggar. Remarkably, he bore no significant wounds, with only a few noticeable abrasions on his torso and face, none of which seemed particularly severe. Such resilience is utterly absurd. A mere mortal would have been shattered by a few rounds of cannon fire. Yet Loki emerged with naught but grazes, even accounting for his armor. It is quite extraordinary. Zhi Tingxiao felt a chill in his heart. If Loki, who appeared as a mere underdog in the films, could be so remarkably resilient, one could only imagine the overwhelming power of Thor and the Hulk. Seeing Loki, now dazed from the cannon fire, Zhi Tingxiao seized this golden opportunity, channeling all his internal energy to unleash the drunken fist technique upon him. However, despite being momentarily stunned, Loki possessed over 1,000 years of battle experience. Though his mind had yet to catch up, his body instinctively reacted in defense. "Foolish mortal, I am a god," Loki bellowed, retaliating with fervor. "Is being a god so impressive? Does it exempt you from taking hits? Taste my personality correction fist." As their fists collided, a cacophony of clashing metal resonated, leaving little doubt as to the monstrous nature of these two beings. Yet, bereft of his armor and still reeling, Loki ultimately found it difficult to withstand the tempestuous flurry of Zhi Tingxiao's strikes. In mere moments, Zhi Tingxiao's fists had landed numerous blows upon his vital points. The violent surge of yang energy coursing through Loki's body rendered him increasingly unable to concentrate and retaliate. "I will not be vanquished by a mere mortal. Never," Loki shouted defiantly. "Cease your incessant prattle. When you were still growing, you should have consumed more fists." The crimson fists relentlessly struck various vital points on Loki's body, particularly targeting his head, which was the focal point of Zhi Tingxiao's attention. It wasn't long before Loki ultimately succumbed. His eyes rolled back, limbs stiffened, and he ceased to retaliate, collapsing backward. Fortunately, Zhi Tingxiao, quick-witted and agile, grasped his neck. preventing him from falling onto the filthy pavement. One might say he had done a good deed. Breathing heavily, Zhi Tingxiao hoisted the unconscious Loki by the neck. The red energy enveloping his limbs gradually dissipating. Glancing at Loki's face, swollen like a pig's head, Zhi Tingxiao exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this fool had chosen to engage him in close combat. Had he opted for his expertise in dark magic, Zhi Tingxiao would have found himself in dire straits. However, an unexpected event occurred. Congratulations, player, you have completed a hidden task. Would you like to claim your reward? The sudden voice echoing in his mind startled Zhi Tingxiao, nearly causing his energy to surge uncontrollably. The program, which had not made an appearance for quite some time, had re-emerged without warning. Completed a hidden task? And there was a reward. Without hesitation, Zhi Tingxiao shouted internally, claim it. Initiating settlement. Task name. Please, show me some respect. I am a deity. Task description. A being that has never endured a beating is immature. Go forth. Slap him. Let him know who his older brother is. Task rewards. Item card X1. Skill card X1. Experience X20. Points X20 failure penalty. Collect the socks of Nick Fury, Clint Barton, and Steve Rogers and smell them for a week. Note: don't overindulge. Zhi Tingxiao gazed at the unconscious Loki, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. This person was truly warm-hearted. To spare him from a penalty, he had chosen to fight at full strength in close quarters. Should he treat him better in the future? Perhaps. At the very least, he could save him when Thanos sought to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Loki, a simple act of kindness might one day save his life. Chapter 42. Brothers never met. Meanwhile, Captain America had just arrived at the site of the ruins, preparing to scout the area when an inexplicable sensation of dread washed over him. Without a moment's thought, he swiftly rolled away, raising his shield to protect himself. Whoosh. Boom. Just as Captain America rolled away, an arrow silently struck the concrete where he had been standing, the shaft trembling slightly, while the arrowhead embedded itself deep within the cement. With a massive flash and a deafening explosion, the arrow detonated unexpectedly, its destructive power considerable. Although Captain America had instinctively raised his shield, the tremendous shockwave sent him flying several meters. Before he could regain his footing, multiple arrows were fired in his direction, each aimed at his vulnerable points. Ding ding ding. Captain America's acute perception and instinct honed on the battlefield surged to life once more. With agile grace, he sprang to his feet, raising his shield to protect his vital areas, narrowly evading the rain of arrows that came hurtling toward him. However, unlike the previous arrow that had detonated, these projectiles remained intact. Just as he was about to exhale in relief and assess the origin of the arrows and the enemy's position, he suddenly spotted several flashes emanating from the windows of a building 300 meters away, from structural columns, and behind a pickup truck. Goodness, it was an assault rifle. Bam, bam, bam. Captain America had no time to ponder. His right hand instinctively lifted his shield before him as he swiftly darted toward the nearest building in search of cover, the searing heat of bullets grazing his cheek. The dust kicked up from impacts on the ground, and the adrenaline rush from facing enemy fire ignited a familiar sensation of returning to the fray. Yet, Captain America felt no joy. He loathed the feeling of being under fire. It was incredibly unfriendly for a combat-oriented fighter like him. If they had the courage, they should confront him in single combat. Before long, using his agile footwork and the protective properties of his vibranium shield, Captain America retreated behind a marble column at the entrance of an opera house, thick enough for 2 men to encircle. Based on the firepower exhibited by the enemy, it would be difficult to breach this column unless that mysterious archer resorted to using those explosive arrows again. Of course, if the enemy were to flank him and attack from 3 sides, that would be another matter entirely. However, Captain America surmised that they wouldn't resort to such tactics. Their goal was not to eliminate him, and there was no need to waste time here. At that moment, the voice of Hawkeye crackled through his earpiece. Captain, I'm on my way to assist you. Where are you located? The captain's spirits soared at the sound. I'm at the Opera House on Cunin Street, number 037. I'm facing an unidentified armed force with exceptional combat proficiency. Currently, their firepower configuration consists of 34 assault riflemen, 1 sniper, and 1 extraordinarily formidable archer. It's possible they have other units as well. An archer? Yes, and he wields special arrows. Did your father ever mention to you that you have a brother you've never met? I'm certain my father has only 1 son. Captain, hold on. I'll be there shortly. What if it's a sister? Is that even a possibility? Captain America found himself at a loss for words. He suspected Hawkeye was losing his mind over the mere thought of a sister. Dismissing Hawkeye's whimsical musings, Captain America was determined not to let those adversaries escape unchallenged. With lightning speed, he peered around the marble column and hurled his shield toward the position of the sniper in the opposing building. With a swift motion, the vibranium shield soared through the air, its trajectory a dazzling flash that would leave every physicist in awe. From the window of the library building across the street, The sniper remained vigilant, fixated on one of the stone pillars of the opera house at the corner, his focus unwavering. After all, he was pitted against one of the most renowned figures from World War II, the earliest of superheroes, the second injector of the super soldier serum, and the one who buried Hydra. He could not afford to be careless. Suddenly, the sniper caught a glimpse of an unidentified object hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Without a moment to think, his body instinctively lunged to the side. Bang! Crash! However, the velocity of the incoming object was far too great. Just as the sniper attempted to rise, the object shattered the reinforced concrete windowsill and struck him with tremendous force. He barely had time to cry out before his body was flung backwards, crashing through the long table in the reading room and smashing against the wooden door, ultimately tumbling down from the third-floor corridor to the ground floor. With a sickening thud, crimson blood poured from the sniper's body, seeping across the pristine white floor. The sniper was finished. Seizing the fleeting distraction provided by the shield, Captain America surged forward with the speed of a cheetah, darting from behind the marble column towards the library building. His explosive speed was so extraordinary that the returning gunmen found themselves unable to aim. They could only shoot blindly in a desperate attempt to hit him. Damn it! He is coming. Mother of! I can't aim at him. He is too fast. Aim, for heaven's sake. Is your brain made of dung? Cover me with suppressive fire. No, that is utterly useless. Although there was a distance of about 200 to 300 meters between the buildings, Captain America reached the opposing side in mere seconds. The hail of bullets barely grazed him. Damn, it seems that Archer has already retreated. Faced with several ordinary individuals wielding only assault rifles at close range, Captain America felt no pressure. He effortlessly took them all down in a single encounter. Rushing into the library, he retrieved his shield from the floor beside the lifeless body of the sniper and reactivated his earpiece to contact Hawkeye. Hawkeye, I've dealt with the enemies here, but it seems that Archer has fled. I'm preparing to search for him nearby. He shouldn't have gotten far. How about your situation? No need to search. He is right here with me. And he is not just an archer. He can throw shields too. What? Shields? Yes. Did your father ever mention that you have a brother you've never met? Captain America was left speechless. Chapter 43. Is this thing a crown prince? Zhi Tingxiao glanced at Loki, whom he held in his grasp, shaking him vigorously. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, still in a state of unconsciousness, Zhi Tingxiao casually tossed him to the ground and paid him no further mind. Meanwhile, Captain America and Hawkeye approached from the direction of the collapsed building. Judging by their expressions, it seemed that their encounter with the armed squad had not been a pleasant experience. As they drew near, Zhi Tingxiao inquired, "Did you find anything of significance?" Hawkeye, retracting his folding bow and placing his hands on his hips, replied with a hint of exasperation. "We came across a group of unidentified armed forces nearby, exhibiting formidable combat skills that nearly rival those of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. operational teams. The leader among them left both the captain and me utterly astounded." Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao's curiosity was piqued. He wondered which unfortunate soul Loki would select as his assistant in Hawkeye's absence. Standing beside Hawkeye, Captain America interjected, "It appears that the adversary is, like myself, a serum recipient, though that seems implausible. What is even more astonishing is that this individual seems to possess a mimicry ability, as he was able to replicate our maneuvers after observing them just once. This includes my shield-throwing techniques and Hawkeye's archery skills. Truly, this world is becoming increasingly chaotic." By the end of his statement, Captain America could not help but voice his frustration. Zhi Tingxiao, absorbing Captain America's description, suddenly recalled a notorious anti-hero from the Marvel Universe known as the Master of Mimicry. Born Anthony Masters in the Bronx, New York, he had once been a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. under the codename the Chameleon. During a mission, Anthony was inadvertently shot, and his target injected him with an unknown serum. This granted him strength to rival Captain America's, as well as a remarkable photographic reflexes ability. Through his almost superhuman reaction time and eidetic memory, the Master of Mimicry has replicated the powers of numerous superheroes, including but not limited to Captain America, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Black Panther, Wolverine, Spider-Man, Iron Fist, Shang-Chi, Deadpool, and the Punisher. At one point, he even had the ability to replicate opponents' superpowers, though the writers eventually deemed this ability excessive and eliminated it. The fact that Loki had managed to acquire such a formidable adversary was indeed troubling. Noticing Zhi Tingxiao lost in thought, Captain America inquired, "What is it? Do you know him?" Zhi Tingxiao snapped back to reality, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, I'm not familiar with him. Just have a slight understanding of some information about him." Hawkeye recalled Nick Fury had once remarked that when Zhi Tingxiao claimed to know only a little, it typically indicated he was well informed. This realization caused Hawkeye to wince. He had perused all of Zhi Tingxiao's records, and prior to the Midtown High School shooting incident, his performance had been that of an unremarkable Chinese exchange student. The only notable aspect seemed to be his handsome appearance. Academic excellence did not count, as Asian students generally excelled in that regard. What is the nature of this seemingly inscrutable source of intelligence, coupled with an almost infallible accuracy? It defies even the realms of science, verging on the mystical. As Zhi Tingxiao noticed Hawkeye's unwavering gaze fixed upon him, he returned the stare without hesitation and exclaimed, "What are you looking at? Quickly summon Natasha to bring the aircraft here and escort this individual back to headquarters." Hawkeye, slightly embarrassed, averted his eyes and stepped aside to communicate with Black Widow via his earpiece. At that moment, Hunan Street had returned to a semblance of calm. Yet the shattered and collapsed buildings, overturned and ablaze vehicles, alongside the ravaged roads, bore witness to the extraordinary events that had just transpired. The initially panicked crowd gradually began to emerge from various directions and corners, converging towards Zhi Tingxiao and his companions. Good heavens! Is this the Third World War? What on earth has happened? This is utterly insane. My car. My brand new car. I purchased it only 2 months ago, no? Stop wailing. That elderly gentleman over there has lost an entire building. What has he to say? It seems that old man has suffered a heart attack. Oh, he has been carried away. Please, continue. As the throngs of onlookers grew, an array of images and videos began to flood the internet. It appeared that the German police had finally come to their senses, lazily dispatching a few squad cars and carelessly erecting a few barriers, with no subsequent actions taken. Not even a single inquiry was made of Zhi Tingxiao and the others. It remained unclear whether orders had come from above or if the German police, renowned for their exemplary conduct and diligence, could simply discern the good from the ill with a mere glance. As Zhi Tingxiao and Captain America stood in the square, preparing to transport Loki aboard the Quinjet, a sudden wave of music, more electrifying than death itself, erupted from the aircraft's loudspeakers above. Zhi Tingxiao then noticed a small glimmer drifting toward them from the night sky. He raised his head, pressing his earpiece, and addressed the pilot of the jet, Black Widow, saying, "Natasha, please turn off the broadcast. We are all on the same side. There's no need for such theatrics." No sooner had he spoken than Black Widow's irate voice crackled through the earpiece. "I can't shut it off. The system has been compromised. Unless there's also a Twin Towers here, you'll have to bring me down with a single blow. Dear Natasha, if the entire world forsakes you, do let me know, for I have connections with several traffickers." In the midst of their exchange, the small glimmer in the night sky descended ever closer to the ground. Thud. Cough, cough. Don't get too excited. It's Tony Stark. I know. I can tell. I suspect the reason he was ambushed in Afghanistan last time was due to the locals' disdain for his atrocious taste. Cough, cough. My goodness. Is this metallic contraption truly that heavy? As the smoke began to dissipate, Zhi Tingxiao beheld a humanoid figure clad in a metallic power suit adorned with red and gold, complete with a triangular headlamp affixed to its chest. He waved away the lingering dust and remarked in exasperation, "Mr. Stark, while your suit's energy source is commendably clean, your method of descent leaves much to be desired in terms of environmental friendliness." With a sharp click, the visor of the metallic suit retracted, revealing a middle-aged visage characterized by a thick beard and an aura of charisma. Tony Stark regarded Zhi Tingxiao, then surveyed the surroundings, feigning confusion as he exclaimed, "Are you the lead singer of the new boy band Nick Fury has assembled? Impressive. However, I believe school is still in session for New York City's elementary and secondary students. Isn't it? Youngster, skipping class is hardly a commendable habit." He continued, "Wasn't Nick Fury supposed to mention a prince dressed as Bambi around here? Where is he?" Unfazed, Zhi Tingxiao raised an eyebrow, fully prepared for Stark's acerbic wit, an experience that could only be described as a simple yet exquisite delight. Observing the son of an old friend, Captain America's face radiated warmth as he interjected, "You must be referring to Loki, right? He is over there. Zhi has dealt with him, and he is rather cold in his current state." As he spoke, Captain America gestured towards the left side at Zhi Tingxiao's feet, where a creature named Loki, albeit garbed in rags, lay motionless. Given the extent of Loki's facial swelling, even Leify would likely struggle to recognize him through mere imagination. Thus, upon seeing Loki, Tony Stark was utterly astonished, incredulously stating, "Are you telling me this thing is Loki? The prince? Look into my eyes. This creature resembling an early and tangible cultural heritage is Loki?" Chapter 44, The Little Sun in the Hearts of New Yorkers Above the Arden Forest, within the cockpit of a Quinjet. Black Widow piloted the aircraft while simultaneously briefing Nick Fury on the particulars of the operation and the situation regarding Loki's containment. Zhi Tingxiao cautioned Nick Fury that, from a safety perspective and considering other factors, it would be prudent not to bring this troublesome entity back to headquarters, especially with the headquarters still airborne. However, Nick Fury insisted that keeping Loki under close surveillance was the safest course of action. Thus, Zhi Tingxiao had no choice but to comply and transport this considerable nuisance back to the aerial mothership for supervision. Zhi Tingxiao couldn't help but lament the nerve-wracking nature of this narrative correction. After painstakingly dismantling Loki's plans, it appeared they were being undone. How frustrating. Is this how taxpayer money is squandered? Suddenly, Steve, who had been quietly monitoring Loki's every move, stealthily approached Zhi Tingxiao, Clint, and Stark, then whispered in a tone audible only to the four of them, "Something feels amiss. Very amiss. I have an unsettling feeling that Loki's capture is part of a conspiracy." Stark cast him a sidelong glance, retorting with a hint of levity, "A conspiracy? Are the elderly now so remarkably perceptive? Ah, do not misunderstand me. I merely wish to convey that your gaze is remarkably youthful, utterly concealing the fact that you have surpassed the age of 70, nay, even 90. Might you be so kind as to share your secrets to longevity?" As for Stark's acerbic tongue, Steve is still adjusting to it. He cast an irritated glance at Stark, but upon remembering that he is the son of his dear friend Howard, he managed to temper his emotions with a touch of resignation. Steve regarded Stark and spoke with a tone that bore a semblance of seriousness. "I speak with earnestness. Loki is decidedly amiss. I have perused Loki's dossier, and when he first arrived on Earth, neither Nick Fury, along with Phil Coulson and Maria Hill, could detain him. Rather, they allowed him to depart unscathed with the Tesseract. Yet, this time, Phil, on his own, has managed to subdue Loki and capture him. Do you genuinely believe that a 20mm cannon poses a threat to this being? Furthermore, as Loki is the mastermind behind the invasion plan, why did the armed squad he assembled not emerge to rescue him when he was captured? Instead, they opted to flee. Clearly, their mission seemed to hold greater value to them than his very existence. There are numerous ambiguities, but I shall refrain from elaborating further. In short, the circumstances surrounding his capture strike me as exceedingly peculiar." Clint, positioned at Steve's left, rested his palm on the holster of his sidearm, his posture tense. Casting a glance at Loki, who leaned against the cabin wall, lost in existential contemplation, Clint remarked, "I concur with the captain. This individual, emerging from a lunatic asylum, cannot possibly be so docile as to await his fate. Had it not been for Phil's unexpected display of power, we would have likely failed to secure even his scepter. Incurring the cost of the entire base's destruction, compared to that encounter, his current demeanor is akin to that of a Neanderthal." Stark, evidently still somewhat flippant, waved his hand dismissively and declared, "So what? Is this merely the result of antiquated wisdom and calisthenics? Times have changed, new technologies are emerging, and you ought to adapt to this progressive era and acquire some new knowledge. Moreover, I do not perceive him as a significant threat in his present state. Are we to fear that he will strip our garments? Well, all right. That is indeed somewhat frightening." At these words, Clint and Steve exchanged a glance, both recognizing the mutual exasperation in each other's eyes. Stark's arrogance knows no bounds. Listening to their discourse from the sidelines, Phil Coulson interjected, "Enough, Captain. There is no need to explain further. This individual, though arrogant, sharp-tongued, and somewhat diminutive, would have been cast aside long ago were it not for his wealth and influence. Yet, caution remains one of his few redeeming qualities. Therefore, regarding the matter you mentioned, I suspect he has already taken note of it. Emphasizing it further would only embolden him." Regarding Loki, Zhi Tingxiao cast a nonchalant glance at the seemingly lifeless figure of Loki, stating, "Let Nick Fury wrestle with this dilemma. He seeks to invite the wolf into the fold. What can you do about it? Besides, as the leader of a criminal syndicate, his subordinates are unlikely to disregard him entirely. There will always be a lackey ready to come to his rescue. We shall simply prepare ourselves and wait. The most pressing matter at hand is to locate the Tesseract, for it is the crux of all our endeavors. Once we find and reclaim the Tesseract, all his nefarious plots shall amount to nothing, correct? Right, buddy." With that, Zhi Tingxiao prodded Loki's swollen face with his scepter. However, Stark's eyes widened in disbelief, vehemently contesting Zhi Tingxiao's assessment of him. A self-absorbed, sharp-tongued, somewhat short nuisance? Ah, unbelievable. You dare to utter such statements that starkly diverge from reality. Go out onto the streets of New York and ask anyone who doesn't know that I, Tony Stark, am humble, meticulous, intelligent, upright, benevolent, and amiable. I am considered the little son in the hearts of New Yorkers, a paragon of human virtue. How dare you slander me? You have truly wounded the hearts of the citizens of New York." Zhi Tingxiao remained silent, merely surveying Stark with a disdainful gaze before bursting into laughter. A few simple gestures instantly provoked Stark to leap about, ready to confront Zhi Tingxiao with fervent indignation. Boom! Just as the few were frolicking inside the cabin, an unexpected thunderclap resonated from the sky outside, with flashes of lightning dancing through the clouds visible from the observation window. Steve glanced outside, and upon retracting his gaze, he found Loki huddled in a corner, a pained expression adorning his face. Could it be that this fellow feared thunder? Furrowing his brow, Steve inquired, Does the god of mischief fear thunder?" In response, Loki cast a languid glance at Steve, and, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Fear thunder? No. I simply harbor an aversion to the individual lurking behind the thunder." Bang! Just as Loki finished speaking, a thunderous sound akin to a heavy object striking the plane's roof reverberated, causing the aircraft to jolt violently. Zhi Tingxiao approached Loki, glanced at the cabin door, and remarked, "Is your brother here to take you home for dinner?" Loki shrugged, replying, "Who knows? It might be a blessing for you all." At that moment, Steve had already removed his shield from his back, securing it to his right arm, and stepped toward the cabin door to inquire, "Is it an enemy?" "No. Merely an overly protective brother. However, it seems we may still need to engage in combat." "Why? Is it an Asgardian custom?" "Because he's a narcissist. And we have one among us as well. I don't believe the likelihood of calm discourse between the two is greater than that of the Red Skull regrowing his hair." While speaking, Zhi Tingxiao shouted to Natasha in the cockpit, "Natasha, lower the altitude. If possible, find a place to land." In the cockpit, Natasha, gripping the controls with one hand while frantically manipulating the dashboard with the other, replied without turning her head, "Are you out of your mind? It is night. And the weather is so inclement. How do you expect me to land? Crash? That would certainly be preferable to plummeting from 30,000 feet. Damn it. You men are always causing me trouble. I am doing my utmost." Chapter 45. The timidity of today's youth as the aircraft descended to an altitude of just over 9,800 feet. Barely sufficient for a few superhumans to breathe comfortably, Zhi Tingxiao pressed the button to open the hatch. With a thunderous roar, the hatch slowly opened, and a gust of fierce wind rushed into the cabin, nearly disorienting Zhi Tingxiao. Through the dense clouds and relentless winds, he squinted and vaguely glimpsed a figure approaching the cabin. A figure. Suddenly, Zhi Tingxiao felt the once powerful airflow diminish inexplicably. Upon fully opening his eyes, he beheld a tall, muscular man with striking features, his long golden hair cascading over his shoulders, clad in silver armor and a red cloak, and wielding a gleaming silver warhammer intricately etched with unusual designs. Without a doubt, by merely observing the hammer in his hand, Zhi Tingxiao could ascertain that this was none other than the legendary Thor. However, before Zhi Tingxiao could utter a word, Stark, donned in his iron suit, had already raised his right hand, aiming his palm at the suddenly appeared god. Yet, before the repulsor could fully charge, Thor stepped forward and gently nudged Stark. Boom. Stark was sent flying as if struck by a heavy truck, crashing through the cockpit door and landing on the control panel. Observing the shattered door and Stark, who resembled a limp ragdoll embedded in the console, Black Widow pondered how, as a frail elderly pilot, she could afford to be distracted while flying. What if she inadvertently strayed from her course? It was utterly unacceptable. Determined to concentrate fully on piloting the aircraft henceforth, she resolved not to let any other matters divide her attention. As for the minor disagreements and skirmishes among the passengers, what significance did they hold? They were all mature adults, capable of resolving such trivial issues independently. With Stark out of the way, Thor disregarded Zhi Tingxiao and Steve, swiftly unbuckling Loki's safety belt and seizing him by the collar, while the warhammer in his right hand began to whirl with increasing velocity before launching away. Clint, realizing the impending threat as Stark was flung aside, swiftly knocked an arrow and unleashed 3 shots towards the direction Thor had departed. Whoosh, 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 boom. As the arrows flew, bursts of explosive fire briefly illuminated the depths of the clouds, and 2 indistinct shapes plummeted towards the ground in freefall. Observing the 2 Asgardian princes plummet from an altitude of 9,000 feet, Steve felt a jolt of unease coursing through him. He could not help but turn to Clint and exclaim, "Hawkeye, your impulsiveness is unwarranted. He is not our foe." Meanwhile, Zhi Tingxiao deftly retrieved 2 parachute packs from a nearby shelf, tossing one to Steve while securing the other onto his back. "Captain, do not be too harsh on Clint. Although his actions were somewhat rash, they were justified. If Loki were taken by Thor, whether he chose to release or eliminate Loki, the Tesseract would remain elusive, and Earth would ultimately suffer the consequences. It is imperative that we descend and clarify the situation, striving for consensus on how to address Loki. Clint, you and Natasha remain aboard the aircraft. Should any unforeseen events arise, you will need to make the call." At that moment, Stark emerged from the cockpit, interjecting, "You make a valid point. We cannot allow the blonde princess to escort Loki back to Asgard before locating the Tesseract." As he spoke, Stark strode towards the hatch, exuding an audacity reminiscent of a legendary hero returning to a town to confront an adversary. However, Zhi Tingxiao recalled the last time he witnessed such bravado. It was when a guru faced off against Brubroth, and a guru, in a spectacular display, had nearly overwhelmed the entire arena, the timer obliterated in the process. Watching Stark prepare to jump solo, Steve furrowed his brow with concern. As a military man, he found Stark's lack of organization and discipline intolerable. His free-spirited approach was irksome. Nevertheless, considering Stark was Howard's son, Steve chose to express his thoughts diplomatically. "Stark, perhaps you should take a moment to compose yourself. We ought to devise a tactical plan before charging recklessly into action." Yet, By the time Steve finished speaking, Stark had reached the hatch, turning back with a smirk and declaring, "I have already formulated my strategy. It is to engage." With that, Stark leaped into the void, his suit's propulsion system igniting in a brilliant display, disappearing from view in an instant, rolling his eyes at the fleeting golden-red figure dissolving into the clouds. Steve sighed and turned to Zhi Tingxiao. Perhaps Howard will be pleased to know that his son is as clever, astute, brave, and infuriatingly self-assured as he was. Zhi Tingxiao shrugged and approached the edge of the cabin, braving the fierce winds that whipped around them. Enough of the sarcasm. If we do not descend soon, we cannot guarantee that they won't unleash their fury. With a resigned sigh, Steve secured his parachute pack and moved to the cabin's edge, preparing to jump. It was then that he noticed Zhi Tingxiao standing at the precipice, glancing below with trepidation, only to retreat slightly, yet still maintaining a determined demeanor akin to a heroine embarking on a solitary journey. Steve, observing Zhi Tingxiao's internal struggle between leaping and hesitating, remarked, "So, ZH, have you never parachuted before?" With wings poised like a graceful crane, Zhi Tingxiao turned back to Steve, responding matter-of-factly, "Is that truly so hard to believe? Do I appear to be the type of affluent individual who, with no place to spend their wealth, resorts to reckless behavior to enrich an otherwise mundane existence? Even if I have worked a summer job in Africa, adhering to its commendable matching system surely did not grant me the status of a paratrooper, did it? Do you harbor some peculiar misconceptions about ordinary high school students? Which typical student would venture to Africa for summer employment?" Steve remained silent, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at something behind Zhi Tingxiao, as though he had encountered a most horrifying sight. Observing Steve's ghastly expression, Zhi Tingxiao swiftly turned around, only to find nothing amiss. Just as he intended to inquire about what Steve had seen, he turned back to behold a pair of size 43 feet looming before him. "Bang, Captain. I shall not spare you even in death." Listening to the distant, melodious tone, Steve offered a bashful smile, though he could not comprehend Zhi Tingxiao's words. He presumed they were expressions of gratitude. Today's youth are indeed polite. In contemplation, Steve nimbly leapt down. Chapter 46, What a Fall. The moment Zhi Tingxiao was kicked down by Steve, he yearned to gaze at the receding airplane and the vanishing door, tears of regret streaming down his face. He lamented the fickleness of human relationships, the cruelty of fate, as the evening rain heralded the fall of flowers. How foolish he had been to misjudge the character of another. Yet before Zhi Tingxiao could emerge from his self-pity, an unprecedented panorama unexpectedly invaded his vision. The star-studded sky radiated tranquility, while a full moon, resembling a silver disk, cast a cool, ethereal glow. That chilly moonlight was both crystalline and gentle, devoid of the fervor of summer's sun or the solitude of a solitary lantern in an old alley. It shimmered like the tender gaze of a young maiden, her lips softly pursed, reminiscent of serene waters beside willow trees, and echoed the azure of summer's cicadas melodies. Beneath this moonlight, layers of white clouds drifted. The surging evening breeze tugged at them, akin to waves crashing beneath a cerulean sky, or a glistening stream meandering across vast grasslands, piercing through the misty clouds. Reminiscent of a maiden's gown, Zhi Tingxiao beheld an endless expanse of verdant sea, undulating hills, and the vast firmament of stars. At that moment, Steve had floated to Zhi Tingxiao's side. Cupping his hands into a trumpet shape, he called out, "Zhi, quickly pull the parachute cord." Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao hurriedly fumbled to grasp the cord on his shoulder. In an instant, a white canopy burst forth from the parachute bag, feeling an uplifting force supporting his body. Zhi Tingxiao exhaled in relief, but upon noticing Steve floating less than 20 meters away, his nose crinkled in indignation. Yet, considering he was still 1,000 meters above ground, should he rashly charge towards Steve, they might become entangled in their parachutes, plummeting towards the earth at an acceleration of 98 meters per second. He absolutely refused to meet his demise in such a fashion. Cursed be the surname sure, this enmity shall not be forgotten. On the other side, as Thor grasped Loki, who had just flown out of the antiquated aircraft, he felt a sharp pain emanating from behind him, followed by an overwhelming force that shoved him downward. Whoosh, crash, cough, cough, cough. Thor shook his somewhat dazed head and struggled to rise from the crater he had created. Surveying the lush forest around him, he furrowed his brow. Having just plummeted from the sky with Loki, logically, Loki should be nearby. Yet, he saw no sign of him. "My dear brother, let me guess what you're doing, looking for me, are you?" Suddenly, Loki's voice, seemingly emerging from nowhere, reached Thor's ears. Startled, Thor instinctively clenched his right hand into the air, and Mjolnir instantly materialized in his grasp, silver lightning crackling wildly between Mjolnir and his body. With the hammer in hand, Thor's confidence surged, and he called out, "Loki, show yourself. I can see where you are. You had better surrender the Tesseract now and return to Asgard with me, or else you shall not like my next course of action." While speaking, Thor continued scanning the vicinity for Loki's silhouette, yet yielded no results. "Huh, what have you seen? Look down at your feet. You brainless fool. Upon hearing this, Thor's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. He awkwardly shuffled his feet, only to find Loki sprawled on the ground, glaring at him with indignation. Thor hurriedly pulled Loki up, gazing affectionately at the face marked with size 43 shoe prints, exclaiming, "Brother, I thought you were dead. You have no idea how heartbroken I was." Seeing the depth of Thor's gaze, Loki felt his eyes welling up, yet, as a proud trickster, he coldly smirked, replying, "Heh, your brother perished when he fell into the abyss. What you see now is a brand new version of Loki. While I realize this may not be the best time to interrupt, I am in a hurry. Loki, hand over the Tesseract." Suddenly, a cheeky voice interrupted the heartfelt exchange from behind the two brothers. Thor spun around abruptly, shielding Loki behind him, as Mjolnir pointed toward the source of the voice. Upon focusing, he recognized the metallic figure attempting to take action against him from the aircraft. Silver lightning surged once more from within Thor, swirling and flowing across his surface, darkening the once clear night sky with ominous clouds and a tempest of thunder. Thor fixed his gaze on Stark, adamantly stating, "Loki is a citizen of Asgard. Regardless of his transgressions, he must be dealt with by Asgard, not by a tin can factory." Stark, hands on his hips, regarded the theatrically charged Thor with indifference, remarking, "Oh come now, you pilfered your mother's shawl to use as a cape. Aren't you afraid of being scolded when you return? Golden-haired princess, if you wish to take Loki, he must first surrender the Tesseract." Glancing back at Loki, Thor pondered for a moment before asserting, "The Tesseract must be entrusted to Asgard for safekeeping. You Earthlings possess neither the capability nor the intent to safeguard your planet. Instead, you merely attract those with nefarious intentions. Beyond that, there are no benefits." Before Thor could complete his statement, Stark could no longer contain his laughter. He pointed to Loki, who stood behind Thor, and exclaimed, "Ah, thank you for your concern. But let us not forget, the very villains you mentioned include the one behind you." Loki's presence had already proven one undeniable truth. The Asgardians are equally untrustworthy. The cosmic cube can only exist on Earth. At this juncture, Thor recognized that there was no room left for negotiation and stated directly, "Your words and actions exemplify the ignorance of humanity. If you believe you can take Loki away, then by all means try." With Thor adopting a battle-ready stance, Stark ceased his banter. The visor of his suit descended, and he aimed his repulsor at Thor, arrogantly declaring, "You should have done this sooner." In a fleeting moment, before Stark could fully react, an immense force surged from his midsection, propelling him backward like a fleeting shadow. The sound of crashing echoed as he collided with a dozen trees, each as thick as a basin, before finally coming to a halt. A shallow dent marked the abdomen of his suit. Before Stark could rise, Thor loomed above him, brandishing Mjolnir, crackling with lightning, poised to strike down upon him. Stark, still in a daze, was jolted to alertness by the terrifying sight above him. The thrusters in his legs ignited with a burst of fiery propulsion. In an instant, Stark propelled himself several meters away, narrowly evading the descending Mjolnir. The impact of the hammer upon the ground summoned serpentine bolts of lightning that erupted from the earth, shattering trees and turning flora to ash. The land within a 10-meter radius trembled violently, clouds of dust rising into the air. Chapter 47. This battle is a strain on the mind. Observing the area where he had just been lying turned to desolation in an instant. Stark felt a chill wash over him, even through the steel of his armor. Excellent. At least he would not need to worry about inadvertently slaying the Asgardian prince and provoking a diplomatic crisis between Earth and Asgard. As Stark pondered this, his hands remained deft, the blue light of his repulsor intensifying as scorching beams shot toward Thor. The beams struck Thor like a torrential downpour, the intense heat and formidable impact challenging even his divine physique, leaving marks of scorching across his skin. Growing increasingly impatient, Thor hurled Mjolnir toward the direction of the beams. In that moment of release, the suit's system swiftly tracked the trajectory of Mjolnir. The artificial intelligence, JARVIS, cautioned, "Sir, please be careful. The enemy has thrown a hammer at you. I recommend that you evade it." Yet, scarcely had JARVIS delivered his warning when bang. With a resounding crack, before Stark could fully absorb Jarvis's words, the Meow Meow hammer struck fiercely against his cheek, unleashing a cascade of silver lightning that made his iron suit spark ominously. As an armor equipped with high-altitude flight capabilities, Stark had long anticipated the severe conditions he might encounter in the skies, with thunderstorms being one of them. He had made slight modifications to the exterior of his suit, ensuring that when struck by lightning, it would not only remain unharmed but also harness energy to recharge itself. Thus, Thor's lightning not only failed to inflict damage upon Stark, but fortuitously served to replenish his suit's power. A surge of potent electric energy flooded into the control interface of his helmet, erupting in a brilliant glow that nearly blinded him. "Sir, remaining power is at 400. Jarvis reported. Stark raised an eyebrow, a grin creeping across his face. If this fellow were his ally, he would effectively possess a self-sustaining, energy-efficient, low-cost, high-intelligence, combat-ready supercharger. However, given the current circumstances, Stark realized that this power source was not one he could utilize. Adjusting the output, he fired a beam at Thor that was considerably thicker than before, transforming from white to a pale red. A thunderous impact ensued as the intensified beam struck Thor's chest plate, instantly reducing it to a puddle of molten scrap. Yet the beam did not dissipate. It firmly struck Thor's torso, leaving a charred mark and propelling him several meters backward. Shaking his slightly heated palm, Stark seized the opportunity as Thor was sent flying. His leg thrusters erupted with a near-white flame, propelling him toward Thor. Under the relentless assault of his palm cannon, even Thor found it momentarily difficult to regain his composure. Stark capitalized on this moment, switching his armor to melee mode and unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes at Thor's vital points. Nevertheless, Thor, a seasoned warrior with millennia of battle experience, had mastered close combat techniques. It was nearly futile for Stark to hope that Jarvis-designed fighting patterns could land a decisive blow on him. As Stark's fists rained down, each strike was met with resistance. "Sir, hand armor damage rate has reached 67.10, Jarvis noted. "I don't need a reminder, Jarvis," Stark retorted. Despite being pummeled by Stark, Thor displayed no signs of frustration. Drawing from his extensive combat experience, he quickly discerned Stark's punching patterns. With a swift motion, Thor thrust his left hand forward, firmly grasping Stark's two incoming fists, rendering them ineffective. Under the immense force of Thor's grip, even the titanium alloy of Stark's hand armor began to warp, sparks of electricity erupting from the damaged surface. Stark felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist as he unleashed a barrage of fire from his palm cannon, illuminating the area with a dazzling light. Thor's expression turned fierce, completely disregarding the excruciating pain radiating from his face. With a swift motion of his right hand, he summoned Mjolnir, which lay a short distance away. Bang! Crackle! Under Thor's divine power, the lightning entwined around Mjolnir thickened and became even more ferocious, rampaging mercilessly through the surroundings. Boom! Ah! Mjolnir swung violently from below to above, crashing down upon Stark's armored jaw with a thunderous explosion, sending Stark soaring into the sky like a cannonball. Stark felt a sudden violent jolt, followed by a searing pain that threatened to split his head apart, leaving his body in a state of uncontrollable chaos. As Stark was propelled skyward, Thor raised Mjolnir above his head, his once blue eyes replaced by a blinding white radiance. Simultaneously, the clouds above thickened ominously, with flashes of lightning dancing within them. Boom! Crackle! 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 A lightning bolt over 10 meters in diameter struck Stark, who was still suspended in midair, instantly charging his Iron Man suit to a staggering 1,000 volts. The suit's power capacity had already exceeded safe limits, yet the lightning bolt showed no signs of dissipating. Within moments, the immense electrical energy caused the suit to overload. Lightning surged into Stark with unrestrained ferocity, despite wearing a specially insulated suit. It only held for a brief moment before failing. Fortunately, Stark's heart still connected to the arc reactor, otherwise, this single strike would have been sufficient to claim his life. However, even with the arc reactor preserving Stark's existence, the thunderous energy rendered his suit completely incapacitated. "Sir, the armor's operating system is severely overloaded, with overall damage exceeding 50. The weapon systems have sustained over 80 damage, and currently, only the power system remains under 30 damage. I advise you to vacate the battlefield immediately," Jarvis reported. "Silence. Concentrate all energy into the arc reactor at my chest," Stark commanded. "But, sir, do as I say." "Understood, sir." As Jarvis complied, the arc reactor in Stark's chest glowed with increasing intensity, its formidable energy seemingly on the verge of breaking through the shattered remnants of his armor. Whoosh! Boom! A beam of light, even thicker than the lightning Thor had summoned earlier, erupted from Stark's arc reactor, forcefully striking the ground where Thor stood. Under the 20-meter beam, Thor appeared diminutive, pitiful, and helpless. Caught off guard, he had no means of escape and could only summon all his divine power to withstand Stark's assault. As the beam struck the earth, the entire Arden forest trembled, and the flora and fauna within its range were instantly reduced to mere dust, while the sand transformed into crystalline structures under the beam's searing heat. In the epicenter of the attack, Thor's armor disintegrated into ashes, and his skin gradually charred, presenting a gruesome sight. Only the hammer in his hand remained unchanged in the beam of light, as if it had merely been brushed by a gentle breeze. Chapter 48, A World Wounded Only by Loki. Just as Stark and Thor were about to knock some sense into each other, Zhi Tingxiao and Steve were still suspended from their parachutes, intrigued by the distant flashes of lightning, tremors, and explosions. Observing the stumps that occasionally leaped from the Ardennes forest, Steve remarked with a hint of admiration, those stumps of the Ardennes still pack a punch. Their defensive capabilities back then were far more reliable than the Maginot Line. Who would have thought? After 70 years, they could withstand the steps of the Norse god of thunder. By the way, Zhi, with such explosive special effects over there, do you think they might unleash real fire? Zhi Tingxiao was busy capturing a photograph of the starry sky above the forest and sending it to Gwen and Peter Parker. Hearing Steve's inquiry, he calmly gazed at the fiery battlefield and replied, "Oh, Captain, there's no need for concern. Judging by the situation, they have indeed ignited real fire. Worrying is futile. Besides, given our current predicament, we won't be on solid ground for at least 3 minutes. At their current pace, they likely won't take more than 3 minutes to finish this. Thus, he suggested, let us enjoy the spectacle." In the meantime, Gwen had already responded, praising the beauty of the night sky while simultaneously criticizing Zhi Tingxiao's abysmal photography skills. Infuriated, he sent a flurry of angry emojis to Gwen, expressing his concern for her taste. Noticing Zhi Tingxiao's flustered demeanor, Steve's curiosity was piqued about whom he was chatting with, and he peered over with his exceptional vision. Just as Zhi Tingxiao sent another message, he turned to find Steve leering at him from several meters away, reflecting on Steve and Bucky's enduring romance spanning 70 years, as well as the tumultuous love-hate relationship between Howard and his son across the ages. Zhi Tingxiao couldn't help but shiver. Had Steve finally succumbed to the allure of his own beauty? With a disdainful glance, Zhi Tingxiao looked at Steve and retorted, "Captain, please retract that filthy gaze of yours. I am a treasure you shall never possess. Give up already." Meanwhile, as Zhi Tingxiao and Steve bantered in the sky, a chaotic scene unfolded below, just as Zhi Tingxiao had predicted. After enduring Stark's mightiest blow, Thor was gravely injured, left with little strength to resist. Stark's armored suit, having experienced overload and unleashed a sweeping arc of energy, was now little more than a hunk of scrap metal, its power system barely holding on. As the brilliance faded, a dark pit more than 20 meters in diameter was left in the Ardennes forest, at the center of which stood a figure cloaked in darkness. Its cracked surface faintly glowing with crimson, right hand raised high, wielding the hammer. Thud. Observing Thor's dire state, Stark was on the verge of delivering a sarcastic quip when, to his dismay, the thruster on his left leg malfunctioned before he could utter a word. Fortunately, the remarkable shock absorption system of his Iron Man suit saved him. Otherwise, at this altitude, Stark would likely have faced a grave predicament. "Jarvis, open the helmet." Stark leaned against a nearly charred tree stump, clutching his helmet, now blackened and severely deformed, gasping for breath. Gazing at Thor, who, despite his severe injuries, still possessed a glimmer of fighting spirit and was limping toward him, Stark felt a pang of despair. Thor, his entire body scorched and devoid of unblemished skin, limped forward with Mjolnir clutched weakly in his right hand. Stark managed a feeble smile and remarked, "Do me a favor, don't crush my skull. I haven't even taken my death photo yet. And a shattered head would be rather unsightly." Thor disregarded him, casually tossing Mjolnir to the ground before sitting beside Stark and saying, "Has anyone ever told you that your mouth seems somewhat superfluous compared to the other features on your face?" In response, Stark's lips twitched, and he retorted, "Has anyone ever informed you that your brain, aside from making you appear taller, actually serves other purposes? Like, for instance, thinking? Is it true that you have few friends? But I have wealth. And I have a father. Help me up. I wish to perish alongside you." Zhi Tingxiao, observing the two bickering while employing a range of martial arts techniques like eye poking, nose poking, ear biting, and monkey stealing peach against each other, fell into a prolonged silence. Steve surveyed the surrounding forest, now reduced to ashes within a 100-meter radius, and swallowed hard, incredulous as he watched Stark engage in a desperate struggle with the darkened Thor. This fellow was actually able to contend with the legendary god of thunder to such an extent. Zhi Tingxiao glanced at the barren expanse created by their battle and shook his head, exclaiming, "Goodness, watching those two fight makes me feel for the environmentalists. Such a vast forest, so many precious trees, countless protected animals, all gone? What a tremendous waste of resources. Truly a pair of profligates. But on the bright side, at least Natasha won't have to worry about finding a place to land the plane." At that moment, Stark, gripped by Thor's hand around his neck, finally spotted Zhi Tingxiao and Steve approaching leisurely from a distance. A smile spread across Stark's swollen face as he shouted, "Zhi, Captain, hurry over and help me. I've captured that Asgardian. Come quickly." Zhi Tingxiao, witnessing Stark being choked and on the verge of losing consciousness, found it difficult to comprehend how he could audaciously utter such shameless words. Ignoring Stark's desperate tugging at his suit jacket, Zhi Tingxiao extended his right hand toward Thor, saying, "Prince of Asgard, greetings. I am Zhi Tingxiao, a temporary special advisor for SHIELD, and I welcome you back to Earth." Thor glanced at Zhi Tingxiao and extended his charred right hand in return, responding, "Welcome? The last time I visited Earth, the reception was not nearly so grand." Zhi Tingxiao shrugged and gestured toward Stark, who stood beside Thor, saying, "There's no helping it. You knocked that guy out as soon as you met him." Without giving him a chance to explain, Moreover, during your brother's time on Earth, his actions and words have hardly been amicable. Thus, the current welcome ceremony is not without reason. By the way, where is your brother? Thor and Stark exchanged glances, their expressions twitching, yet neither spoke. The recent altercation had been so exhilarating that they had failed to notice where Loki had wandered off to. Meanwhile, in the distance, Loki, with a face full of indignation, hung from a tree, surrounded by lush greenery. As the gentle evening breeze swayed him like a pendulum at the treetop, this scene created a breathtaking tableau. Chapter 49, Confrontation in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier. Nick Fury stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the disheveled Loki confined in the specialized cell before him. A rare expression of triumph, akin to the cascading waters of the Niagara Falls, graced his pale visage. As he stroked the specialized glass before him, Nick Fury remarked, "I noticed you have a penchant for green attire, much like Amanda's. So I prepared a glass jar for you. Do you fancy this new abode?" In response, Loki calmly surveyed his surroundings, a wicked smile resurfacing as he replied, "Humans are quite peculiar at times, believing that locking problems away can resolve them. If you think this thin layer of transparent glass grants you the courage to converse with me, then I shall remain here and indulge you." Frowning, Nick Fury scrutinized the audacious expression of Loki and said, "I believe you may not fully comprehend your current predicament. Perhaps it would be best for you to experience it firsthand." As he spoke, Nick Fury casually tapped on the control panel to his left. The deck beneath Loki slowly opened, and an influx of air rushed into the helicarrier, reminiscent of a neighbor's husband returning home. Through the semi-transparent glass, Loki observed clouds drifting beneath him. Even the tallest structures on Earth appeared no larger than mere grains of rice in his view. He leaned against the wall. Yet the wicked smile on his face remained undiminished as he remarked, "I presume this contraption was not originally intended for my benefit? Let me guess. It must be for that rotund green fellow who runs around in nothing but purple underwear." Hearing this, Nick Fury discreetly glanced at the camera hidden in the corner, silently cursing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s security department for allowing even Loki to be so well informed about their internal affairs. "Damn it, this month, your department's funding is gone." Despite his inner frustration, Nick Fury maintained a stoic facade and said, "It seems you possess a remarkable understanding of us. Allow me to guess where your information comes from. Thanos? Judging by your expression, it must be him. It is truly astonishing that a prince of Asgard has been reduced to serving as a mere pawn for others. Could you perhaps share your thoughts during that moment?" As Nick Fury's words echoed, Loki's expression visibly crumbled before our eyes. He could hardly fathom that this desolate backwater of a planet had even heard of Thanos, let alone deduced that he was currently in service to him. Observing the dialogue between Nick Fury and Loki through the screen in the laboratory, the Avengers couldn't help but glance at the seemingly honest-faced Banner upon hearing Loki refer to the green behemoth. Stark smirked and remarked, "Wow, to be honest, Dr. Banner, I find myself a tad envious. After all, I've collaborated with S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long and yet have never been afforded such an opulent chamber. TSK, that candy jar must be worth at least $30 to $40 million, right?" At this, Natasha and Clint exchanged awkward glances, lowering their heads in embarrassment, unwilling to meet Banner's gaze. S.H.I.D.L.D. had indeed acted rather unscrupulously in this matter. Banner's cheeks twitched slightly, and he awkwardly interjected, "I believe I can understand him, but I still hope S.H.I.E.L.D. will honor their agreement and allow me to leave. At the very least, I wouldn't have to contemplate overly complicated escape methods." In conclusion, Banner could not help but utter a statement that was half in frustration and half in a veiled threat. Thor, who had been standing with his arms crossed, disdainfully glanced at Nick Fury on the screen and said, "It's unbelievable that this is how Earthlings treat those who have rendered them service. In Asgard, not only would such a proposition be unthinkable, but the individual suggesting it would be imprisoned for a century." Hearing Thor, the extraterrestrial, criticize Earth, Steve felt a twinge of discomfort and defended, "Thor, I believe Nick Fury's actions, while lacking in compassion, are nonetheless understandable." My apologies, Dr. Banner. That was not my intention. What I mean is, America has its own circumstances, and judging from Asgard's perspective is profoundly unjust and irresponsibly simplistic. Modu, who had been a silent observer, disagreed with Steve's viewpoint, raising his hand to counter. Captain, I believe your assertion is somewhat biased. Regardless of the standpoint, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s treacherous behavior is disgraceful. Dr. Banner is undoubtedly a hero in this incident, having saved the Earth. If we imprison our heroes, then in the event of another global crisis, I doubt anyone would dare to step forward. And if someone does, it would only serve to illuminate their greatness and your utter shamelessness. Hey, mind your words, Mr. Magician. It is Nick Fury who intends to do this, not the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D. D. Do not conflate the two. Huh. Is there really a distinction? The hearts of agents are tainted. As the laboratory erupted into chaos, with the atmosphere thickening towards a potential brawl, Zhi Tingxiao irritably ran his fingers through his hair. Glancing at the Mind Stone resting on the nearby workbench, he suddenly realized where the problem lay. With a casual flick, the ethereal Mind Scepter, radiating a soft azure glow, vanished from the laboratory table, leaving behind only a solitary stand. Once the Mind Scepter had disappeared, a persistent sense of agitation that had lingered in Zhi Tingxiao's heart dissipated, swiftly replaced by an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration. The bickering within the laboratory ceased, and the onlookers gazed at one another in bewilderment, at a loss for words. Noticing their sudden silence, Zhi Tingxiao gestured for them to continue, his smile widening as he remarked, Why have you stopped? Do not cease. Keep going. Wasn't he quite lively just moments ago? Do you think there are too few listeners? That cannot be. It's merely that your voices are too faint. A person 13 kilometers away in a state of unconsciousness has yet to grasp your words. Perhaps you're feeling parched? Surely you must be, after such an extended uproar. Shall I fetch you some water? Little Guagua, what would you like to drink? Stark, how about you? Coffee or red wine? As he spoke, Zhi Tingxiao's expression visibly darkened, an aura of unspoken authority emanating from him, enveloping everyone present. Observing their silence, he continued, to be candid. It is quite shameful for a high school student to witness your disgraceful behavior. You should feel embarrassed. I am mortified on your behalf. You prattle on about being genius elites, top-tier agents, and the progeny of gods. Yet here you are, a self-righteous rabble. The current crisis remains unresolved. And you already turn upon one another? Contemplate the objective that brought us together. Consider the fate of Earth should the cosmic cube fall into the hands of Thanos. And yet you squabble at such a critical juncture? What aspirations do you hold? With that, Zhi Tingxiao promptly made his exit, aware that soon this foolish group would realize they were unable to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side of deep space, a colossal purple figure seated upon a throne abruptly opened its eyes, a brutal aura sweeping across the entire planet on which it resided. The connection to the Mind Stone had once again been severed. Chapter 50. The heist that night, in the dining area for senior staff aboard the aerial battleship. Zhi Tingxiao was vigorously stabbing a chicken leg on his plate with chopsticks, while casting a watchful eye, akin to one of Africa's infamous tyrants, upon the jovial gathering of the Avengers. The catalyst for this situation was Zhi Tingxiao, a purebred southerner from China, who, after days of subsisting on bread and salad, could no longer endure it, and resolved to prepare a hearty meal himself. However, as soon as he sought a vegetable dish, he was caught by Stark, who had sneaked into the kitchen for a snack. Stark glanced at the ham sandwich he had let sit for 3 days, then looked at Zhi Tingxiao wielding a spatula, and promptly discarded his sandwich, clinging to Zhi Tingxiao's leg and pleading for a serving of mapo tofu. Though Stark's request was somewhat overstepping, Zhi Tingxiao acquiesced to prepare an additional dish. But the mischief began when Stark casually mentioned it to Thor and Coulson, leading Nick Fury to exclaim, "Dumplings. A large portion. And don't forget a small dish of peanut sauce. Natasha, I would like an order of sweet and sour pork. Please ensure it is on the sweeter side. Thank you. Clint, could I trouble you for a spring roll, accompanied by a serving of ketchup? Thank you. Steve, my request is modest. A simple bowl of boiled cabbage will suffice. Banner, I would like a serving of Longjing shrimp. I had it once before and found it quite delightful. Mordo, I desire a portion of roasted duck. The Supreme Sorcerer claims this Chinese dish is delectable. Thor, let us keep it simple with a whole roasted lamb. No need to complicate matters. Zhi Tingxiao. Fortunately, the SHIELD has numerous Chinese agents, which is why there are plenty of Chinese chefs aboard the airship, enabling us to manage a few of the dishes ordered. However, Zhi Tingxiao was still quite displeased, as he could have enjoyed a more relaxing dinner without this fuss. As it stands, besides the chicken leg that had been prodded, he had not managed to secure a single vegetable, and Stark had even snatched a bowl of white rice from him. Stark, having taken a hefty spoonful of rice mixed with tofu into his mouth, exclaimed before swallowing, "Wow, spicy. What a thrill. By the way, Dr. Banner, I implanted a new calculation formula in the computer earlier, but didn't have the chance to check. Did you obtain any results when you stepped out?" Sitting across from Stark, Banner calmly shifted his bowl slightly to the left before replying. "The results have come in. If the formula is correct, we can essentially lock it down within the confines of New York City. However, this area is still somewhat extensive for SHIELD search capabilities. We may need to narrow it down further to initiate a manhunt." Upon hearing this, Zhi Tingxiao couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Initially, he had believed Loki would follow the original plot and bring the Tesseract to Stark Tower, subsequently opening a portal to summon the Chitauri army to Earth. Thus, since Loki's capture, he had been quietly monitoring the comings and goings at Stark Tower, along with the movements of supply vehicles. However, to this point, Zhi Tingxiao had not noticed any irregularities. If Loki had not been meticulous and left no trace, it could only mean that the plot had diverged, and the Tesseract had been taken elsewhere. Given the current circumstances, Zhi Tingxiao believed the latter possibility was more likely. After all, no matter how meticulous Loki was, it was implausible for him to leave no evidence whatsoever. After Nick Fury finished the last spring roll, he stated, "If it has been confirmed to be within the confines of New York City, and we cannot further narrow the area in the short term, then we should cease our efforts here. The longer we delay, the more perilous it becomes." Although conducting a comprehensive search of New York City solely with SHIELD's resources is challenging, with the collaboration of the military and police, it should pose no great issue. The only troublesome factor remains the yet-to-be-seen master of mimicry. He is not someone an average person can handle, so you must be on standby for support. Upon hearing this, Thor patted his breastplate with enthusiasm and declared, "No problem. I shall soar above. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will rush over immediately." Nick Fury cast a glance at Thor, remaining silent. He harbored doubts that Thor's eager compliance stemmed from genuine goodwill. Rather, it seemed he simply sought a formidable opponent for a brawl. Nonetheless, Fury thought, let him be. It was far preferable to have someone willingly offer their assistance than to deal with a certain individual who indulged in lavish banquets at public expense, took extended breaks, arrived late, departed early, and frequently demanded salary increases and benefits, all while being inept at even the simplest tasks. Such behavior was far worse than the occasional idleness of the highest authority. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Nick Fury's gaze inadvertently drifted toward Zhi Tingxiao. Yet, Zhi Tingxiao remained oblivious, his mind preoccupied with the visage of a middle-aged man so unremarkable that even the U.S. military would feel compelled to apologize upon encountering him. "Congratulations, player, you have triggered a temporary mission. Would you like to proceed?" Based on Zhi Tingxiao's previous experiences, he understood the program's typical nature. Triggering a temporary mission generally indicated a scenario of escape versus pursuit, where all parties found themselves ensnared. While opting out would spare him from bizarre penalties associated with failure, it would also deprive him of any potential rewards. In a world fraught with peril, failing to enhance one's abilities would almost certainly lead to dire consequences. Thus, Zhi Tingxiao resolutely chose to accept the mission. Mission selected. Mission title: Let us delightfully steal, attack. Mission content: a group of aspiring youths, marked by their aspirations, is barreling towards your abode with the speed of a gravestone sliding down a slope. You must prevent them from rescuing Loki and ensure that Coulson does not perish at their hands. Note: if you thwart my ambitions, I shall surely ruin your paradise. Mission rewards: Item card 2, 20 experience points, 20 credits. Failure penalty: complete loss of bodily hair, irreversible. Note: bear in mind, Big Bear Bald Strong is back to chop trees. Zhi Tingxiao took several deep breaths, repeatedly reminding himself that the world is composed of myriad elements, and one cannot expect every situation to unfold as desired. Reflecting on trivial matters would serve no purpose. After reciting "do not anger" several times, Zhi Tingxiao finally managed to calm his agitated heart and the throbbing veins threatening to surface. He finished the battered chicken leg and, with a composed expression, addressed Nick Fury. "Director Fury, we have guests." Upon hearing this, the remaining eye of Nick Fury displayed a look of confusion as he queried, "Guests? What?" Boom. Before Fury could complete his sentence, a tremendous noise erupted from the hangar of the sky carrier. In that instant, Nick Fury comprehended Zhi Tingxiao's implication. Without pausing to clean his mouth, he rose and made his way toward the command bridge. As he walked, Nick Fury retrieved his communicator and stated, "Sylvester, this is Nick Fury. Sound the red alert immediately. Disable optical camouflage and mobilize the action teams to bolster defense at all critical points. Hill. Order all agents aboard to prepare for combat readiness. The 3rd and 5th squadrons are to take off for aerial reconnaissance. Should any suspicious targets be detected, engage and eliminate them without hesitation." Chapter 51. Who is knocking on my window? Observing the hurried silhouette of Nick Fury and recalling the recent explosion, the Avengers swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. Steve, drawing upon his battlefield experience, was the first to react, swiftly formulating a strategic response. As he secured the vibranium shield to his right arm, he declared, "The situation is dire, so I shall dispense with idle chatter. Thor Stark, you two are responsible for external reconnaissance. Should you spot any aircraft not belonging to SHIELD on the deck or in the sky, destroy them immediately and sever their escape routes. Clint, Natasha, you are both familiar with the layout of the airborne command ship. Coordinate with SHIELD's tactical team to eliminate all intruders. If you encounter the master of mimicry, contact me immediately via the communication channel, and I shall come at once. Zhi, you are tasked with guarding Loki. Ensure he is neither rescued nor killed. Modu, oversee the command bridge, ensuring the safety of both personnel and equipment, preventing them from falling into enemy hands. Dr. Banner, accompany Modu to the command bridge, but under no circumstances should you transform unless absolutely necessary. It would be detrimental for everyone. If there are any concerns, voice them now. If not, let us proceed expeditiously. Nodding in agreement, the team dispersed to execute their assignments. Upon entering the heavily guarded confinement chamber, Zhi Tingxiao beheld Loki imprisoned within a cylindrical glass enclosure, resembling a prehistoric specimen. However, Zhi had no time for pleasantries. He approached the adjacent control panel and, seizing an assault rifle from a guard, began to strike the console with ferocity, with a cacophony of shattering glass. The console was obliterated after only a few blows, leaving shards scattered across the floor. Loki, observing Zhi's exhausted yet self-satisfied demeanor, incredulously remarked, "Are you insane? You merely shattered a piece of glass. What is with your expression of fulfillment mixed with emptiness?" In response, Zhi glanced at Loki, offering a patronizing smile that implied, "You are still young. You will understand when you grow older," inciting Loki to frantically scratch at the glass. Meanwhile, in the hangar and corridors of the airborne command ship, chaos ensued. Tap, tap, tap. Boom, boom, boom. 01. Hangar Zone 3 reports a significant incursion of unidentified armed personnel. Requesting tactical guidance. The pilot dining area has also detected a large influx of unidentified armed personnel. Requesting tactical guidance. The myriad of tactical requests echoed through Steve's earpiece, igniting a mounting sense of urgency within him. Based on the known engagement scenarios, it was surmised that this band of intruders numbered at least 100, strategically divided into multiple teams infiltrating various sections of the command ship. Clearly, their intent was resolute, and their combat prowess formidable. Otherwise, it would not be the case that right at the onset of the battle, the SHIELD tactical team would request strategic guidance. Suddenly, as Steve became engrossed in contemplation, a wave of trepidation surged from the depths of his heart. A sense of danger loomed. Instinctively, he raised the vibranium shield strapped to his right arm in front of him, and with his left leg morphing into a blur, he delivered a powerful kick to the door of the adjoining chamber. Bang! Boom! The heavy iron door yielded effortlessly beneath Steve's formidable foot, crashing into the wall of the compartment. At the very moment Steve lifted his vibranium shield, a barrage of intense and searing gunfire erupted from the end of the corridor, striking the shield with a series of jarring impacts that sent shivers down his spine. The density of the gunfire was overwhelming. A single vibranium shield could not provide complete protection. Steve swiftly darted into the doorless chamber. Bullets ricocheted off the specially forged steel walls of the corridor, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds as they veered wildly. After a brief interlude, the gunfire subsided momentarily, and Steve seized the opportunity, thrusting his right hand to hurl the vibranium shield. Whoosh! The shield shot forth with a velocity surpassing that of the bullets, as if it had been programmed to automatically scan for targets, hurtling toward an enemy even Steve could not see. Thwack! Clang! The armed combatant at the forefront, engrossed in tactical maneuvers, suddenly sensed something was past him. Yet, upon inspection, he found nothing amiss. Abruptly, he experienced a sharp pain in his neck, accompanied by a sensation of warmth. As he attempted to scream, no sound escaped his lips. In a daze, he felt as though he were levitating, only to be consumed by darkness moments later. Before his comrades could react, a disc-shaped object severed his right arm, spraying blood that instantly stained the adjacent gray wall a vivid red. Gazing at the gaping void of his right side, the combatant let out a piercing scream, and the firearm he clutched in his left hand fell helplessly to the ground. At last, the armed squad registered the threat, instinctively adopting tactical positions while retaliating with gunfire toward the vibranium shield and its trajectory. Although their response was swift, it came too late for Steve, who had been enhanced by the super soldier serum and was a veteran of numerous battles. Calculating the moment the vibranium shield drew their attention, he decisively emerged from the chamber, charging toward the armed squad like a rampaging rhinoceros. Before they could even pull the trigger, the ghostly figure of Steve had already reached them, seizing the headless corpse from the ground and hurling it at them. The armed squad, equipped with exceptionally advanced gear, was nearly impervious to harm, their bulletproof vests enveloping every vital point, rendering their adversaries incapable of discerning any weaknesses. However, this very headless corpse effectively shielded Steve from the barrage of bullets directed at him, inflicting no injury whatsoever. As the armed squad struggled to regain their aim, Steve instantaneously transformed his palm into a fist, delivering a ferocious blow to the abdomen of the nearest combatant. Bang! The unfortunate assailant let out a harrowing cry. His body uncontrollably propelled backward, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Given the severe indentation in his chest, the likelihood of his revival appeared grim. The remaining 8 combatants, Witnessing Steve's formidable prowess momentarily succumbed to a flicker of fear. Yet, this fleeting trepidation rapidly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming frenzy. One of the armed men discarded his empty assault rifle, drawing a dagger from his thigh and lunging at Steve. However, with a mere twist of his body and a swift motion, Steve snapped the man's neck effortlessly. The remaining assailants faltered within mere moments, falling victim to Steve's relentless onslaught. Chapter 52. Captain, it's me. Don't shoot. In the hangar of the airborne aircraft carrier on the 10th deck, Rumlow was engulfed in frustration, immense frustration. He felt utterly deceived, duped by Alexander Pierce. Wasn't he had asserted that this airborne carrier was the epitome of safety, impervious to falling? Yet, merely days into their ascent, they found themselves besieged. This level of treatment had never been experienced while on solid ground. Crack. Boom. Just as Rumlow's thoughts raced, his assault rifle emitted a disheartening click, signaling an empty chamber, promptly followed by a thunderous explosion as the barrel disintegrated into a twisted mass. Enraged, Rumlow discarded his rifle, drew his sidearm, and called out to the S.H.I.E.L.D. operative beside him, "Cover me," without uttering a word. Several team members armed with the modified S.H.I.E.L.D. version of the M249 light machine gun intensified their fire. The ferocious hail of bullets from the M249 rained down, compelling the opposing armed men to duck for cover, unable to lift their heads, scattering to conceal themselves behind a few nearby fighter jets or other forms of shelter. Seizing the opportunity, Rumlow crouched low, muscles tensed, propelling himself forward like a dart. Whoosh! The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents merely caught a fleeting glimpse as Rumlow vanished from sight, only to reappear 50 meters away. The M249's firepower was ferocious, with a maximum capacity of 200 rounds and a firing rate reaching 750 to 1,000 rounds per minute. In mere seconds, the ammunition was expended. With the suppression fire of the machine gun now absent, the battle-hardened assailants, exhibiting remarkable combat prowess, immediately re-emerged to launch a fierce counterattack. Gunfire and explosions reverberated once more within the somewhat cramped confines of the hangar. However, before many shots were fired, the armed assailants suddenly noticed the unexpected presence of an individual among them, seemingly affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Rumlow had already opened fire. In the tight quarters, with a distance of less than 5 meters between them, both Rumlow and the militants found the need for precise aiming unnecessary. As the elite special operations captain of S.H.I.E.L.D., Rumlow excelled in close-quarters engagements, employing the highly effective Mozambique drill. This shooting technique, an evolution of the double tap, is designed for situations where one confronts an adversary at close range. It entails firing 2 rapid shots at the torso before swiftly targeting the head, essentially executing a 2+1 strategy. The initial shots aim to incapacitate the target momentarily, allowing the shooter a brief window to continue firing, while the final shot is intended to inflict irreversible damage to the brain, ensuring the target remains subdued for an extended duration, if not permanently. Having swiftly eliminated 4 armed assailants, Rumlow turned his attention to the nearest adversary, pulling the trigger twice at his chest before swiftly aiming for his right eye. As the rapid succession of shots echoed, the remaining militants finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Without regard for friendly fire, they aimed their weapons and fired indiscriminately. In the face of the dart gun barrels, Rumlow instinctively thrust the well-equipped militant in front of him as a shield, crouching low while simultaneously returning fire and retreating towards the aircraft repair hangar. The sound of a click resonated ominously, darkening Rumlow's expression. While the Mozambique drill is effective, it is notoriously wasteful of ammunition, especially with a handgun that accommodates only 14 rounds. Fortunately, having received a diluted version of the super soldier serum from S.H.I.E.L.D., Rumlow mitigated the primary drawback of the Mozambique drill, which involves a wide stance that can lead to fatigue. Otherwise, such recklessness would have been unthinkable. After discarding the lifeless body he had used for cover, Rumlow executed a roll, seeking refuge within the adjacent aircraft repair hangar. Suddenly, without warning, a pitch-black arrow embedded itself before the encircling militants. Before they could ascertain the cause, the arrow erupted into a brilliant display of sparks, engulfing them in a matter of moments. The searing heat swept through the air, sending a shiver of trepidation through Rumlow, who remained concealed in the repair hangar, his mind racing with confusion. What was happening? Had reinforcements arrived? Gunfire erupted again from behind. Watch out. After a volley of gunfire reminiscent of the final crescendo before a curtain falls, the entire hangar Zone 3 descended into an eerie silence. Breathing in the dissipating scent of gunpowder and oil, Liang let out a profound sigh of relief. He knew that the detestable invaders were finally vanquished. He replaced the empty magazine of his handgun with a fully loaded one, holstered the weapon back at his waist, and brushed off the dust from his attire before rising to his feet. Surveying the chaotic scene of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, he spat contemptuously, exclaiming, "Ah, with such a feeble force and pitiful skills, how dare you come here? Truly disgraceful. Captain Langmello, this is Clint Barton. I have just neutralized the enemies on my end. Please proceed immediately to Zone 5 to provide support. The special operations team there is on the brink of collapse." Suddenly, Clint's voice crackled through Langmello's earpiece. Faced with Clint's order for assistance, Langmello found himself unable to refuse. After all, Clint was a level 7 agent, while he, Brock Langmello, was merely a captain of a special operations team. However, the next statement from Clint left Langmello utterly bewildered. Additionally, according to intelligence, the Master of Imitation is also aboard the aerospace carrier. Should you discover his presence, please report it to me or any other senior agents immediately. Huh. The Master of Imitation? My mentor. This revelation meant that the armed assailants he had just fought so fiercely to eliminate were, in fact, subordinates of his master. The Master of Imitation, a misguided ally, was none other than himself. Yet, he considered himself to be part of the upper echelons of Hydra. Why had they not informed him of their operations? Was it due to his clandestine actions, such as allowing insurance salesmen into the leadership office, lacing the leader's coffee with powerful laxatives, and locking all restroom doors while calling the leader at 2 in the morning to remind him to turn over? Was that the reason for his expulsion from Hydra? Such folly was beneath consideration. Chapter 53. Aerial Combat. Setting aside Langmello's turmoil, Stark and Thor were far too preoccupied to ponder his predicament. The two had just exited the aerospace carrier, intending to conduct aerial reconnaissance, when Nick Fury informed them of a grave situation. Radar scans revealed that, 350 kilometers away, several unidentified fighter jets were hurtling towards the aerospace carrier at a speed of Mach 0.8. To make matters worse, the deck of the aerospace carrier had sustained significant damage during the prior assault, rendering all but the vertical takeoff-capable F-35s unable to launch. Despite SHIELD's considerable resources and advanced technology, only 20 F-35s were stationed on the carrier. However, due to the armed assailants' premeditated destruction of the pods and elevators at the battle's onset, only 2 F-35s remained on the deck ready for takeoff. Given the current intensity of the combat, the likelihood of bribing the armed militants to allow the aircraft to launch from the deck appeared exceedingly slim. It seems the task at hand is to escort the pilot out of the door. The difficulty of this endeavor is likely not much less than that of Lin Dayu's attempt to uproot the Willows, or Lu Laolao's cunning acquisition of the birthday tribute. Hence, Nick Fury succinctly stated, "I can offer any assistance aside from help." Upon hearing such desperation, Thor's visage flushed crimson, and he trembled uncontrollably, as ethereal blue lightning danced across his skin. With a mighty swing of his hammer, he roared, "Excellent. Haha. After all this time, my Mjolnir has been yearning for action." Stark regarded Thor's muscular physique, capable of delivering a fatal blow, and his face, which seemed destined to rarely intersect with wisdom. Inwardly, Stark pondered in astonishment. When Odin designated Thor as the heir to Asgard, how utterly despondent was he? Has the decline of the Aesir and the issue of an aging population reached such alarming depths? Otherwise, how could a brute like Thor ascend to the throne if there were any rational minds within the Aesir, not significantly older than Odin? Nonetheless, should Thor take the throne, it seems Earth would not suffer a loss. On the contrary, it would be a tremendous gain. While Stark was lost in contemplation, a small black dot appeared in the distant sky, soon followed by 2, then 3, and eventually a multitude of them. Stark turned to Thor, saying, "Golden-haired princess, strike me with your lightning." To this, Thor wore a perplexed expression, incredulously asking, "Strike you? Are you also addicted to the internet?" Despite his words, his hands did not falter. With a swing of his hammer, a bolt of ethereal blue lightning surged towards Stark. Crackling with energy, the lightning descended, and Stark felt the interface before him becoming increasingly blinding, the power levels rising at an astonishing rate. "Sir, the current power level is approximately 500. Jarvis, concentrate all energy into the chest reactor." "Understood, sir." As Jarvis's voice faded, the blue light emanating from Stark's arc reactor intensified, the searing heat causing the armor's paint to show signs of melting. Boom. A column of ethereal blue light, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, erupted from the chest of the Iron Man's suit, the blinding radiance causing Thor, who hovered beside Stark, to shut his eyes. In an instant, 3 fighter jets in the distant sky were struck down, and Stark, observing the descending, smoke-emitting triangles, speculated they were likely French Mirage 2000s or Indian aircraft. Presently, those 2 models are the only ones in the world featuring a triangular wing design. However, given the state of India's aviation industry, the likelihood of there being fighter jets seems slim. After all, considering the commendable reputation of the Indian developers, even the sagacious Agatha or the rational Kadasa would need to think thrice before confronting fighter jets, reacting swiftly to the sudden assault. The dozen or so fighter jets simultaneously launched air-to-air missiles at the aerospace aircraft carrier and then split into several small squads, approaching the carrier from various directions. As the white smoke billowed from the numerous missiles, Thor summoned all his divine energy, transforming the once clear sky into a tempestuous scene, fraught with dark clouds, flashes of lightning, and the rumble of thunder. With a resounding roar, he released Mjolnir, which soared towards the incoming missiles with a velocity almost imperceptible to the naked eye, accompanied by a dazzling display of lightning. One by one, the missiles met their fate, colliding with an impenetrable net of electricity and exploding harmlessly, leaving the celestial mothership unscathed. The shockwaves from the explosions nearly destabilized Stark, who hovered in the sky, threatening to send him tumbling down. Yet Thor remained unperturbed, his golden hair billowing and his cape fluttering, untouched by the chaos surrounding him. Stark suddenly pondered the implications of Thor ascending to the throne. Perhaps Earth's fate wouldn't be as advantageous as he had imagined. With such formidable powers and a somewhat simplistic mindset, one could only wonder what might happen if Thor were ever to indulge in excessive revelry. Peering through the porthole at the flashes of lightning and beams of light outside the mothership, Zhi Tingxiao leaned against the bars of Loki's prison cell, casually snacking on seeds while engaging in light-hearted banter with Loki. TSK, your skills leave much to be desired. The effects may look impressive, but you haven't even managed to take down a single aircraft. Even Genos can handle small fry. He marveled at Stark's maneuvers, his positioning, and those ruthless tactics. Incredible. Such a display to emulate. My goodness. Are all Asgardians so reckless? Headbutting planes? Really? Loki clenched his fists, a prominent tick appearing on his forehead, and gritted his teeth. Could you possibly keep your mouth shut while eating? In response, Zhi Tingxiao turned to him, wearing an expression that suggested a deep-seated belief that upon his birth, a letter of apology should have been sent to his parents by the manufacturers of contraceptives. Are you all right? Close your mouth while you eat. Come on. Show me how it's done. I meant to say, stop making noise. Foolish Midgardian. What is the matter? Do you require a silencer at mealtime? Loki scratched at the glass frantically, muttering incomprehensible phrases that seemed to be local slang from Asgard, likely expressing warm greetings to Zhi Tingxiao's female relatives and a sincere wish for his parents' health. However, Zhi Tingxiao paid him no mind, casually conjuring a handful of seeds from thin air after finishing the ones he had. Chapter 54. I want that too. Just as Zhi Tingxiao picked up a seed, preparing to eat it, he set it down and languidly addressed the closed hatch nearby. We've come this far. Are you certain you want to join me? Don't be shy. I have something delightful to share. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the heavy hatch unexpectedly underwent a violent transformation, erupting with a resounding crash as it hurtled towards him. Bang! Why can't we just have a civil conversation? The vital energy within Zhi Tingxiao surged rapidly, executing a powerful sweeping kick that sent the iron door flying open. However, before he could fully assess the situation beyond the threshold, four pitch-black arrows followed closely, aimed directly at his face and torso. Swiftly, Zhi Tingxiao channeled his vital energy into his arms, interlocking his hands in a defensive stance to deflect all incoming arrows. And in the process, he sent the fourth arrow back along its original trajectory. Yet, as Zhi Tingxiao had anticipated, these arrows were indeed problematic. As soon as they struck the ground, they suddenly released a dense cloud of white smoke from their tips. Within moments, the thick fog filled the relatively spacious cabin. Fearing that the smoke might contain some bizarre elements, Zhi Tingxiao hurriedly retrieved a gas mask from his backpack and donned it, gazing into the white haze before him. He felt a headache coming on. Visibility was alarmingly low. How was he supposed to fight in this? Suddenly, Zhi Tingxiao sensed a gust of wind rushing towards him from behind, prompting him to swiftly sidestep. A shadowy figure darted past him, severing a steel pipe as thick as a cup in front of him. Lowering his stance, Zhi Tingxiao transformed his palm into a fist, his fiery vital energy almost taking on a tangible form, and launched a fierce attack towards the shadowy figure. The clash of combat echoed around him, punches and kicks, the rhythmic sounds of their confrontation resonating through the fog. Zhi Tingxiao's movements resembled those of a drunken man, yet within the apparent chaos, there was an underlying order. His techniques, though seemingly intoxicated, were precise enough to catch the imitation master off guard. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of strikes, utilizing every part of their bodies as lethal weapons in a deadly dance of martial prowess. After trading a few more blows, they finally separated. And it was at this moment that Zhi Tingxiao could discern the true visage of the rumored imitation master. However, it wasn't a complete revelation, for the master was clad in a multifunctional helmet that concealed his entire head, leaving not a single strand of hair visible. He donned a strikingly surreal deep blue armor, standing approximately 6 feet tall with an imposing physique. A somewhat exaggerated modern bow and a shiny silver quiver rested on his back, exuding an aura of danger. From their earlier exchange, Zhi Tingxiao could sense that, in terms of technique, The imitation master was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered, without exception. In that brief encounter, the imitation master had demonstrated an impressive array of fighting styles, including Muay Thai, Karate, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, Russian Sambo, Israeli Krav Maga, and Wing Chun, each executed with astonishing proficiency. What the heck? Was that some kind of serum he injected? It felt as if he had a super cheat activated. I want that too. Zhi Tingxiao shook his slightly fatigued hands and rubbed his abdomen and chest, where he had been struck multiple times by the imitation master, and with a cheeky grin, he remarked, "How delightful. Heed your father's advice and shed that hardened exterior, allow him to teach you what true combat among men entails. In your current state, you shall learn nothing. As the saying goes, one cannot marry without having faced adversity. No one becomes a mother without struggle. You ought to heed my words. And you dare return again. How dare you test my patience?" Before Zhi Tingxiao could finish his words, a dagger faintly glimmering with a greenish hue hurtled towards his brow, seemingly intent on his demise. This sudden attack nearly startled Zhi Tingxiao's soul from his body. Instinctively, he performed a nimble evasion, the dagger grazing his scalp before plunging into the thick mist behind him. Observing the small tuft of hair severed from his head, a surge of rage erupted within Zhi Tingxiao, igniting a fierce determination. He infused his true energy into his legs, launching himself forward with a rapid kick, akin to a tempestuous gale aimed at the mimic master. Bang, bang, bang. The mimic master adopted a defensive stance, intertwining his hands to block, executing the drunken boxing techniques previously demonstrated by Zhi Tingxiao. Although the mimic master had mastered these moves to perfection, he lacked the true energy to support them. Within mere moments, he could no longer withstand the onslaught of Zhi Tingxiao's energy, enduring a series of blows to his chest and head, which left his armor deformed. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation of dread surged from Zhi Tingxiao's heart, prompting him to roll away in panic, seeking refuge by the edge of Loki's prison. It was then that Zhi Tingxiao discerned the source of his unease, a small round shield, entirely black, adorned with triangular symbols, its edges sharpened to a lethal point. Embedded within the armor on the back of the mimic master's right hand. Zhi Tingxiao smacked his lips in disbelief, exclaiming, "You were truly resorting to underhanded tactics." The mimic master remained silent, flicking his wrist as the small shield transformed into a dark blur, hurtling towards Zhi Tingxiao's neck. With a resigned sigh, Zhi Tingxiao grasped the air, summoning his mind staff into his hand. Holding this opulent staff, he perceived its potential as a formidable spear. Clang! Zhi Tingxiao deflected the approaching shield with a swift strike. Then, like blossoms unfurling, he charged towards the mimic master's vital points. Realizing the peril, the mimic master refrained from a direct confrontation, swiftly drawing his bow from his back. Without aiming, he seemingly shot in haste. Yet each arrow was precisely targeted at Zhi Tingxiao's joints, demonstrating a relentless resolve to take his life. Although Zhi Tingxiao lacked proficiency with firearms, the drunken boxing techniques included rudimentary skills in weapon handling. The mind staff twirled in his grasp, emanating a silvery brilliance as it deflected each arrow, rendering them ineffective. However, as the mimic master reached for his quiver once more, he found it empty. Chapter 55. Are you serious? Gazing at the entirely empty quiver, the mimic master was evidently taken aback. According to his calculations, given the intensity of the previous battle, the arrows could not have been depleted so swiftly. Seizing this moment of vulnerability, Zhi Tingxiao wielded the mind scepter with the grace of a dragon emerging from the sea, plunging it directly towards the mimic master's heart. Faced with the chilling gleam aimed at him, the mimic master promptly slung his modern bow behind him, retreating rapidly to create distance between them. As the thick fog gradually dissipated, Zhi Tingxiao, observing the mimic master retreating to a considerable distance, revealed a smug expression, exclaiming, "Oh, caught off guard, are you? Out of arrows, I see. Hee. Indeed. All your arrows are right here with me. Young mimic master, have you lost this explosive arrow? Or perhaps this pulse arrow? Or this rusted arrow? Want them back? Well, I shall not give them to you. Strike me if you dare." With a provocative flourish, Zhi Tingxiao retrieved various arrows with distinct functionalities from his backpack, continuously aggravating the mimic master's nerves. When did he manage to take my arrows? Where has he hidden them? And what of that oddly shaped spear? Damn it, I want to crush him. Despite the severe mental turmoil these questions wrought upon the mimic master, he had no time to ponder them, for Zhi Tingxiao, that insufferable fellow, charged at him once more with the mind scepter. Clang, clang, clang. The loss of his ranged weapon left the mimic master with no choice but to rely on the protection of his armor, engaging Zhi Tingxiao in close combat. Before they even made contact, bursts of orange and yellow sparks erupted around them, the clashing sounds of metal reverberating in the not-so-spacious area, causing even Loki, who stood nearby, to wince in pain. The mimic master's arms became mere shadows, striking at Zhi Tingxiao's throat and vital points with sharp angles and astonishing speed. Zhi Tingxiao, adhering to the principle that a longer weapon is advantageous, utilized the mind scepter's length of 1.5 meters to maneuver against the mimic master, awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Clang, clang, clang. The blade of the mind scepter lunged towards the mimic master's heart, only to be blocked by the heavy armor encasing his arms, resulting in a stalemate. The mimic master was forced to retreat, leaving deep grooves on the steel deck beneath his feet. Seeing no opportunity for a heartfelt exchange with the mimic master, Zhi Tingxiao remained unperturbed, a strange smile spreading across his face. The sight of this smile instilled a sense of foreboding in the mimic master. As expected, Zhi Tingxiao, with a sincere countenance and an exuberant expression, declared, the fight earlier was rather sudden. I forgot to mention, this stick is not a spear, but a staff. Moreover, it is one that generates its own energy and spells, capable of conjuring a fireball with a mere flick. So apologies for the trouble, Red Bean paced Smith. Upon completion of his words, the azure gemstone at the tip of the mind scepter radiated an increasingly intense glow, its emitted heat rising exponentially, echoing the ominous signals in the master of imitation's heart that gradually amplified. Before the master of imitation could react, the mind scepter unleashed a flurry of over a dozen azure beams, striking his chest. He experienced a powerful impact accompanied by searing heat at his torso, causing him to involuntarily propel backward, crashing violently against the steel wall. Observing the master of imitation being sent flying, Zhi Tingxiao did not relent. Instead, he intensified the output of the mind scepter, pinning him against the wall, rendering him utterly defenseless. After a while, the master of imitation lay motionless, and Zhi Tingxiao felt a throbbing pain in his head, prompting him to stow the mind scepter back into his backpack. At this juncture, the master of imitation's condition was beyond description. The once striking deep blue armor had transformed into a pile of blackened scrap, with a gaping hole in the chest plate, blood staining the area crimson, the edges of flesh charred to a crisp. The only remnant of integrity appeared to be his helmet, having suffered merely a glancing blow from an azure beam, bearing only a few scratches. With a soft, slithering motion akin to that of a slug, the master of imitation oozed down the wall, collapsing onto the ground without further movement. Zhi Tingxiao crossed his arms, gazing at the puddle before him, shaking his head in disappointment. I warned you to communicate properly and not resort to violence. Why did you not heed my advice? Can coercion lead to happiness? There is no happiness in that, is there? Alas, you squandered your opportunity. He then approached the master of imitation to conduct a thorough inventory and assessment of his possessions, collecting assets and defining rights of ownership anew, a practice commonly referred to as looting. Unfortunately, the master of imitation proved to be utterly destitute. Zhi Tingxiao searched him thoroughly, but found not even a wallet. With a look of disdain at the now pitiful figure of the master of imitation, he turned to the glass jar where Loki sat, astonished, and inquired, Do you possess any other contingency plans? Judging by your expression, it seems not. By the way, are you truly the legendary god of trickery? You appear rather inept. How many times have you been bested since your arrival? And if I recall correctly, you are a mage, yet you display reckless abandon like a berserker. What is the matter with you? Silence. Who permitted you to insult a deity? Oh, what can you do to me? Meanwhile, aboard the command bridge of the Ark ship, Maria Hill watched the red dots on the screen gradually vanish. Exhaling a great sigh of relief, she turned to the solemn Nick Fury and reported, Director Fury, the invaders on the deck, as well as on the 10th and 6th levels, have been eliminated. There are still sporadic intruders navigating through various levels. The master of imitation, the primary leader of this operation, has also been captured by Zhi Tingxiao while attempting to rescue Loki. Upon hearing the news, Nick Fury immediately furrowed his brow and inquired, What do you mean? The response was that Minister Alexander Pierce, in a fit of rage during an invasion of the aerospace carrier by unidentified armed forces, struck the wall with such force that he inflicted a shattering fracture on his right hand. Furthermore, the previous night, Minister Pierce had carelessly left a knife used for peeling apples on the sofa, neglecting to return it to its holder. Consequently, when he attempted to sit down to assess his hand, he inadvertently sustained a cut on his hip from the blade, which was so severe that the doctor indicated it would require at least 10 stitches. Subsequently, the pain caused Minister Pierce to leap up from the sofa, leading to a loss of balance and a fall that resulted in a torn cruciate ligament and a fractured leg. Moreover, due to his negligence in returning his dumbbells to their proper place after a morning workout, he struck the back of his head during the fall. This unfortunate series of events culminated in significant intracranial bleeding and a concussion, ultimately precipitating a cerebral infarction, with the physician expressing doubts about his chances of regaining consciousness. Turning to Maria Hill, Nick Fury's face contorted in disbelief as he asked, Are you serious? Are you certain that Minister Pierce's injuries were not the result of an assassination attempt or something else? Although Alexander Pierce was his close friend, The absurdity of his predicament almost provoked a chuckle from Fury. Could there truly be someone so unfortunate in the world? Maria Hill nodded gravely, affirming, yes. The surveillance footage captured everything without any signs of tampering. It must be authentic. Issue a statement indicating that Minister Pierce bravely battled the intruders and sustained serious injuries. Furthermore, ensure that all related videos, images, and written records of Minister Pierce's injuries are deleted and that no information is leaked to the public. Do you understand? My dear friend, I can only assist you to this extent. Chapter 56. Weary, let destruction come, swiftly as S.H.I.E.L.D. descended into chaos atop the Osborne Tower. A heavily armed squad of 13 maintained a vigilant circular formation, observing their surroundings with acute wariness. At the center of this assembly, Dr. Selvig busily calibrated a towering silver metallic apparatus. After successfully fine-tuning the device and confirming its operational integrity, Dr. Selvig accepted a moderately sized black briefcase with silver trim from one of the armed personnel, placing the case on the ground and opening it. A cascade of ethereal blue light illuminated Dr. Selvig's flushed visage, brimming with excitement. Gazing at the blue cube within the case, Dr. Selvig appeared entranced, murmuring to himself, exquisite, truly exquisite. It is undoubtedly the most beautiful work of art in the hands of God. Humanity is utterly unworthy of possessing it. Fear not, my precious. Soon, very soon, those foolish mortals shall have the opportunity to behold your beauty. I assure you, it shall not be long now, ha ha ha. As the conversation unfolded, Dr. Selvig carefully retrieved a pair of pliers to transfer the softly glowing cosmic cube into the meticulously calibrated apparatus. Once the cube was placed into the designated slot of the device, the previously serene azure light intensified, becoming blinding and searing. Suddenly, a cacophony of mechanical activation resonated from the colossal machine before him, and the ethereal blue light began to solidify, forming a delicate, gossamer static force field. However, the field expanded slightly beyond expectations, hurling both Dr. Selvig and the armed guards standing behind him several meters away. The other armed personnel, startled by the commotion, instinctively swung their weapons around, aiming and firing. The echo of gunfire reverberated as powerful 76,251 rounds, traveling at a velocity of 990 meters per second, struck this diaphanous static force field, yet they did not penetrate as anticipated. Instead, the bullets appeared to be suspended in time, hovering motionless in midair, a scene both bizarre and surreal. Suddenly, the apparatus began to tremble violently, causing the static field to expand once more, threatening to envelop the entire rooftop of the Osborne building. Witnessing this, Dr. Selvig, now flushed with excitement, exclaimed with manic glee, ha ha ha. I have succeeded. I have accomplished this magnificent masterpiece. Because of me, humanity shall witness its greatest moment. At that moment, the machine underwent yet another transformation. With an ominous sound, the static field ceased its expansion as the azure glow began to condense inward. Subsequently, a beam of blue light, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, shot forth from the top of the instrument, creating a vast expanse of azure luminescence in the sky. Within this luminous mass, the silhouette of a vast starry cosmos gradually took shape, becoming increasingly distinct over time. Yet, it was still daytime. The sun's rays so intense that one could scarcely open their eyes, making the sight of a celestial vista in such weather all the more uncanny. Consequently, throngs of onlookers gathered in the square surrounding the Osborne building, curious to witness the spectacle. Many pulled out their smartphones, cameras, and various recording devices, capturing the extraordinary event without a hint of concern for potential repercussions. Oh my God, what in the world is happening? It's broad daylight. Is this bizarre weather phenomenon truly that severe? Curse this dreadful climate anomaly. This shouldn't even be possible. It has nothing to do with the weather. Good heavens. How breathtaking. I wonder if wishes made upon it would come true. This is far too extraordinary. Those foolish politicians must be hiding something from us, ordinary people. Perhaps an alien invasion or some such nonsense. Damn those politicians. Hey, get away from me, you fat fool. You are obstructing my line of sight. Do you not realize? It is utterly incredible. If you wish to behold this wretched scenery, then kindly clear the path for me. I must pass through here. This is outrageous. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, amidst the desolate depths of a dimly lit starry void, encircled by a lifeless asteroid belt, there exists a resplendent planet, glowing with brilliance and larger than Earth by several folds, quietly and solitary. This planet is none other than the home world of the Chitauri Empire, Morel. Surrounding Morel, within the space stations and the asteroid belt, lie the cosmic behemoths, leviathans, that will soon plunge the Avengers into fierce battles. Their numbers so vast as to be beyond counting. Above the magnificent and surreal palace of Morel, the indomitable Chitauri king sits regally upon his golden throne. Amidst the chaos of battle, At that moment, a gaunt figure shrouded in a pitch-black cloak, appearing fragile and emaciated, drifts slowly from outside the palace. Coming to rest less than 10 meters from the Chitauri king, the skeletal silhouette kneels before him and raspingly intones, "Great Majesty, the gates to victory have swung open, and our army is eager to seize their rightful spoils. Though it may not be glorious, we must fulfill the task entrusted to us by our Lord, your Majesty." The Chitauri king, seated upon his throne, regards the still respectful gaunt figure without a flicker of change in his demeanor, and with measured calmness, he replies, "You are mistaken. Victory itself is glory, while defeat is shame. There has never been any circumstance beyond this. Let our army commence. I shall await your tidings of triumph right here." The gaunt figure rises slowly and, like a specter, hovers in midair, responding in a hoarse voice, "Your wisdom remains unparalleled, your Majesty. My words of admiration pale in significance. Rest assured, I guarantee that your army shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you tonight, in the grandest of places on earth." With that, the skeletal figure drifts away as quietly as it arrived, vanishing from sight. Chapter 57. Do villains ever take a holiday? In the conference room of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier S Bridge, agents including Planting Xiao, Nick Fury, Maria Hill, Coulson, and various members of the Avengers gather once more around a vast circular table. After a night of relentless battle, among them, aside from the commanding Nick Fury, the physically imposing Thor, and the untransformed Banner, the others bear various degrees of wear and tear. Of course, when compared to Alexander Pierce, they might be considered virtually unscathed. Clint has 3 stitches in his right eye and his attire is somewhat tattered, yet he seems undeterred, drumming his fingers on the table, indignantly addressing Nick Fury, Director Fury. Have our radar operators become overly complacent of late? Is it possible that our radar has suddenly malfunctioned? Otherwise, how could 3 enemy transport planes be parked on our deck without triggering a single alert? If they hadn't detonated grenades to destroy the pods and elevators while we were dining in the pilot's mess, they might have infiltrated our command center, potentially compromising the entire operation, all while remaining undetected. Nick Fury, visibly agitated, rubbed his brow and restrained his frustration, stating, "I am aware. After the battle, I ordered the isolation of all radar personnel for thorough examination, and I have dispatched a team for further repairs on the radar systems. I am confident that results will emerge shortly. However, we currently face an even more pressing issue. Why would they take such substantial risks to assault our headquarters? Their aim is to rescue Loki. I do not require a reminder. Yet, I sense this is not their sole objective. In fact, rescuing Loki might be merely a relatively insignificant aspect of their overall plan, with success or failure bearing little consequence. Otherwise, they would not have sent only one person to rescue him, while scattering the majority to wreak havoc indiscriminately across various levels." Steve nodded in agreement, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the hardwood table, his expression grave. "This defies logic. What kind of objective would compel them to forsake their leader in such a manner? Logically, given Loki's moral standards and behavioral patterns, it is unlikely he could cultivate such idealistic and ambitious individuals, right? Though I have had limited interactions with Loki, I am well aware that he embodies the belief that if everything does not revolve around him, then it is rendered meaningless. Thus, the current situation remains perplexing." Zhi Tingxiao leaned back in his swivel chair, spinning aimlessly like an unrestrained husky. "In my view, your fixation on this issue is a misallocation of mental resources. Loki is not as cunning as you presume. His initial plan was to allow himself to be captured, leaving the mind scepter within our reach, using the power of the mind gem to incite discord among us. He intended to time our internal strife perfectly, sending in his forces to eliminate S.H.I.E.L.D. and us, ensuring that no one could thwart his plans. However, he miscalculated. I can banish the mind scepter to a special dimension, rendering the power of the mind gem ineffective against us, thus preventing our internal conflict. Had we continued along Loki's script, after we were eradicated, he would certainly have orchestrated something grand to follow, wouldn't he?" Stark shrugged nonchalantly, resting his legs on the conference table. "And what might that entail? Standing atop the highest building in New York, releasing his minions, and demanding flowers and adulation from the world? I have an unsettling premonition. I hope I am mistaken." As Stark, who initially appeared somewhat frivolous, spoke, his expression grew increasingly somber. He began to comprehend Loki's intentions. At that moment, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the conference room, and the once bright lights transformed into an unsettling crimson hue. The usually composed Dr. Banner, disregarding the potential increase in his heart rate, dashed towards the laboratory with an urgency akin to madness. The others, bewildered, followed suit. Upon entering the laboratory, Dr. Banner hastily retrieved his reading glasses from his pocket and raced to his supercomputer, as if propelled by an unseen force, furiously typing away. Stark, pushing through the crowd, approached his own supercomputer, his fingers flying across the screen as he occasionally exchanged data with Dr. Banner. The remaining onlookers could do little but observe the frantic activity of the two. After approximately 10 seconds, Banner and Stark finally ceased their frantic motions, gazing in disbelief at the final results of their computations. It was Banner who first broke the silence, stating, "The alarm was triggered by the spectrometer on the rooftop detecting an intense burst of gamma rays originating from the Osborne building in the Boston area of New York City. Upon further analysis, we found that although the gamma rays were severe, they exhibited a distinct pattern based on their energy output." In recalling the previous incident involving the theft of iridium at a German research facility during our pursuit of Loki, we suspect they are artificially creating a wormhole. However, we cannot ascertain its destination. Regardless, its connection poses a threat to Earth. At that moment, Nick Fury's earpiece crackled to life. Ignoring the eager gazes of those around him, he silently moved to a corner of the room to listen intently. After 2 or 3 minutes, he returned, his expression considerably graver than before. After contemplating his thoughts, Nick Fury took a deep breath and stated with a stern countenance, "It seems we no longer need to concern ourselves with their motives or the wormhole's destination. Such matters are trivial now." The New York division of SHIELD has reported that a blue portal has suddenly appeared over the Boston area, from which countless unidentified flying objects piloted by extraterrestrials have emerged. Upon their arrival, these aliens commenced indiscriminate attacks on ground targets, resulting in significant casualties among the citizens of New York. The agents from the New York division and the city's police are engaged in combat with these aliens, but they are vastly outmatched and on the verge of collapse. They require support. At this revelation, apart from the ever-composed Xiang, the rest of the Avengers were utterly astonished. In a mere night, had the situation deteriorated to such an extent? The narrative was advancing at an alarming pace. Chapter 58. The attack has begun within the realm of Marvel's villains. There has long existed a peculiar logic. To conquer the Earth, one must first subdue the United States, and to conquer the United States, one must first unleash a barrage of fire upon New York. Most villains tend to navigate their initial steps with remarkable ease. However, a few unfortunate souls may meet a rather embarrassing demise at this stage. Yet, as far as the second act is concerned, it seems that no villain has triumphed thus far. Even a certain benevolent purple sweet potato spirit is still a tad short of completing the second phase. This leaves Zhi Tingxiao pondering whether these underdeveloped villains have gleaned their insights from some fortunate islanders, given the overwhelming stench of their intentions. Regardless, the Chitauri are currently implementing their first phase of the plan. Countless Chitauri warriors pilot their oddly shaped flying war machines, emerging from the spatial portal opened by the cosmic cube like a swarm of locusts, swiftly cloaking the skies over New York. The citizens of New York, filled with dread, gaze upwards only to witness a multitude of dark specks streaking across the heavens, blocking the sunlight from reaching the ground. My God, what on earth are those things? It is utterly terrifying. They must have emerged from that hole in the sky. They are aliens. Good heavens. Are they here to conquer Earth? Aliens? This is absurd. Strange occurrences seem to multiply each year, but this year is particularly rife with them. Aliens? Have you all lost your minds? Such nonsense belongs in the realm of science fiction. It cannot possibly be real. Surely, this is just a new weapon concocted by those military fools to turn against their own. Haven't you forgotten that green behemoth from a few years ago? Look out. Something is being dropped. Suddenly, the Chitauri army in the sky begins to hurl countless fist-sized, pitch-black spherical objects towards the ground, creating the illusion of a torrential rainstorm descending from above. Whoosh, bang, ah. Before those dark spheres even touch the ground, they erupt in brilliant orange and yellow sparks, obliterating buildings, crowds, and everything within the blast radius into mere dust. Run. The aliens are invading Earth. My child. Betty, where are you? Get out of the way. I beg you, please move aside. Betty, my poor child, save me. I can't move. Please do not leave me. Help me. I implore you, save me. Quickly, into the basement. Hurry. Do not run into the streets. Quickly, take refuge in the basement parking area. In mere moments, the entire Boston area is engulfed in an endless wave of panic, with the cacophony of explosions, screams, cries for help, and the piercing wails of Chitauri flying vehicles echoing clearly even from several kilometers away. The vicinity of the Osborne building is particularly harrowing, with destruction and despair as far as the eye can see, ruined structures, severed limbs, and the landscape painted in vivid crimson. On the roadside, a little boy, his lower half missing and only a bloodied upper body remaining, weeps as he lays atop the corpse of a white woman, also devoid of her lower half, murmuring softly, "Mommy, it hurts so much, really it hurts. Can you hold me? I feel a bit cold." As he speaks, the boy's voice gradually fades until it is entirely silenced. However, the calamity was far from over. The Chitauri forces continued to pour forth from the celestial wormholes above, stretching endlessly into the horizon. In the heart of New York City, at the intersection of Washington Street and the Boston District, Officer Vera Alva found herself crouched at the entrance of an underground parking lot in a shopping center. Cautiously, she peeked out, her gaze drawn to the swarm of Chitauri soldiers, resembling locusts, descending from the skies. Not far from her, amidst the rubble, a blonde girl of perhaps 8 or 9 years was trapped, desperately waving her tiny arms towards Vera. The sight of the young girl, so vulnerable and helpless, tugged painfully at Vera's heart. On one hand, she feared that those grotesque extraterrestrials would harm the child. On the other hand, she wrestled with her conscience, unwilling to turn a blind eye to such peril. To do so would haunt her for the rest of her life. Yet, as she observed several hideous aliens disembarking from their flying war machines, drawing closer to the wreckage where the girl lay, Vera could no longer contain herself. Damn it. If I must perish, so be it. It is far better than remaining here, tormented by my conscience. With that thought, she swiftly ejected the nearly depleted magazine from her Glock 19 and replaced it with one fully loaded. At that moment, her colleague, Adrian Kilby, sensing her intentions, seized her by the collar and glared at her fiercely, growling, "Alva, what are you thinking? I warned you against recklessness. If you go out there now, not only will you fail to save that girl, but you will also endanger your own life. Don't be foolish. Think of your family. Think of your parents." Vera shrugged off his grip and shot him a defiant look. "But we are police officers. That little girl is less than 10 meters away. She is there, beckoning to me. How can I simply ignore this? Adrian, you have a daughter and a family too. Can you truly bear to turn a blind eye?" At her words, Kilby, frustrated, raked his fingers through his thinning hair, yet he turned away, striving to remain calm. "Yes, I have family. That is precisely why I must protect them, not by rushing out to meet death." But Vera, impervious to his pleas, disengaged the safety on her Glock, assumed a tactical stance, and dashed out. After running about 5 meters, she shouted towards the distant Chitauri, "Hey, look over here, you filthy monsters." Bang, bang, bang. As she spoke, Vera fired 3 shots at the Chitauri, managing to strike one, though the bullet ricocheted off its armor. Of course, Vera had never expected her Glock to inflict significant damage on these aliens. Her sole intention was to divert their attention, creating an opportunity for Adrian to rescue the girl. As anticipated, the startled Chitauri emitted an enraged hiss towards Vera Alva, raising a brass spear-like weapon of considerable length and pulling the trigger. A flurry of white beams shot toward her. Fortunately, her training at the police academy had honed her physical abilities and tactical movements to perfection. As the Chitauri aimed, Vera executed a tactical roll, taking cover behind a cargo truck. However, she was grazed by one of the beams, and the truck erupted like it had been struck by a high-explosive shell, propelling Vera several meters away. The blast sent shards flying, inflicting deep, bone-revealing wounds on her left arm, from which blood gushed uncontrollably. Chapter 59. Justice from the skies. After Vera successfully diverted several patrolling Chitauri soldiers, Kilby Adrian, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, cautiously approached the trapped little girl, flashing what he believed to be a benevolent smile. "Hello, beautiful and brave young lady. I am going to rescue you now, but please try not to make any noise, all right? Otherwise, those ugly creatures may return. If you feel any pain later, just bite my arm, okay?" The little girl blinked her large blue eyes, glanced at Adrian's furry hand, and nodded in silent resignation. Kilby Adrian, oblivious to the girl's expression, gingerly began to remove the stones pinning her down, striving to make no sound. After clearing the rubble, he discovered the girl's legs, which were severely deformed and bent at unnatural angles, causing a sharp pang of agony in his heart. This must be incredibly painful. So why wasn't she crying out? Was it a congenital disability that rendered her numb? Looking down, Kilby Adrian saw her bright red eyes, her small mouth gasping for air, and her tightly clenched fists. Overcome with compassion, he carefully lifted her in his arms and rushed back to the underground parking lot of the shopping center. Once he had settled the girl, Kilby Adrian lingered at the entrance of the parking lot, scanning for Vera Alva, but her figure remained elusive. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have restrained her. Yet, reflecting on the little girl's resilient demeanor, he felt unable to harden his heart. She appeared to be even younger than Bella. Meanwhile, Vera Alva, clutching her bleeding left arm, stood behind a crumbling wall, having long since lost track of her Glock 19. Although the loss of her weapon was undoubtedly troublesome, Vera surmised that given her current predicament, she would not be awaiting orders from her superiors. Whoosh, boom, cough, cough, cough. Once again, a beam of white light shot towards Vera Alva, striking the road to her right, resulting in a cascade of flying debris and billowing dust. A cloud of fine particles invaded her nostrils, causing her to cough incessantly, as her vision blurred into a gray haze, rendering everything indistinct. "Hey, you ugly creatures over there. Stay away from that lady. Come to your father." Crack, 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 crack. Just as Vera Alva believed her fate was sealed, a familiar voice pierced through the chaos. It was Adrian. Had he lost his mind? Vera Alva quickly pressed her injured left arm against her body and peered around the wall towards the source of the voice. Sure enough, there stood Kilby Adrian in the heart of the central intersection on Washington Street, firing multiple shots at the Zetarians preparing to encircle Vera Alva. True to his seasoned police officer status, Kilby Adrian showcased remarkable precision, hitting each Zetarian soldier with every shot. One bullet even struck a Zetarian infantryman in the vulnerable left eye, instantly killing him. Witnessing their fallen comrade, the surrounding Zetarian soldiers erupted in fury, removing their masks to unleash a cacophony of shrill roars directed at Kilby Adrian. After their loud display, the Zetarians began to unleash a barrage of laser fire towards him. Zing, 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 boom, boom. Several white beams shot forth, prompting Kilby Adrian to dive into a crater created by the blasts on his left. Despite his remarkably swift reaction, he ultimately fell victim to the overwhelming firepower of the Zetarian long-range rifles and arm cannons. A white laser beam struck Kilby Adrian's right arm, which disintegrated like fresh snow under the blazing sun, turning to ash in an instant. Kilby Adrian collapsed into the crater, emitting a harrowing wail as the blood-soaked right side of his body lay bare. Adrian, Vera Alva gasped, unable to contain her horror at the sight, instinctively rising from her cover, oblivious to the imminent danger. At that moment, more Zetarian infantry began descending from flying vehicles, fully seizing control of the central intersection, encompassing Washington Street, Newberry Street, Harrison Avenue, and other major thoroughfares in Boston. Just moments prior, Vera Alva had witnessed 2 flight squadrons from the West Coast conducting reconnaissance. Yet, within the blink of an eye, both squadrons were obliterated by the Zetarian swarming aircraft, with no surviving pilots. Thus, the beautiful citizens hiding here faced a grim reality of prolonged peril. Even Adrian. As Vera Alva observed the Zetarian soldiers slowly closing in from both ends of the street, despair washed over her, and she could only shut her eyes, standing still in quiet resignation, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a gust of wind so fierce it threatened to topple her swept through, accompanied by the deafening sound of machine gun fire that reached Vera Alva's ears, followed closely by the alien howls. Listening to the thunderous roar of the cannon, Vera Alva felt that this was the most exquisite sound she had ever encountered in her life, unparalleled by any other sound in existence. Salvation had arrived. Instantly, a weight lifted from her heart, and she sank to the filthy ground, overwhelmed. When she opened her eyes and beheld the immense shadow enveloping her, she looked up in astonishment. Hovering approximately 20 meters above her was a sleek, black, bird-like aircraft with folding wings, unlike anything she had ever seen. At the front of this black bird-shaped craft was an Avenger cannon, relentlessly unleashing fiery projectiles upon the densely packed Chitauri infantry below. The searing rain of steel that poured forth from the Avenger cannon obliterated even the Chitauri soldiers, whose formidable defensive capabilities were rendered futile, reducing them to countless fragments. Once the Chitauri infantry ahead had been vanquished, the black aircraft deftly maneuvered between the towering buildings, redirecting itself towards another intersection on Washington Street in the city center. The Avenger cannon roared to life once more, and the advancing Chitauri soldiers were predictably reduced to mere scraps scattered across the ground. Meanwhile, the Chitauri hovering above became aware of the commotion below, and a multitude of pilots and flying war vehicles shrieked as they lunged towards the black aircraft. A cacophony of sounds erupted in the sky, pulses of energy fired from the Chitauri, while the black craft nimbly dodged the relentless barrage of high-energy laser fire amidst the towering structures of the city, retaliating with its own Avenger cannon.